Not exactly. I'm going to teach him a little trick I learned in the Royal Navy. How the splendid captains and commanders of yore used to deal with a recalcitrant midshipman or two. Get the lying little shit out of that chair, would you, Stoke? Stoke freed the little fellow and said, "What next, boss man?" "Cut his hands loose, and his ankles." "Loose?" Stoke said. "Why would we do that?" "We're going to take him forward to the bow, and he's going to need his hands when we get there." "Alex," Hugo said, "I beg you, as one of my oldest friends, you don't intend to torture me, do you?" "Oh, good heavens, no, old sport," Hawke said. "That would be politically incorrect now, wouldn't it? No, just a little enhanced interrogation is what we have planned for you." "I have rights. I'm a citizen of France." "Right, but then you put on that cute little pink nightie and—" "No, you can't do this. I insist you—" "Shut the F up, Hugo," Stoke said. "When the man wants you to talk, he'll let you know." "Mad," Hugo muttered. Shit. "I got an idea," Stoke said. "Let's just cut this little butterball up into bite-sized Shark McNuggets and feed 'em to the fishes." "Now, I've got a better idea," Hawke said, tying one of the lines around Hugo's waist and knotting it securely. "Oh, wait," Stoke said. "I know where you're going with this. The old Royal Navy trick you taught me off Miami one day?" "Correct," Hawke said. "Hold on. One more thing." Hawke opened another locker in the transom, this one full of scuba diving gear. "Here we go," Hawke said, handing Stoke the heavy lead-weighted diver's belt. "Oh, yeah," Stoke said, smiling, and hitched the belt good and tight around the hotelier's considerable waistline. "Now we're talking. That's not too tight, is it, Hugo?" But Monsieur Jadot, literally paralyzed with fear, wasn't in the mood for idle chit-chat. "Okay," Hawke said. "Now the second line also goes around his waist. Loop it a couple of times. 2 lines with him in the middle, about 20 feet on either side." "I remember this," Stoke said. "Hugo, you're going to love this shit." Hawke, tugging Hugo along, had grabbed one end of the line and was carefully making his way toward the bow. Stoke had the other end and brought up the rear. Jadot, in the middle, was giving every evidence that he was about to be sick to his stomach. "Okay, Hugo," Hawke said, flipping a switch that turned on all the bow lights. Then, as they reached the bow pulpit, he said, "Time for your helicopter ride. Stoke, will you do the honors?" "You got it, boss," the giant warrior said. Then he grabbed Jadot by the neck, and stepping out onto the stainless steel pulpit projecting from the bow, he held the man out over the heaving black sea. "No!" Jadot squeaked. "Please!" But Stoke had let some line out. He was already swinging the man round and round his head, executing the dreaded helicopter, before heaving him into the Black Sea. Jadot landed with a splash, disappeared, and surfaced finally, floundering and slapping at the water in an effort to stay afloat. "Ready?" Stoke asked Hawke. "Yeah. I'll ease my end of the line, and you walk him aft to the port side of the wheelhouse. Keep him afloat with your end until I get in position to starboard." Hawke eased his line some more and moved from the port side of the bow to the starboard side. As he slowly fed Stoke more slack, the line disappeared beneath the keel, now pulling in on his line. "Take a deep breath, Hugo!" Stoke shouted down at the bobbing man. "You're going to swim with the fishes. We're about to keel-haul your sorry ass." Chapter 49. Hawke tied his end of the line to the starboard rail and went aft to join Stoke to port with Hugo. He leaned way out over the port-side rail and saw Hugo bobbing there on the surface a few feet below, kept afloat by Stoke's end of the line. They switched places, with Stoke going forward to take Hawke's end of the line. "Hugo, I'm going to ask you some very serious questions. Every time I don't like your answers, you're going down under the boat for a while. Understood?" "Can't hear you." "Yes, but please—" "Shut up. First question. Where the bloody hell is my son? I swear to God I'll kill you, Hugo. And you know me well enough to know that I mean that, don't you? No, I swear, Alex, I don't know. Wrong answer, you little shit. Next, do you know a Russian named Ivanov? No. Never met him. No. Liar. You didn't ferry him and his KGB thugs out to Tsar? Aboard this very boat? You have 10 seconds. No! Captain Solo says otherwise. I choose to believe him. One more time, Hugo. Where is my son? Tell me. No, I don't... Hawke craned his head around and yelled to Stoke. Keelhaul! Hawke shouted, and Stoke began pulling on his line, submerging Jadot and bouncing him against the hull, pulling him under until he was centered directly beneath the keel. After a 2-minute submersion, Hawke said, Okay, let's bring him up. The bald head appeared above the surface. And we can play this game all night, Hugo, but the water temperature is below 50. Do you know the meaning of the word hypothermia? No? It means that after 20 minutes in that water, your body will begin to shut down. Question. Do you know a man named Joe, another Russian, acquaintance of General Ivanov's? Yes, I do. Please, just pull me back aboard, Alex. I'll tell you everything I know. Okay, please. Where did they take my son? No, I don't know, I swear. I'd tell you if I... Sink him, Hawke said. Drop him like a bloody stone, Stoke. Another minute or two passed before Hawke and Stokely brought Monsieur Jadot to the surface. No more! He sputtered, flailing about wildly. I can't take any more! Hawke looked at the man for a few moments and made a decision. Some men just weren't comfortable out in the open seas at night, while wearing a life jacket made of lead. His wide-eyed former friend was plainly terrified of drowning in the black depths. He was ready to talk. Maybe. Ready, Stoke? Hawke cried, just in case Hugo needed a wee bit more convincing. What now? Well, there are only 2 ways to keelhaul someone. The bad way, and then the really bad way. Talk to me, boss. Right. I'm going to pull him all the way under the boat's keel with my end of his line. Slowly. Very slowly. I want you to feed me just enough slack so that he clears the underside of the hull. And the really bad way? You don't cut him any slack this time. That way, when I pull, he gets his ass bounced and scraped along 20 feet or so of hull, of really nasty razor-sharp barnacles. Sounds unpleasant. Oh, it is, believe me. We do this enough times, Hugo won't have much skin left. Ready? First time, give him slack. We'll see what happens. Stoke pulled on his end. The terrified Frenchman went down and disappeared under the boat on Hawke's side, Alex feeding Stoke line. Stoke, watching the sweep of the second hand on his watch, slowly started reeling the man in. He counted off the last few seconds, waiting to see the little bastard reappear in the water just below him. Bring him up, Stoke, now. Hugo surfaced, sputtering and cursing. Hawke came over to the port rail where Hugo was spitting up seawater and twisting at the end of the line. He asked Stoke to put his light on the man's face and bent down to speak to him. I'm going to wait until you're through throwing up all that seawater, Hugo, then I'm going to ask you about another name. By the way, I don't wish to alarm you, but all that splashing about you're doing has a very seductive appeal for any sharks in this neck of the woods. Ready? Hugo nodded his head. One more name for you, Hugo. Putin. Where is Putin hiding? No idea. I swear to you, he's not someone who you can... His head disappeared beneath the waves before he got it all out. Stoke counted the 30 before bringing him up again. Hawke bent over the rail and barked. Who the hell is this Joe that Ivanov was arguing with, screaming about whose operation it was? And what is the operation? Joe is just some guy who works for Putin. I don't know. Heard his name, never met him. Not Uncle Joe, is he? I know Putin surfaced long enough to make a call, one call, and it was to Los Angeles, home of Uncle Joe. I heard him called that sometimes, Uncle Joe, yes, that's right. And the operation? What's that all about? No idea, but... You really want to go back down? No, please. I can give you the name of the operation. I overheard them speaking of it a couple of times while they were aboard. Tell me. Overkill. That's the name. Operation Overkill. Helpful. Where did these bastards take my boy? Alex. You've got to believe me. You think that under these conditions I wouldn't tell you if I knew? I don't know what to... Asshole. Haul him up where I can get my hands on the little shit, Stoke. Stoke hauled him up to the port rail and kept him swinging there as Hawke reached out over the rail. Where is my son, damn you? Tell me what happened. I want the truth this time. Lost chance, Hawke said, and grabbed the man by his throat with his big right hand. He squeezed with crushing force. Hugo began screaming and dancing like a puppet on a string, knowing he was about to die. Jadot looked up at his tormentor in a pop-eyed way and said, Please, he begged. I'll talk. For Jesus' sake, don't kill me, Alex. Hawke let go. I'm listening, he said. Hugo's voice was strained and raspy to the point of almost being unintelligible. Okay, hold on. He coughed, rubbing his ruined throat with his hands. You're right. This Uncle Joe and some Russian guys, they came and got the boy. Middle of the night, the day before you got here. Did you tell them I was coming to your hotel? You were the only one who knew that information, Hugo, so tell me the truth. Lie, and you die. Yes. I'm sorry, I couldn't stop myself. They would have killed me. Pity. Missed opportunity. Did you take Uncle Joe out to Putin's yacht, aboard Too Elusive? No. Had his own borrowed tender, a launch from one of the other mega-yachts in the harbor. Clearly he was a guest aboard that yacht, using their tender. The yacht hauled anchor and departed the harbor an hour after Joe left Tsar with your son. Which one? Which one what? Which effing yacht, goddamn you? Troika. Good. Owner? Don't know. Some Russian oligarch billionaire, Vasily somebody or other. Where the hell were they taking my son, goddamn you, Talk? If I knew that, I'd tell you, Alex, but I don't, I swear I'd tell you if... Haul him again, Stoke. Take him under. No slack at all this time. Fast or slow, boss? What do you think? Slow. Stoke hauled on the line, bouncing Hugo along under the boat, and singing all the while his version of an old sailor's ditty. It's only me from over the sea, said Barnacle Bill the sailor. I'm all lit up like a Christmas tree, in every port a gal waits for me. So goodbye, Toots. I'll see you when you see me. Chapter 50. Another croissant, my lord? Ambrose Congreve asked Alex on the morning following the long night of enhanced interrogation featuring the repeated submergings of the hotel's owner, Monsieur Hugo Jadot, beneath the icy seas. Hawke had awakened filled with renewed vigor for the task at hand. Knowing the extent of Putin's paranoia and what he was surely capable of, he was determined to speed things up. Every extra second that his son was in the hands of the Russian was a second too many, and thus his sense of renewed urgency. He looked at Congreve thoughtfully, and he said, You're always talking about the importance of a timeline in an investigation, Constable. Well, this one is certainly heating up, isn't it? Coming to a boil. I want a new timeline, if you don't mind. One where everything we now know is known, and one that can determine our high-value actions between this morning and the day we bring Alexei safely home is done on a rapid-fire basis, yes? Yes, of course. I'm already on it, Chief. Hawke smiled, as if I had any doubt. Congreve dabbed his chin with his white linen napkin and got his first pipe of the day going, and then regarded his friend for a few moments before speaking. A sea change had occurred. Hawke's blue eyes were clear and untroubled. His strong jaw was once more jutting out like the fierce prow of some great warship. The tension in his musculature seemed to be melting away, and there was a clear and visible return of the intense warrior spirit so sadly diminished by the pain of his son's kidnapping. The two friends were having a quick breakfast outside on the Belle Reeves stone-flagged terrace. Quite early on that Sunday morning it was, and bright sparkles of gold danced in attendance out on the incoming parade of wave-tops. Stoke, Brock, and Sharkey, meanwhile, were upstairs in the hotel, finishing up packing all of the team's gear for departure. The three of them were Miami-bound, catching the first thing smoking out of Nice. The other two, Hawke and Congreve, would be aboard the high noon flight of Hawke Air back to Switzerland, departing in little over an hour. The prior night's fierce storm front had moved on. Fleeing to the south, it had carried away every trace of the morning's cirrus cloud and sticky humidity. The famously clear blue Riviera skies were beaming down on the town of Juan-les-Pins. "Lovely day for it," Hawke said, smiling up at the sun while stretching his long legs out before him. Miraculous, but for the first time in a very long time he'd felt great surges of hope welling up in his heart. Alexei is alive, and you will find him, his heart was whispering to his ear, and he believed it. He had good reason to be happy. The trip to the Côte d'Azur had yielded a great deal of fruit, and he congratulated himself on his solid instincts about coming here. There were still many challenges ahead. As Churchill had once so wisely said, "Now is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end, but it is perhaps the end of the beginning." "And I must say, Alex, you're certainly in a jolly way this morning. Whatever went on out there in the dock seems to have had a most salubrious effect on the psyche." "We got what we came for," Hawke said, his prominent chin jutting forward once more, the man full of energy and determination. "We've got the villains in our sights now, Ambrose. They're running out of room to hide. Speaking of hiding, where is Monsieur Jardot now, Alex? I'd like to interrogate that duplicitous toad myself before we leave." "Up in his room, I believe, not feeling well. Swallowed a great deal of seawater, apparently. Under very mysterious circumstances, a midnight swim of some sort. Enhanced interrogation can ruin your day, as the murderous sons of bitches at Gitmo used to whine." "Good. The little cretin deserves worse for his betrayal of your valued friendship. Have a croissant. They're delicious." "Trying to quit, old warrior," Hawke said, polishing off his last bit of poached egg. "Carbs? Who needs them?" Despite his current travails, Hawke maintained an extreme fitness program, one identical to his Royal Navy regime of exercise and diet. Whenever he could, he swam 6 miles in open ocean every day. "There, you finally got the fat little hotelier to spill les haricots verts, did you?" Congreve said, slathering a bit of orange marmalade on his baguette. "The beans? I assume you must have, based on your somewhat boisterous disposition this morning." "Indeed I did, Constable. I know I dissuaded you from coming along last night for your own safety, but I really wish you'd been there. From the time Mr. Jones and I were done keel-holing the little bastard a few times, we had him up on the bow singing like a cage full of canaries. I only hope his avian playlist provided relevant information as well as musical entertainment." Hawke laughed out loud. "Avian playlist? Is that what you said?" Every now and then, my boy, every now and then. Now, pray, tell me what you've learned." "You will recall that, up on the bridge, Captain Ivar Solo said he'd overheard a heated radio conversation between a screaming Ivanov and someone on the line who went by the name of Joe?" "I do recall that, yes." "Well, you're going to like this development, Constable. The name struck a chord with me when I heard it, and now I know why. It turns out this Joe that Ivanov was so furious with is none other than our old friend Uncle Joe from our time in Siberia." "No. Putin's former right-hand man is back?" "He is indeed. He has somehow rehabilitated himself in the eyes of the Russian president, restored to power, as it were. This is the Joe that Ivanov was screaming at on the bridge radio. Putin's old henchman is back on the world stage, working for Putin on something Hugo says is codenamed Operation Overkill." Good intel, Alex. But Uncle Joe betrayed Putin. That's treason. By dint of helping you and me and Colonel Beauregard escape Russia, sentenced to death. I'm surprised he's still alive, much less that Putin would actually have him back. They seem to have kissed and made up. That's all I can say. And you've finally convinced that Putin is still with us? I'm convinced Volodya is alive and plotting a return to power. Where is he? No idea. But we're going to find out where Uncle Joe is, and I'll wager that's where I'll find Putin. And that, Emperors, is where I'll find my one and only child, my beloved Alexei. As I recall, you gave Uncle Joe a one-way first-class ticket to Los Angeles the night we all cleared out of Russia, and promised to introduce him to your friends in the Hollywood community. Good memory, Constable. On the assumption that he used that ticket, first thing this morning I called my friend Brick Kelly at Langley, told him we may have a live one in Putin after all, and that a bloke named Joe Stalingrad in L.A. may be able to tell us why, and where the hell he's hiding. Brick's on it. He said he'd call me shortly with an intel update. A half hour later, Hawke was up in his third-floor suite, baggage to hand, headed for the door and the airfield when the bedside phone jangled. "Hawke," he said, putting the receiver to his ear. He heard the familiar Virginia drawl of the tall Jeffersonian figure who headed the CIA. "Alex, it's Brick. We're encrypted, so speak freely. First, how you holding up? Hanging in there?" Better this morning. I heard a lot last night. Putin hasn't been anywhere near his yacht, but I've got hope. I can't wait to hear what you extracted, but let me tell you where we are on this Uncle Joe character of yours. I assigned Special Agent James Steck in the L.A. station to his case. One of our very best men. Ex-Special Forces, 3 tours. Crack shot. Speaks fluent Russian. Majored in Russian history at the University of Michigan. I'm texting you a photo of Steck's early, very preliminary report. First of all, the guy now calls himself Joe Stalingrad. He's in the movie business at CAA, bit parts in low-budget films, or was until recently. Agent Steck just completed sifting his apartment on Melrose. He left a computer that he'd taken a hammer to. We're looking at it, but he's gone all right, Alex. Next-door neighbor says she hasn't seen him around for 2 weeks. Is Steck going to see his employer, CAA? He's all over that. He also found a recent bank statement in the apartment, Wells Fargo, on La Cienega. He's going to interview the manager this morning, a guy named Larry Krinsky. All good. Now tell me something, Brick. Where would Putin go? Because wherever he is, that's where Joe's going. Well, someplace safe, completely safe. You've pretty much ruled out his yacht, I take it? Right. So, where might it be? Well, your guess is as good as mine. I have no idea. He's on very thin ice. A lot of people out there would like to see him dead. Hawke thought, right, Brick, and I'm standing at the head of that line. Joe has Alexei, Brick. They were keeping him aboard Tsar. I just missed him by 24 hours. The other thing? I got one great piece of intel out of Jadot. The name of the Russian yacht that brought Joe to the Côte d'Azur. I assume that's where he first took Alexei. Terrific. I'll get the chief of the Nice CIA station on that track right now. What's the name again? She's called Troika. Dark green hull, 200 feet plus. Did you get the hailing port? Sevastopol. That's all I've got. You got plenty, Alex. Good work. So now Joe's got Alexei. The really good news is that you did Joe Stalingrad a huge favor once. Saved him from the wrath of Putin and helped him get out of Russia and a start in L.A. He owes you one, buddy. Big league, as the president would say. Believe me, I'm aware of that. You know, I go up to that little chapel in McLean every Sunday morning, St. Paul's. Just want you to know that you two guys are in my prayers. Thanks. But I'm getting close. I'm the one who's going to save him, Brick, not God. Well, do me a favor, tough guy. Let God help. Chapter 51. Skies over the Alps. Wherever are we, Uncle Joe? The little boy said, between spoonfuls of chocolate mint ice cream. Joe smiled. They'd disembarked from Putin's pal's yacht Troika at dawn. The boss has a little PJ waiting for them on the tarmac at Marseille Airport. He'd love this kid on sight. Hell, he loved all kids, but this kid was something special. A bright light shone in his big blue eyes, one that spoke volumes to Joe. Keen intelligence, great natural curiosity about the world and everything in it. And maybe the best part, a sense of humor always lingering in the background, delighting in the company of a born comedian like Joe himself. Close? Yeah, you could say that. 2 coats of paint, this close. To the most beautiful place in all the world, Alexei. Switzerland. Look out your window. See those mountains down there? Isn't it pretty? Uncle Joe asked him. "What's that ginormous tall one with all the snow, Uncle Joe?" "Very famous mountain. It's called the Jungfrau." "Can we go there? Do they have ice cream there, on the Jungfrau, I mean?" "You know, I won't go anywhere unless I know they have ice cream. I mean, like, even go to the bathroom." Alexei giggled. "You are funny, Uncle Joe. My Uncle Stokely is funny, but not as funny as you." In accordance with Putin's latest instructions, Joe had assumed all responsibility for the little kidnap victim. After the rendezvous at sea with the Russian mega-yacht Troika, Joe now had assumed permanent custody of Alex Hawke's son. Any fears Putin had held that the child might have suffered mistreatment at the brutal hands of General Sergei Ivanovich Ivanov, a.k.a. Der Wolf, could be allayed. The 7-year-old boy was, like his father, extraordinarily beautiful. Same unruly head of jet-black hair, same jutting chin, same arctic blue eyes. He seemed fit, well-fed, and given the circumstances of his captivity and the horrific separation from his father, remarkably cheerful. Joe, who was unabashed about his admiration for Alex Hawke, except around Putin, could see a good deal of the father already beginning to take hold in the son. High spirits, humor, quickness of mind and action, charm, the love of living dangerously, and a readiness for anything. Joe attributed the child's good fortune to Putin's skipper aboard the Tsar, Captain Ivar Solo. The man had not only protected Alexei from his thuggish captors, he'd made sure the child was both happy and healthy, and felt cared for. "So, we're going to Switzerland?" "We are, kid. Are you happy?" "Well, sort of. My father took me to St. Moritz for Christmas. Are you taking me back to my daddy, Uncle Joe?" "Please say yes. I had fun on the big red boat, I really did, but I miss my father. I pray for him every night, you know." "I'm sure he misses you too, Alexei. You'll see him again, don't worry. Maybe not right away, but soon, okay? He's a friend of mine, you know." "Is he really?" "Sure he is. Your papa's a swell guy in my book, Alexei. Just swell." "I guess so. Now I'm sad." "You are? Oh, it's hard to be sad when you're eating ice cream, isn't it?" "I guess so." "Why are you sad?" "I miss Daddy an awful lot, you know. I also miss Captain Solo. He was fun. He gave me no end of treats, just like you do." "Would you like some more?" "No, thank you." "Well, what about Captain Ivar? Will I ever see him again?" You liked the captain, didn't you?" "Better than the Russian, who looked like a bear in a chair. He was mean, always yelling at people, hitting them, too. You know what? I saw him slap somebody right on the face, but Captain Ivar was always nice to me." "And aren't I nice, too?" Uncle Joe said. "Well, you seem very nice. And sort of funny, too, but in a different way, I mean. But I haven't known you very long." "Well, I'll grow on you, kid. Believe me, back in America, I'm a movie star, you know." "You are? A real movie star, like Harry Potter?" "Well, Harry Potter's not actually a star per se. He's the character." "I love Harry Potter. He's my favorite." "Right, but I'm an actual star. See, I got a DVD of my latest picture called Little Patton. I'll show it to you when we get to Seagarden tonight, if you like. Maybe have some popcorn, too." "So, a movie, huh? You play a good guy or a bad guy, Uncle Joe?" Bad guy, of course." Joe laughed. "Look at me. Do I look like a good guy?" "Well, you sure look like a nice guy, Uncle Joe. To me, I mean." Joe was silent. It took a lot to move him, but the kid had him choked up. "What's a sea garden?" Alexei said after a few moments. It means house on the water. In German, I think. It's on an island, on a great big lake called Lake Zurich. Look, you can already see it, way down there. That island house with mountains in the distance, and lots of land, and green grass, and flower gardens all around. You can play outside every day with my dog Laika." "Laika? That's a funny name for a dog, isn't it?" "Well, it's Russian. Laika was the name of the first Soviet space dog. She was the first to be fired into orbit and very, very famous." "A dog that went up in space? Laika did? Pretty brave dog, huh?" There was a short burst of static on the little Bombard jet's PA system when the captain said, "Starting our descent now, Mr. Stalingrad. We'll be on the ground in Zurich in less than 15 minutes. "Buckle up, Alexei," Joe said. "You betcha," he replied. Chapter 52. Oxfordshire, England. The two friends sat alone in the spacious cabin of the big Gulfstream jet. Having dropped off Stokely, Harry Brock, and Sharkey at the Aeropuerto de Nice, where they were catching an early morning Air France nonstop back to Miami, they'd driven to the far side of the field. There was their Hawk Air flight on the tarmac, engines running, gleaming in the sun. "Here, Alex," Congreve said, reaching across the aisle with a thick portfolio tied with string. "What is it?" Hawke said. "That new timeline you asked for, dear boy. A dossier. I dare say you'll find it good reading. I began building a dossier the very evening of Alexei's abduction. I've included therein every scrap of information, every scintilla of evidence gathered by the Yard and the CIA, Interpol, Swiss Polizei, as well as every fact, every fable, every far-flung surmise I could devise." "Wonderful of you," Hawke said, smiling. "Splendid, in fact. Why'd you wait so long to apprise me of its existence?" "It wasn't complete until events recorded during our sojourn in the south of France. Here, there are 3 copies. That one's for you. The second I plan to give to Sir David Truelove at our MI6 debrief tomorrow morning. The other one is for me to use in the debriefing I've scheduled with the lads at Scotland Yard tomorrow afternoon. I thought it the most propitious and expeditious way for us to bring everyone up to speed on our progress on the case thus far. A lot of work went into this, Constable. I appreciate it. Never have I taken on a case more seriously than this one, I assure you. Must be excited to be getting home to Diana and Brixton House. I am, very much so. One feels home reaching out for one with long, beckoning fingers, and a wind sloughing about the eaves moaning, 'Come to me.'" Hawke just sat and stared at his old friend for what seemed like an eternity. He said, "That's almost poetic. Didn't know you had it in you. And by the way, I forgot to tell you that I have arranged for Pelham to retrieve us at Heathrow upon arrival. I hope you'll let me give you a lift. I can easily drop you off en route to Hawksmoor." "Lovely. I was just about to ask the co-pilot to put me through to Brixton House to make arrangements. Here's the thought, Alex. Diana always has the kitchen prepare a homecoming feast for me whenever I manage to return alive from a mission abroad. Why don't you join us? Pelham can drop you off, continue homeward with the luggage and gear, and I'll spirit you homeward in the Yellow Peril after supper. Don't tell me that old heap is still up and running. I wouldn't be caught dead in that thing." "Thing? Really, Alex, how insulting. That Morgan +4 of mine is one of the finest examples of the Marquis on the road. And don't worry, dear boy. There's scant chance of embarrassment. No one will see you riding in it. It will be dark. And at any rate, it's the seat on a horse that marks the difference between a groom and a gentleman." "Did you just insult me?" "Well, I was certainly trying to. Not sure I got the exact phrase I was looking for. Don't get tetchy on me, Constable. It's not the car I object to. It's the colour. My dear Lord, it's the oddest shade, you know. I suppose it's called canary yellow, but if it is, that was one very sick bird. I, on the other hand, have a beautiful new addition to my stables." "Oh, another Ferrari? Oh, please, haven't you got enough of those bloody Italian jobs? I do admire the catholicity of your collection, but I think you're overstocked with some makes and models." "Rest easy. It is definitely not a Ferrari." "But what is it, then, for goodness sake?" "You'll see. Just delivered from H.R. Owen in London. God knows I don't need more cars, but I needed something, anything, a distraction to help me from obsessing over the loss of my son. Buckle up. We'll be landing soon." It was a brand-new Rolls-Royce, Congreve saw, as Pelham, the stalwart family retainer, drove carefully around the port-side wing of the aircraft. Mammoth, and a shade of deep blue that was just one step shy of royal purple. "Purple?" Congreve said as Hawke's crew stowed all the luggage in the boot. "You've managed to acquire a purple Rolls-Royce, Alex? Seriously?" "It's clearly not purple, Constable." "Well, what is it, then?" "It's a shade Rolls-Royce calls deep indigo." "Oh, they would, wouldn't they?" Looks expensive, I will say that, if that's what you are going for. Low blow, but I'll ignore it. What it is a brute. It's called the Phantom Conquistador. She weighs nearly 6,000 pounds, 3 tons. She has a 7.4-litre engine throwing out 551 brake horsepower, top speed of 174 miles per hour, and she'll do 0 to 100 in merely 5.2 seconds. Am I right, Pelham? An almost iconic piece of machinery, yes? Indeed you are, my lord. Extraordinary thing. I've never experienced the like of such before. A bit intimidating, to be perfectly honest. A handful, one might say. Congreve smiled and stuck his hand out to the octogenarian butler. Oh, hello, Pelham. How wonderful to see you outside of prison walls. On furlough, are we? Congreve said, embracing the white-headed old fellow and patting his back with enormous affection. After the murder of Hawke's parents at the hands of drug pirates in the Caribbean, Pelham was granted custody, along with the 7-year-old's grandfather, now in his 80s, but at that time a young senior butler in the Hawke household. He recruited Scotland Yard's Ambrose Congreve to help raise the child. As a result, the two men had forged a bond that, for decades now, went far beyond friendship. Privately, the two men would say that they had always felt like Alex Hawke's parents, in loco parentis, of course. "Have a successful trip, did you, Chief Inspector?" Pelham said. "We made a lot of progress, yes. We're closing in. Splendid news. I'm delighted. I miss that boy so. Miss him bounding down the stairs every morning with his howling dogs in tow. Sorry. Is everyone ready to go? The luggage appears to be stowed." "Oh, let's get on with it, then," Hawke smiled, very clearly happy to be standing with both feet on English soil once more. "Would you like to drive the brute home, my lord?" "Well, I don't want to step on any toes, Pelham," Hawke said, already climbing behind the wheel. "But if you insist, yes, I would like to drive home. You two jackanapes climb in the rear. I shall see you home in jig time, Constable. Sit back and enjoy the ride in a real automobile." "Oh, well, if I must. I wonder, Alex, does it come in canary yellow?" "Don't be obscene," Hawke replied. "I'll stick to the back road, so there's little danger of your being seen." Congreve was rankled, but made no reply. He finally said, "Pelham, a question about this new roller, if you wouldn't mind?" "Not at all, sir. As to the colour, what colour would you say this car of yours was? Purple?" "Well, I couldn't really say, Chief Inspector. I've never really seen anything like it before. It seems to vary with the lighting conditions." "It's called deep indigo, Pelham," Hawke said, "and I'll thank you to remember that." "Certainly, sir. Deep indigo it is, and deep indigo it shall be forevermore, my lord." "Thank you. Any other questions about my pride and joy, Chief Inspector?" Hawke said, hitting the red start button and igniting all kinds of 12-cylinder hell under the bonnet. "Any idea how the Oxford English Dictionary defines indigo, Alex?" Congreve said. "No idea," Hawke said, engaging first gear and getting the brutish roller going, "and don't actually give a fig." "Well, I know now. Indigo is a blue vat dye derived from the indigo plant. The principal colouring matter of natural indigo synthesizes as a blue powder with a copper purplish luster." Alex, downshifting to third for a descending radius curve on the country lane, had a huge smile plastered on his face. It was almost as if he had not heard a single word Congreve had said, and in truth he had not. An hour later, the big car was rumbling up to the massive black iron entrance gate at Brixton House. A forbidding piece of architecture in and of itself, the structure was topped with numerous gilded eagles atop marble columns, the birds weathered enough down through the centuries as to be discreetly unobtrusive. After a short wait, a plain-clothes detective emerged from the small stone gatehouse. Upon seeing Congreve in the back of the rolls, he opened the gates and waved them through. A twisting drive through the rolling parklands then led to Congreve's home. It was a winding lane, bounded on either side by hawthorn hedges. It wended through vast plantations filled with yews, pear trees, laurels, and rhododendrons, many soon to come into full pink and white bloom. Acres of ancient trees filtered late-afternoon light on dappled grass. The evening was clear and seasonably chilly, and in the far distance, where sunlight lay like great bars of gold on the surrounding hillsides, one could see the earth just going green, with leafy old forests, towering oaks, elms, and gnarled Spanish chestnuts, many hundreds of years old, coming out of retirement. They rounded a corner, and a wide vista opened up before them. The sight of his home always evoked strong feelings in Ambrose Congreve. Set high above the River Thames, with a far-reaching view over the countryside, the impressive main house of golden limestone reigns over the rolling landscape in an imperious and almost lordly fashion. "Here we are," Ambrose said, as the big car rolled under the covered porte-cochere at the entrance. "Welcome, gentlemen, to Brixton House. Pelham, please come in for a glass of sherry before heading out to Hawksmoor, won't you?" "Very kind, Ambrose, but I'm afraid I must continue onward with my journey. I want to get all of his lordship's belongings unpacked and put away before he returns home after dinner." Hawke, sad to leave, climbed out of the car and smiled at his beloved Pelham. "Be careful with the beast on the way home. She's all-wheel drive, of course, but the back roads are slick with ice by now." "I certainly will, sir. And I should be most appreciative if the beast will be careful with me." Chapter 53. Brixton House, Taplow, UK. "It's a house of secrets." Congreve had once told Hawke about Brixton House. It was the ancestral home of Congreve's wife, the former Lady Diana Mars, located just off the Taplow Common Road in Oxfordshire. It had borne witness to the doings of countless forebears, many illustrious, a lesser, so it was said, number of the nefarious, the notorious, and in the swinging 60s, the famously decadent. The magnificent Italianate palace stood atop great chalk cliffs, overlooking a graceful bend in the gently flowing Thames. Dusk was soon to come, and every window, large or small, was blazing with the yellow cast of interior light. Ambrose had once confided to Alex Hawke the true nature of Diana's family seat. "In earlier times it was a den of treasonous spies," he said. "During the Second World War, a circle had formed around Diana's great-grandmother, the Viscountess, a German. Brixton House had become a de facto salon for a right-wing aristocratic group of politically influential individuals. This Germanophile cabal was not only in favor of appeasing Adolf Hitler, but also of England promoting friendly relations with Churchill's sworn enemies, the Nazis." "I remember reading accounts of that era, yes," Hawke said, lighting a fresh Moreland cigarette. "Ah, but the best was yet to come," Congreve said. "The swinging 60s had brought fresh scandal to the house. It was apparently the scene of ardent, sadomasochistic sex parties. Parties where naked prostitutes, ashtrays and drink trays strapped on their backs, were paid to crawl on the floor amongst the besotted revellers, Her Majesty's government types, aristocrats and royals, gleefully careless about precisely where they stubbed out their cigarettes or spilled their whiskey. Parties, including one where Cabinet Minister John Profumo met and bedded a beautiful working girl named Christine Keeler, a woman who just happened to be simultaneously sleeping with a Soviet naval attaché named Yevgeny Ivanov. The press had a field day of it, merrily summarizing kinky and scandalous going-ons inside Brixton House. And John Profumo went down in flames along with Harold Macmillan's tattered government," Hawke added. "He most certainly did." After being greeted inside the doorway by an aging butler, Hawke and Congreve made their way through the great hall, a splendid room with a grand fireplace, soaring ceiling, and the famous John Singer Sargent portrait of Lady Mars's great-grandmother, which hung to the left of the wide hearth. "There you are, darling," Diana trilled, making her way down the broad and winding stone staircase. "And you've brought young Alex. How delightful!" She took his hand in both of hers and pulled him to her, looking up at him with shining eyes. "Darling Alex, I've been utterly bereft at the news of Alexei's kidnapping. I am so very, very sorry. But Ambrose tells me that my precious godson is alive and unharmed. Alex, Is that right?" "Well, I'm delighted to tell you that it is. And we'll find him soon, Diana, your husband and I. We've made a great deal of progress in one short week." "Only a matter of time, darling," Ambrose said, putting his arm around his wife. "Only a matter of time." Hawke said, "And Diana, we've learned he's also in the custody of someone whom I once helped enormously, Joe Stalingrad." Understatement," Congreve interjected. "You saved Joe Stalingrad's bloody life, Alex. Without you, Putin would have had Uncle Joe impaled on a stake in the courtyard at Energetica Prison." Diana, her eyes aglow, said, "Oh, Alex, that's a very good thing, isn't it? A comfort to know that he's in the care of someone who is beholden to you." "Small comfort, who knows? Alexei's still a pawn in a very dangerous game. For all I know, Putin is dying to get his hands on him. And this friend whom I helped is either trying to protect him or gain favor with Putin by delivering him into the lion's den. We really don't know the answer to that yet, but sooner we find out, the better the chances for Alexei's survival." "Of course, darling, and I'm sure you'll find out soon," Diana said, and went on tiptoes to kiss Alex on the cheek. Diana's wanton beauty and glowing energy always gave Hawke a start. She said, "Well, who's hungry? Your timing is impeccable, darlings. Dinner is just about to be served. Come along, Alex. We've just enough time to have a quick cocktail, and we have a great deal to talk about this evening." "You mean Sigrid, of course?" "Yes, Alex, I'm afraid I do." Ambrose, hounded by hunger and the scent of lamb roasting somewhere in the innards of the house, had walked ahead. Hawke turned to her and whispered, "That will be a private conversation, I hope, Diana." A sharp pang had struck him. She wanted to talk about Sigrid, and whatever had happened to Sigrid, the beauteous young law student who had formerly resided in the gardener's cottage, a lovely little manse situated just down the hill from the house where they now stood talking. "Of course, you darling boy," she told him with true affection. "Our world-famous detective always goes alone into his library for a postprandial brandy by the fire. When the coast is clear, we'll duck outside and take our drinks onto the terrace and have a chat there." "If you don't mind," Hawke said. "I'd rather like to see the cottage where she lived. Have a quick look around." "Happy to show it to you. And so happy you and the famous detective had such a productive trip. He rings me every night to say that you're very close to solving this puzzle. Is that right?" "You should hear my prayers some nights." "I'm sure, poor dear. I'm quite sure. Now, what can I get you to drink, your lordship? Dinner will be served shortly." "Rum, please. I believe you have the Gosling's Black Seal 161? "Indeed we do. Onward." She took Alex's arm, and the threesome made their way through a long gallery to the main dining room. It was a generous rectangular space with high-vaulted ceilings and blazing chandeliers. Large candelabra with flaming tapers illuminated the suits of gleaming armor that stood guard against the old stone walls that were hung with faded tapestries and large gilt-framed portraits of Lady Diana's long-forgotten royal ancestry. The three old friends were oddly quiet for the first and the second courses. They were each preoccupied with their own private thoughts. Then came the roast lamb, pink as a baby's bottom, the perfectly cooked veggies, and so the delicious claret, as the British so fondly call the wines of Bordeaux, flowed, loosening tongues. Diana, so lovely in the candlelight, her coiffed blonde hair and diamonds gleaming, raised her wineglass. Then she looked across the table at Hawke. "To Alexei," she said, a voice filled with hope. "To Alexei," Hawke and Congreve chimed in, raising their glasses. After dinner, Congreve, as expected, excused himself and retired to his library. Outside, a light misty rain had begun to swirl in the gardens during dinner. Hawke and Diana each donned a mackintosh for the stroll down to the gardener's cottage. Passing through the cherry orchard, Hawke felt the earthy, pungent presence of leaves and limbs dripping in the dark. "Please take my arm," Diana said. "These stone steps are dreadfully slippery." "I'd be delighted," Hawke replied, and they made their way through the lush, dark gardens, down to the place where Sigrid had last been seen. He hoped she was still alive, Hawke thought, suddenly recalling her vivid descriptions of her violent ex-lover and her thoughts of suicide. Sigrid said her stalker had died in an auto accident, but there was something he just couldn't put his finger on, some aspect of her story that just didn't seem altogether believable. Had she given up on herself? Had she given up on him at last? Gone back to the ex-lover, despite all of her fears? This was his own fear, that she might be lost to him forever. He'd planned to visit the Congreves' small garden cottage, once he'd returned to Britain ever since she'd disappeared. Wondering, hoping that perhaps he'd discover some kind of clue, some kind of physical evidence of where she might have gone. "Here we are," Diana said brightly. "Isn't it lovely?" It was a small wind-in-the-willows stone cottage, painted white, Hawke saw, even though to him it looked a bit forlorn and dark, covered with climbing ivy, 2 stories, brick chimneys at either end of the roof's peak, sitting in solitary splendor in the midst of a traditional English garden. There was a gate at the front, an opening in the white picket fencing, and they pushed through and made their way up the flagged front walkway. Hawke, trying to keep his spirits up, kept looking at the house, trying to imagine glowing lights in every window, and smoke curling up from twin chimneys. Suddenly, he was seeing her silhouette in her upstairs bedroom window, reading something by Graham Greene before retiring to her bed. "Here's the key," Diana said, interrupting his reverie. "Just give me a second." And they were inside the small foyer that led to the sitting room. "There's a light switch on the right, Alex," Diana said in the dark. "By the door?" Hawke asked, feeling the wall, and finding the switch, turned the lights on. It was a confused little room that looked out on the rear garden, with china cupboards and bookshelves sagging under the weight of heavy leather-bound tomes on gardening, and near the hearth one large comfortable wicker chair for the gardener, nestled beside the steel fire-guard, worn chintz and faded gingham on the occasional upholstered furniture. Hawke remembered a trick Congreve had taught him long ago. Upon entering a crime scene, and this could be construed as one, stand in the center of the room in total stillness. And then, Congreve had said in a letter, open your heart and mind to all the secret memories the room holds. Open eyes and ears to the stories rooms can tell. They are significant because here they remain. They are the stray symbols of a life after the tall tales and the sad stories have slunk back into the unconscious past. And there they cry out for rescue, like the survivors of a shipwreck. Hawke tried the approach, but it was useless, fruitless, despite his intensive efforts to summon the past. "Did she leave anything personal behind, Diana?" he asked her. "Or did she clear out completely?" They had moved on into the tiny dining room, turning on more lights. "Oh, a few things. Books, some clothing. Some of her photographs and watercolors are still on the walls of her bedroom. Go upstairs, have a look. I'll wait down here. Those steep steps are murder." He climbed the steep and narrow steps, forlorn and hopeless. He had lost her. The house was whispering from every dark corner, "She's gone." Standing in the center of her softly lit room, the place where she'd slept and dreamt and wondered, he felt hot emotions boiling up inside his heart. He'd been trying to hold it all back, stifling them, steeling himself, feeling sure that his fears about Alexei, coupled with worry about Sigrid, would surely overcome him. It was then that he saw a photograph of himself. It was in a beautifully carved sterling frame from Asprey's. He was standing beside one of his horses in the paddock at Hawksmoor, and it was drenching rain. But his love of Captain, for that was the big red stallion's name, came shining through his smile, piercing the very rain itself with luminosity. He picked up the picture. On the creamy mat below the photograph, she'd written something in her small, cramped handwriting. "Whether the weather be cold, whether the weather be hot, we'll be together whatever the weather, whether we like it or not." He sighed, blinked back the sting, and lit a table lamp. Sinking down into the tired leather armchair, he picked up a book lying akimbo on the little round table. It was a book he'd given her just last Christmas, The Honorary Consul by Graham Greene, one of his favorites. With a sigh, he sat back and flipped through it. A small blue envelope fell out and landed at his feet. He bent to retrieve it. There were 3 handwritten pages inside the envelope. A letter. The writing stopped halfway down the 3rd page. The letter was unfinished, but it was addressed to him. "Diana, come up here," he said. "I found something." Chapter 54. Seagarden House, Lake Zurich. "You've arrived at the island, Joe?" Putin asked Stalingrad on the phone. "I just got off the sub-ferry and walked in the door, sir. Can't thank you enough. It's a beautiful house and—" "Never mind all that crap. You can't schmooze me, Joe, if that's the word you people use. Do you have him, or not? Is the boy safely inside the walls of the compound?" "Yes, sir, he is. Everything went according to plan. He's running around outside in the garden, happy to be back on solid ground, I think." "Who the hell is watching him?" "2 of your sentries. I told them never to let him farther than 12 feet away, and never outside the wall under any circumstance." "All right, good. How is he? Did that bastard Ivanov harm him even slightly?" "No. He was remarkably well cared for, and you can thank Captain Ivar Solo for that. He never let Ivanov get anywhere near the boy. The man's a saint, I'm telling you." "Did Ivanov give you any trouble? Taking over the custody of Alexei, I mean?" "Well, let's just say he wasn't thrilled about it. He thought this was his operation. You had asked him to perform the Christmas miracle at Samaritz, and he had succeeded. He wasn't all that happy about you sending me to pull the rug out from under his feet. Not that he had any feet, of course." Putin said. "He's not very happy now, either. He's dead." "What?" "Somebody got to him aboard Tsar. I don't know who yet, but I will soon. Ivanov had a lot of enemies in the KGB forces still loyal to me. I'm having Captain Solo picked up for interrogation." "Go easy. God knows what would have happened to the boy if it were not for him, I promise you. And Ivar is still fiercely loyal to you, trust me." "I'll take that into consideration." "Speaking of being picked up, are you ready to leave?" "More than ready, but the sorcerer is taking his own sweet time about moving out. I told him take his toothbrush and get it done. With what I'm paying him for that mountain, he can buy anything he wants. I'm giving him a week. I'll call you when I'm ready. Wait, one more thing before you go. I'm thinking out loud now, spitballing the thing, but my feeling is that whoever took out General Ivanov did you a big solid." "And tell me why you're saying that, Joe." "Just a gut feeling, but I always thought he was not a man to be trusted. Long on himself, short on you. When you ordered him to mount that epic abduction operation, I think he saw his golden opportunity." "To do what?" "To fuck with you. Big time. I can't recall a single kind word about you coming out of his mouth. He was, as they say in Hollywood, the hater. Now that he's dead, I can tell you that I heard from sources he was secretly feeding information regarding your whereabouts to the oligarchs and their hit squads." "What? He hated me? That miserable old fuck. He was nothing. Whatever he achieved militarily was at my pleasure. But I thought at the very least he was loyal to me." "Well, the Americans have an expression for it, sir. He was very good at 2 things only. He knew how to kiss up, and he knew how to kick down. Consummate bullshit artist." "So what was this golden opportunity Ivanov thought he saw?" "I think that when he actually got hold of Alex Hawke's son at Samaritz, he thought he held all the cards. He knew how desperate you needed some kind of protection from Hawke going forward, something to keep Hawke at bay, keep him from interfering in your plans. I mean, at some point in the future. He knew that only Hawke and no one else had the power and resources to ever pose a serious threat to Operation Overkill." "You make a good point, Joe. I see where you're going with this." "Sure. Think about it. Ivanov is on Tsar, right? Up on deck every day, sunning himself, getting blowjobs down below while sipping Krug, and all the while thinking he is, well, you know what, I think I'll just disappear somewhere for a while. Just me along with the boy, wait for Putin to call me. It won't take long. It'll be desperate, and then I'll give him a ransom number, 20 million, 30. What will it take for me to hand over the boy to him unharmed? Christ, I think you're right. That's exactly what he planned. Listen, Ivanov is dead. I'm not. I need you to keep your head on straight for these next few months, Joe. How's the vodka? Oh, yummy. Never better. You ever try Zir? Liquid gold, trust me. Lose it, Joe. Not a drop more. You taking any kind of drugs? Prescription medications? Only Advil and testosterone. Do those count? You know something, Joe. You're a very funny man, and sometimes I actually find myself appreciating your twisted sense of humor, but now is no time for it. Dead serious is what I want and need from you. Focus. We're about to make history together, Joe. You have a lot at stake here, as do I. I understand. The world can be ours, Joe. You understand that, too? I'm on it, boss. Clean and mean. I don't want you to think I don't appreciate this opportunity, because I do. Anyone who wants to take you out will have to go through me. I swear it. Good to hear. Now, one more thing for you. There are two of my loyalists operating in Nice. Seasoned KGB officers, both, Krebs and Zhukovsky. I will send their contact information by secure email. Speak to them. Tell them this is coming from the highest level. Tell them I want someone taken and interrogated by any means necessary. You have all this, Joe? I got it, sir. All right, instructions. Tell them they are to drive to the harbor at Juan Le Pen. Say there is a hotel there. It is called the Belle Rive Hotel, right on the harbor. I want them to check in, to surveil the situation there, with an eye toward taking someone somewhere quiet where he can speak openly, yes? Yes, sir. Good. There will be a man in the bar, always flitting about, giving orders to staff. A man who knows the name of whoever killed Ivanov. If they have to kill that man to get that name, it is of no consequence to me. Understood. Call me as soon as you have that name, Joe, the man who killed General Ivanov. Now, the man I want interrogated is that fat fuck little owner of that hotel. His name is Monsieur Hugo Jadot. Tell your men they're free to do anything they want with him. Take him up on the roof of his fucking hotel and then threaten to throw him off. I don't care. When they get the name, then they can heave him over the side. Click. Chapter 55. Provence, France. Where the hell are you, Joe? Joe heard an irritated Putin say in his headphones. Chopper pilot says we're 10 minutes out. You all packed up and ready to go, sir? Hours ago. Listen, I spoke with your friend the sorcerer late last night. He says by the time we arrive, there won't be a trace of him left inside that mountain. He'll be sunning himself at this new villa on the Riviera. He was, what's the word, almost giddy. Like boom, he's being let out of prison after decades in solitary confinement. I hope he left those fucking F-18s and their pilots and crews behind. Where the hell is he going to store an entire fighter wing at a cozy little villa on the French Riviera, Mr. President? Joe said. And maybe for the first time ever in his life, he heard Putin laugh out loud. I guess you're right about that. What did the colonel say about the meeting at Falcon's Lair tomorrow morning? Game on. He's arriving at the Park Hotel Witznau tonight, and I've got Horst picking up the two of them in the sub in Witznau just before dawn tomorrow morning. They'll be here for breakfast. The two of them? I didn't authorize Bo to bring anyone with him. He's bringing your new chief of security, sir, the man he said you authorized him to put on the payroll. Christ, I forgot about that. So who is he? You met this guy? Yes, sir. I met him all right. You trust him? Because if you don't, there's no way in hell I'll admit him to attend a meeting of this magnitude. I do. To tell you the truth, I think you're going to love this guy. When I say he is something else, I mean he is truly something else, a different kind of breed of cat entirely, Jesus. Meaning what? Meaning special. Meaning you might just want to hire him yourself. He is one seriously qualified hombre, sir. Former CIA assassin, former U.S. Army Ranger with a chest full of medals, handpicked by Colonel Beauregard for his own protection and the elimination of his enemies. And what's his name? Shit. What? Just tell me his name. Shit Smith. Shit Smith. As in shit? Shit Smith, yes. Shit? What kind of a name is that, Shit? You heard right. Christ, what a name. I think you live up to it, sir. In a good way. I mean, there's bad shit, and then there's good shit. That's our shit. A real quality addition to the team, in my opinion. You've piqued my curiosity, Joe. You must be nearing my position. I think I hear your rotors up there. We have the LZ in visual contact, and I see smoke from a chimney coming up from the trees. That's my cabin. You're right overhead. Sit down in that small field just east of the forest. Click. Keep this thing fired up, Joe said to the pilot as the skids settled into grass. I'll be right back. He jumped nimbly to the ground and disappeared into the thicket of woods. How the mighty have fallen, Joe whispered to himself upon seeing the less-than-humble home where the former richest man on earth had spent these many, many weeks. Humble was an understatement, he thought, making his way to where the log cabin stood in a small clearing enveloped by deep wood. He stepped up onto the narrow porch and began rapping on the rough-hewn wooden door. Come in, a smiling Putin said, swinging the door wide and grabbing Joe's lapel and tugging him into the room. My dear friend Etienne and I are just finishing my farewell lunch. Have a glass of whiskey or wine, Joe. I'm drinking a potato vodka we brew in a still just behind the cabin. Not for me, Joe said, eyeing the boss. He had obviously already had a couple, but he would still remember the promise of abstinence Joe had made. A little round guy, even shorter than Joe, less than 5 feet tall, handed him a stubby glass of vodka and said, Bienvenue, monsieur. Etienne Dumont, honneur. Joe had to smile. The two of them together looked like a couple of Snow White's boyfriends, happy and grumpy. Joe Stalingrad, good friend of the man here. You two certainly seem to be having a good time of it. What's the occasion, Etienne? A farewell party for my dear friend, of course. We started at breakfast. I take it you two have been having a good time? The Frenchman said, Oh, you have no idea. The adventures we've had, and Putin grabbed Etienne's arm and said, Tell Joe about the time we got caught stealing chickens from the little farm across the river. The barking dog gave us away, but we got the chickens anyway, and Etienne got a load of buckshot in his ass, and I had to pluck them out with tweezers. It took 2 days. Putin threw back his head and roared at the happy memory. Etienne said, yes, and then there was the time we took the woman who had gotten lost hiking up in the valley. Beautiful girl, late 20s maybe, long dark hair, superb figure, merveilleux. During the dinner, she keeps staring at Volognan, huh? Yes, and saying she thought they'd met before. He looked so familiar. After dinner, we all sat around the fire, drinking schnapps, and she got very friendly and asked me how many beds I had. Only 2, I said. His up the ladder, and mine over in the corner. Putin jumped in. And then she says, 2 such handsome men, whatever shall I do? She looks at Etienne, back at me, and then at him, and she says, I guess there's nothing to do but flip a coin. So I pulled one out of my pocket, flipped it, didn't like it, flipped it again, and again, and again, until I won. Oui, absolument, oui, fair and square Vologna won the brass ring, Henry sputtered, bent over with laughter. And then guess what, mon ami? What? Joe said. She stayed for a week, he shrieked. Joe had never witnessed such jollity. It was apparent that the president had been very, very happy here, doing far more than just sketching Imperial Soviet uniforms at the kitchen table, apparently. Mr. President, the chopper is waiting. I'll carry your bags out if you're ready to go, sir. Thank you, Joe. I'll be right behind you. I want to have a private word with Etienne. Joe picked up the 2 bags and Putin's fur overcoat and said, Etienne, it's been a great pleasure. Thank you for taking care of him with such humor and bonhomie. I have never seen him so happy. Bologna, you told me once you were a policeman from East Germany. Why does Joe call you Mr. President? I was a president once, Etienne. I was president of the greatest nation the world has ever produced, Mother Russia. Le président russe? Mais non. Mais oui, Etienne. You are Vladimir Putin? My God! All this time? And I had no idea that you... This is for you, Etienne. A satchel of gold. All the gold I have. Careful. It's very heavy. Gold, Etienne said, peering inside the leather pouch. My God! This is a fortune, Bologna. I cannot accept this. C'est impossible. I will tell you this. Put it to good use. Retire to the south of France, and buy a little place by the sea, if that is your wish. Still, I tell you, Etienne, it is not nearly enough to compensate you for the great friendship and joy you have brought into my life. These past weeks and weeks I shall always remember. Remember as the time I realized that all the power and palaces in the world are little enough compared to the simple pleasures I enjoyed with you, Etienne. I say farewell with tears in my eyes. You are my one true and loyal friend in all the world. And you mine, Monsieur President de Russia. Bologna, I shall never forget you. Nor I you, nor will history. It will be recorded that this humble but historic cabin was where a great man once plotted and planned down to the last detail the greatest return to power since Napoleon's triumphant return to Paris. Chapter 56. Falcon's Lair. That historic first meeting, wherein Putin laid out his vast plans for the military coup that would restore him to power in the Kremlin, took place in the large ballroom at Falcon's Lair. The room was quite elegant. A creamy white rectangle with a high-vaulted and windowed ceiling that filled the room with morning light after the shades and external shields were retracted. Parquet floors waxed to within an inch of their lives, a long oval mahogany table surrounded with Chippendale chairs, and soaring walls hung with the former owner's magnificent collection of American Western art. Frederick Remington, Albert Bierstadt, Thomas Moran, and N.C. Wyeth's magnificent illustrations for Treasure Island. When Uncle Joe entered the room 10 minutes late, Putin was alone, his back to him, inspecting his new collection of artworks from the American frontier, one of many such art collections he had purchased along with Falcon's Lair. Dressed formally in a navy suit and tie, he had his hands clasped behind his back as he moved from picture to picture. He considered himself to be the world's foremost art collector, having borrowed and stolen many of the most priceless pieces in the State Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg. Privately, Putin called the entire museum the Midnight Art Supply Company. He considered himself a curator, an educated man with vast knowledge of the arts, from the old masters to the Impressionists, all the way to art moderne. But he had been unprepared for the glorious American landscapes and portraits he was now exploring for the first time. They were of such beauty as to almost defy the eyes as to what he was seeing. "Splendid!" Putin shouted to himself, gazing up at a painting of cowboys around the campfire in the moonlight, one of Frederick Remington's epic pictures. It had been reproduced in a picture book he'd owned as a boy. Reading voraciously about the American West, he'd cherished the image. And now he owned it, by God. The fucking original. A sterling silver coffee service had been laid out on the table, and Joe was pouring a cup when he heard the president's exclamation. "What is it, Mr. President?" he said. Putin, startled, whirled about. "Joe, I didn't hear you come in. Come over here, look at my new painting." Joe approached, sipping from his cup. "Wow," he said, looking at the thing. "Wow? Is that all you say? Do you have any idea at all what you are looking at?" "Horses? Cowboys?" Joe listened to me. "I'm determined to educate you despite the abundant evidence that it's an impossible task. This, Joe, is a Frederick Remington. About 1900, he began a series of paintings that took as their subject the color of night. Before his premature death in 1909, at age 48, Remington explored the technical and aesthetic difficulties of painting darkness. This one he called A Quiet Moment Around the Campfire. Just look at this thing. My God, it's filled with color and light, moonlight, firelight, and candlelight. It's also elegiac, reflecting Remington's lament that the West that he had studied as a young man had, by the turn of the century, largely disappeared. It's beautiful. I mean it. The more I look at it, the more I dig it. Where are my two new colleagues? Did I not say 10 o'clock sharp? Let's sit down. They'll be here in 5 or 10 minutes. Their sub is arriving at the airlock as we speak. Tell me more about this new employee of mine, Mr. Smith." Joe sat down opposite the president's chair and said, "I don't want you to be shocked by Mr. Smith's appearance. He's a little frayed around the edges. He looks like the Marlboro Man, but his jeans are torn and faded. He wears a big black cowboy hat, and he never, ever takes it off. Maybe in the shower, I don't know, but it's a thing with him. The colonel says it's a thing with all real cowboys like him. Only place a cowboy takes his hat off, Shit says, is the barber shop." Sounds colorful. Oh, he's colorful, all right. That is, if stone-cold killers are your cup of tea. He's a full-blown psychopath, but functional. Bo says the CIA considered him a national treasure during the decade he spent as a field agent. Political assassinations? His specialty. Never the gun, always the knife. A Bowie knife. All right. If you and the colonel think we need him, I'll give him a chance to prove himself. If he's successful, I'll make him a permanent addition to the inner circle. Do you have targets? What do you think I've been doing all this time in hiding? Of course I have targets. On every continent, dozens. Where does he start? Hugo Jadot is dead, Joe. An accidental fall from the rooftop of his hotel by the harbor. But before he died, he gave up the name of the man who shot and killed General Ivanov aboard my yacht Tsar. Don't tell me. Your friend, Joe. Your friend, who helped you escape my wrath and my vengeance. The man who set you up in Hollywood, Lord Alexander fucking Hawke. You must have known when you ordered the boy's kidnapping that Hawke would come after his son. I did. Why the hell do you think I ordered Ivanov to effect the abduction? To use the kid as a knife at his throat to keep him at bay? No. To lure in Alex Hawke with the thought of killing him. Of course. And now he's getting close. Putin said, I've been looking for the right asset to go after him, and luckily for you, you might have just come up with a worthy candidate. Shit Smith. But we don't kill Alex Hawke first. We save him for last. So who's first? Joe said. His two closest allies. Stokely Jones Jr. and that Scotland Yard man of his, what's his name? Ambrose Congreve. If you do that, kill those two, nothing will stop him from revenge. Nothing. He will come after you, Mr. President, and his rage will know no bounds. I don't think anyone alive could stop him. Until a few minutes ago, I would have agreed with you, but you may have given me a great gift, a powerful weapon for both offense and defense. Shit Smith, correct. Two of my loyal field assets, Cubans who happen to be brothers there in Key West, and already shadowing our Mr. Jones. The Cubans have never let me down. We will send them to kill Johns and keep Mr. Smith under wraps until I decide his time has come for him to make his debut. Understood? Shit works for Bo, Mr. President. Only Bo can send him. Shit Smith used to work for the Colonel, Joe. But for now, at least, he works for me. Ah, look who's here, Mr. President. Colonel Beauregard and his colleague, Mr. Smith. The two men were at the door, and Putin got to his feet. He said, "Welcome, welcome, gentlemen. We've just been talking about you, singing your praises, to tell you the truth." Colonel Beauregard, with Smith in tow, strode across the floor toward Putin. Not willing to settle for a handshake, Bo embraced the president. "Good to see you, Mr. President," Bo said heartily. "Long time, yes, sirree. Like you to meet a young fellow who works for me, sir. He's my shield and my sword. Couldn't live without him. Wouldn't be alive without him. Here's a man out of Texas, name of Shit Smith." Shit reached forward and shook Putin's hand. He said, "It's an honor and a pleasure. I've been hearing all about you from the colonel here. President of Russia, man, that's some resume you got there. I want to thank you for letting me join up with your outfit. You got something needs doing, you just put old shit on it, sir. I'll get her done for you." Putin gave the cowboy his dead-eyed stare, taking the full measure of the man. He was tall and finely muscled like a star athlete. He was remarkably handsome, with a face like one of the romantic cowboy leads in Hollywood. What was that man's name? Oh, yes, Randolph Scott in Ride the High Country. That was it. And the man had the coldest black eyes Putin had ever seen, and that was something, coming from the man forever using his own cold as ice eyes to intimidate and threaten all and sundry. "Interesting you should say that, Shit. As it happens, I do have some things that need doing. Let's sit down and talk things over. If we're going to turn the whole fucking world upside down, we better get started. You both met Joe. He reports directly to me, and you both report to him. Understood?" Both men nodded in the affirmative. Putin pointed up at the painting he'd just been explaining to Joe and said, "Shit, a question for you. Do you recognize this painting?" "Yes, sir." "You know the artist?" "That'd be Frederick Remington. Picture's called A Quiet Moment Round the Campfire." "Welcome to my world," Putin said with a smile. "Joe, I need to speak with the colonel privately for a few minutes. Why don't you take Shit down to the kitchen and introduce him to the staff? Tell them to send up more coffee and whatever Shit would like to have for breakfast." "Just grits," Shit said. "Only thing I like, pan-fried hominy grits. Okay, I get the picture. I'm going." "Movie star, huh?" Shit said to Joe in the elevator on the way down to the kitchen. "Oh, I stuck my toe in the water when I first got to Hollywood. Couple of small-budget pictures, but I'm a classically trained New York actor, so..." "Whoa. I remember now. You played that sick freak firebug, right? A pyromaniac serial killer who liked to off hookers and strippers and shit, right?" "Yeah, that was me. I was Joey Gafusa, worked backstage at a strip club in a whorehouse in the French Quarter, New Orleans, offing hookers in my spare time. One night the club catches fire accidentally on purpose, and I kill half the hookers and strippers in the French Quarter." "Yeah, that was great. Heavy role, man. What was the name of that movie again?" "Flaming Pussies," Joe said. "My title. I wrote the script. It killed." "You trust this man, Colonel?" Putin said, taking a seat across the table from the colonel. "This Shit Smith?" "With my life." "The fact that he's undoubtedly unstable and probably insane doesn't trouble you in the least?" "I first hired him at Vulcan when he left CIA. That was 10 years ago. I just recently hired him again, and I demanded his abject loyalty. I have never had the slightest reason to doubt it since. He would die for me, and I for him." "Why'd he leave the agency?" "Terminated. He killed his wife. Court ruled it was a crime of passion. I asked him about that. He said there was no passion about the thing at all. He said he'd been wanting to kill a woman all his life. She just happened to get in his way. Ruthless does not begin to describe Smith, sir. A highly functioning psychopath is the way I've heard him described by mental health professionals who work for me. I'm beginning to appreciate his talents. Here's what I want you to do first. Yes, sir. I want Mr. Smith to remain here at Falcon's Lair for the time being. Part of the short-term planning process involves Hawke, keeping him off balance, keeping him away from me until I'm ready for him to enter the field of fire. I want to send the English spy a message or two, and I want it done now. There's a man in Florida that needs killing. He's in Miami. I can give you his address later. His name is Jones, Stokely Jones, Jr. Stokely? Yeah, I know the guy. He was with Hawke in Siberia. His best friend, as far as I could tell, one serious dude. You sure you want to go there? You might just enrage Hawke even further than you already have. Don't argue with me, Colonel. Write this name and address down. Cisco Valdez. Lives with his twin brother Rodrigo in a rented condo on Key Biscayne. A dumpy building called the Claridges. 2 Cuban assassins, run by KGB, but still loyal to me. They call the pair of them Los Medianoches for some reason. The Cuban sandwiches? Bo said. That's weird. No, actually, it means the Midnighters. Get in touch with them. Tell them you work for me. Tell them Putin wants this Stokely Jones eliminated. Now. And that, my friends, Bo thought to himself, is right about the time when the real serious shit got on a collision course with the fan. Part 2. Bellum. Chapter 57. Isla Morada, Florida Keys. Memories of Florida had gone sunbright in Stokes' mind. Now, after the insufferably long and bone-cold days and nights in frosty Switzerland, he was back where he belonged. He'd been down in the Keys at Isla Morada for a solid week, nothing but sunshine and bone fishing aboard Shark's fishboat, Maria. Heaven meant tracking the wily Mr. Bone around the Keys with Captain Sharky Gonzales at the helm. Oh, man, Mana from Havana. So nice they named him twice. In his prior life, before joining Stoke in Miami at Tactics International, Sharky had been a charter member of Los Marielitos, class of 1980, before becoming a charter fishing captain out of Chica Lodge, one of the best guides in the business and famous throughout the Florida Keys. It was hot. The tropical sun was beating down on Stokes' bare shoulders, drying up the powerful sweat he'd worked up on Shark's foredeck. He was religious about doing his daily U.S. Navy SEAL exercise regimen. He'd never felt stronger or better. Either one. After all the crap they'd been through, Stoke was feeling about as relaxed as he'd felt in years, feeling the sun-warmed teak decks beneath the soles of his bare feet, and, on the radio, sweet memories of a golden oldie running through his mind. My woman's left me for some other man. Oh, but I don't care. I'll just dream and stay tan. There was plenty of Kalik beer, the beer of the Bahamas, on board, but plenty of Stoke's good old Diet Coke in the cooler, too. Stoke grabbed a fresh one. You need another Frosty? He called up to his fishing buddy, driving the boat from atop the flying bridge. No, man, I'm good. I've had hundreds. He heard Sharky laughing. He was at the helm pounding Kaliks to stave off the heat and humidity. And skeets. Lots of damn skeets in the mangroves. Heat and skeet is what Stoke's old SEAL squad used to call this part of the world, back during those golden days spent in Navy SEAL training at the Truman Annex in Key West. He and the Sharkman had been living aboard Sharky's sport fishing boat, an old Huckins 50 SF. A classic beauty, she was a fishboat from back in the 1940s. Shark had named her Maria just before his wife left him over the 300-pound Seminole Princess deal. He'd bought the black-hulled 50-footer with the unexpected windfall of all the work he and Stoke had been doing for Harry Brock at the CIA. A new administration had swept into Washington, and in certain sectors of the military and espionage communities, business was booming. Tactics International, The counter-terrorist company Stoke had founded with seed money from Alex Hawke had been very busy lately. The new American president's focus on rebuilding the military and increasing border security hadn't hurt. Just 2 days ago, the two amigos had helped the Coasties in Miami locate and round up a bunch of Bahamian drug runners who'd been hiding out on No Name Key. Shark backed the throttle down and let the big sport fishing boat settle, and then drift with the currents at idle speed. Stoke put the map down, stood up, and looked over the stern, out across the perfectly clear turquoise waters of the small bay, studded with bright green mangroves. 50 feet below his feet lay the wreck of the Havana Star. She was a cruise ship out of Miami and bound from Cuba when she went down with all hands in the great Labor Day hurricane of 1935. The wreck was well known to Sharky as it provided some of the best reef fishing in the Florida Keys. Sharky slid down to the deck fireman style, using only his one hand gripping the stainless steel ladder rail. "The land shark has landed," he said, enigmatically. "Man, I love this old boat, Stoke." "Yeah, you and me both, partner. This is the life, little brother." "You love it?" "Well, who wouldn't, Shark?" "You know what? I'm serious now, Stoke. Anything ever happens to me, Maria is yours." What? Oh, come on. Ain't nothing gonna happen to you, Sharky." I know, but if it does, who can I leave her to? No more wife, no kids, seriously, nobody enjoys this old barge more than you do." "Yeah, well, ain't happening, bro. Ain't never happening. Time to scuba up, little brother." "You ever been spear fishing before, Sharkman?" Stoke said, donning his own scuba gear. "I can't say that I have, never in my life," said the former charter boat skipper, wiping beer foam from his mouth. "Well, it's easy, man. You just do what I do." "You got 2 arms," said the wiry little Cuban who'd lost his right arm in a horrific shark attack off Key West. "I only got 1. Why I never took up spearfishing." "Correct. But you're better with that 1 arm than most men with 2, so just watch me. Now listen, and you shall learn." "What are we after today, bossman?" "Yellowtail snapper," he said, donning his flippers. "Love that fish. How do I load this damn thing?" First of all, you make sure it's pointed in any safe direction that does not include me." "Sorry, man," he said, swinging it away. "Second, spear guns should be loaded and unloaded in the water only. And this is the safety button. It should be in safe position. When we get in the water, I'll show you how to load. Now, basically, you put the butt of the gun against your chest and then pull the rear band back, notch it, then the front band. Cool?" "Yeah, I'm cool, yeah. But I'm hot too. Let's get in the damn water, Stoke." "Last one in," Stoke smiled, and executed a backflip from the gunwale with the assurance of a former Navy SEAL with 3 combat tours to his credit. He kicked hard, diving down to the wreck in the water wonderland that awaited him. It was his last day in this paradise, and he wanted to make the very best of it. He'd had a nagging feeling for the last couple of days. He couldn't shake it, no matter how irrational it seemed. There was no cause for it, nothing he'd seen or heard, but it was there, haunting him. He had the dull feeling he'd never return from this trip. Never see his wonderful wife, Fancha, again. His beautiful home on glittering Biscayne Bay. Never again experience that joy his life's work brought him, that filled him up with satisfaction whenever he won. Whenever the good guys won and the bad guys lost, whenever the strength went to the weak, whenever to the victor went the spoils, the feeling that he'd made a real difference in this world. Oh, come on, Stoke, snap out of it. What the hell was going on with him? Chapter 58. The fish, as advertised on those TV ads for the Florida Keys, were unbelievable. Schools of multicolored blue tangs, angelfish, midnight parrotfish, hogfish, and sergeant majors in countless numbers flashed in and out and around what remained of the sunken wreckage on the bottom. It was noon, and the sun blazing overhead illuminated the wondrous sights, making Stoke glad that Fancha had okayed the boys' only vacation when he and Shark and Harry Brock had returned from Europe. "This is fun," he told himself. "Relax, for God's sake." The two men explored the rusty remains, swimming in and out of the Havana Star's gaping hull for perhaps half an hour before turning to serious game fishing. There was no shortage of game, and within the hour, when Sharkey finally mastered his spear gun, they'd bagged their limit. Sharkey swam for the surface, while Stoke remained on the wreck site and dealt with some pesky issues with his regulator. Times like this, equipment issues, Stoke couldn't help remembering his SEAL days and his pal Woody McCracken. He was a 26-year-old SEAL from Asheville, North Carolina, who died in these very same waters. He was a good kid, a brother, and one of the funniest men alive. Woody had been Stoke's dive buddy and best friend at the Key West station, and the accident had happened during intensive dive training in preparation for an overseas deployment. Nobody ever knew what had happened to that kid. To this day, according to the Naval Special Warfare Group, the cause of death was unknown. Did he have a heart attack? Stroke? Was it his gear? His regulator? Oh, Christ, shake it off, Stoke. He finally got his damn regulator straightened out and swam for the surface. The second Sharkey's head broke the surface, some 50 yards from where Maria was anchored, he heard the high-powered crack of rapid rifle fire. Rounds blistered the surface of the water all around him as he whirled about, desperately trying to locate the source of the fire and lay eyes on whomever was trying to kill him. There, a blue 30-footer with a soaring white tuna tower. He saw her name and hailing port emblazoned on the transom and seared into his memory, Wombat, and below that, Key West, Florida. The rifleman was atop the swaying tower, with another guy down at the helm, now bringing the bow around to close the distance to the swimmer. Sharkey knew the shooter would assume he was still alive, that he wasn't already shot dead. He saw the guy as he checked the wind speed and direction before proceeding toward his target. It had freshened while they were down on the wreck. Wombat was now thrashing about in choppy, wind-whipped and frothy seas, so he'd got a break there at least. The pitching deck of a boat in rough water made for a very iffy shooting platform. The wind effect, heavy swaying, was most felt at the top of the tower, Shark thought, as he dove back down, and that wind had been all that had saved his life. He pulled hard for the bottom, had to warn Stoke that they had a shooter up top. He met Stoke on the way up. Stoke was shocked by what he saw. Sharkey's eyes behind the dive mask were as wide as saucers, and he used improvised hand signals, finally managing to convey the message of a shooter and the dire situation up top to Stokely Jones. "All right, stay here. I'm going up to sea," Stoke signaled. "Roger that." Sharkey nodded. "Give me your spear gun," Stokely indicated, and Sharkey did. Stoke could load and shoot faster and more accurately than any man alive, Stoke had told him. Stoke pointed to his dive watch, looked at Sharkman, and held up 7 fingers for 7 minutes. Then he pointed at the surface and pumped his hand. "Surface and 7, Sharkey. 7. Stoke paused just below the surface, just long enough to notch another 2 spears into his twin guns. Hardly the ideal weapon to use against armed assassins, but it would have to do, he thought, kicking hard for the surface. The second his head breached, he saw them. Fortune favoring the bold, the assailants luckily had their backs to him for a moment, still trying to locate Sharkey while looking directly into the blinding sun. Stoke looked at his dive watch. Shit. Sharkey would surface in 5 minutes. 2 men, one driving the boat, one high atop the tower with a rifle with a telescopic scope, swinging the barrel in an arc. The skipper at the helm station below was carving a white turn to starboard at idle speed. The shooter had binoculars out now. They were in no particular hurry. Their prey would ultimately have to surface. The veteran of many tours of underwater combat experience didn't need much time to calculate their best and probably only chance of survival. One of them would need to surface for a moment, in plain sight of the bow, just as the other surfaced unobserved just off the stern. The stern man would have the only shot, and he would have to mount the transom platform in order to take it. It was up to the bow man to provide enough distraction to give Stoke, the stern guy, a a chance to kill the shooter on the tower with his spear gun. He swam hard, his powerful legs thrusting him forward in pursuit of the wombat. Was Sharky in position off the bow, he wondered? 6 minutes and counting on his stopwatch. 7. Sharky surfaced. Stoke ducked underwater when he saw the shooter spot him and raise the rifle. Looking for Stokely's bobbing head in the scope, finger itchy on the trigger. How in the hell had the guy acquired him so fast? Shit! The sun reflecting off his dive mask. He ripped it down, letting it hang from around his neck. The guy locking him in the crosshairs and squeezing off another round just as the bobbing head disappeared beneath the waves. He clawed his way deep down to where the sun don't shine. From down there, he could see the thin white bubbly streaks as rounds struck the water like tracer bullets before running out of gas. He would stay down 30 seconds, kick hard for 20 yards to a new location, and resurface. The shooter would not dare take his eyes off the moving target. Stoke would have just enough time to do what he needed to do. He swam for wombat, bobbing on the surface some 500 yards away. Stoke, his arms moving like great steel pistons, seemed to heave himself up out of the water and up onto the stern platform in a single fluid motion. The shooter, sporting a long black ponytail, was atop the tuna tower. He was facing forward, firing his assault rifle at Sharky. Stoke saw the boat driver, same ponytail, same powerful squat body, advance the twin chrome throttle, slowly gathering speed. He was circling in the area of the Sharkman's last known position, closing in. "Hey!" Stoke called out, just loud enough to be heard by the shooter upstairs. "What?" The man spun around to see a giant black man standing on the stern platform. He had a spear gun aimed up at his beating heart. Stoke took dead aim and fired. The spear flew straight and true. It struck with great force in the center of the man's bare chest, driving him backward, the spear going deep, finding his heart. Struggling to keep his balance, fatally wounded, he looked down, stunned. And then his heart exploded, and he fell backward, falling, bouncing once, but hard off the starboard gunwale, and then into the sea. Seeing his brother's body splash into the seawater, the helmsman, tattooed over every square inch of skin, turned to see Stokely at the stern. The Cuban had a Tech-9 machine pistol in his right hand, his left on the throttles, shoving them wide open. The boat came up out of the hold and leapt forward, the twin 300-horsepower Mercury racing engines roaring. Automatic pistol rounds were ripping up the teak around Stoke's feet when he squatted for a millisecond, then used the massive oak trees he called legs to power up and launch him up and backward onto the transom of the boat. The driver was whipping the wheel back and forth hard, trying to dislodge Stoke from the deck. Stoke, in serious danger of losing his balance, backpedaling to hold onto it as long as he could, dropped the spent spear gun into the sea. He raised Sharky's gun in a desperate attempt to fire a second spear. The helmsman leaned on the throttles. "Oh, shit!" He was going into the drink, and he fired. Fired and missed. Right then, a burst of heavy throttle brought up the bow at a critical angle, and a pinwheeling Stokely was jettisoned off the stern transom platform. Worse yet, he was plunged back into the speeding boat's wake, where he'd likely get chopped into chunks by the twin screws, churning like mad beneath the hull. Surfacing into the maelstrom of Wombat's wake, Stoke did a quick 360, shielding his eyes from the sun glare, looking for his friend, watching the blue sport fishing boat come around to a course due south, probably headed for Key West. And Sharky? Nothing. He suddenly spied Maria at his 2 o'clock position about 1,000 yards away. He swam for her as hard as he ever swam, hoping against hope that the tough little Cuban fisherman had not sacrificed his life to save that of Stokely Jones, Jr. He clambered aboard Sharky's boat and hoisted the anchor. Cranking the engines, he noticed what a beautiful day it was. He didn't feel beautiful, though. War is hell, and this was war, Stoke thought, firewalling the throttles and putting the wheel hard over, setting a course for the last place he'd seen Sharky. The sun was dancing on the water, and made seeing well nigh impossible. He kept looking and looking, but the Sharky he knew and loved wasn't there anymore. All that remained of the little one-armed fisherman were the circling sharks and a high fever of bloodlust, whipping up the surface water to a bright pink-tinged froth. They got his right arm first, Stoke thought, heartbroken sadness washing over him in waves, and now, 15 years later, they've taken the rest of him. Chapter 59. London. London town was crowded for a Monday morning, but Pelham maneuvered the massive Rolls-Royce Phantom Conquistador through the narrow streets with aplomb. They'd driven down from Oxfordshire via A40 and the M40 in far less time than the usual hour and a half they'd anticipated, and it had given them ample time to stop by Jack Barclay Bentley on Berkeley Square. Pelham had noticed an odd whine from the aftermarket supercharger Hawke had ordered. It had been a tricky installation performed by the German auto-tuners Mansory. The last thing on earth that Alex wanted was to do any damage to that beautiful 7.5-liter engine, a beast capable of putting out 543 bhp. "Won't be but a moment, your lordship," Pelham said as they pulled majestically into Berkeley's service bay. "I'll just look in on old Rob, the service manager. He's expecting me. We'll want to have a quick peek under the bonnet to see if there's a problem, sir." Good, Hawke said from the rear seat. "Very happy back here. Just checking my messages." "Very good, my lord," Pelham said, and shimmered off into the deeper shadows of the garage. As he scrolled down his messages, an email from a name and address he didn't recognize caught his eye. But he did recognize the white oval symbol with the black letters CH. Confederatio Helvetica, better known as Switzerland. Switzerland? Who the hell? Someone had sent him a video, one with no note of explanation attached. He opened the file and touched play, and his heart caught in his throat, and he stopped breathing. It was Alexei. "Hi, Daddy," his little boy said, smiling into the camera. He was seated on a plush olive-green Windsor chair. Hawke hit pause and brought his iPhone screen up closer to scrutinize. His son was wearing lederhosen, with reindeer horn buttons and old-fashioned lace-up shoes. In his lap was a small dog licking his forearm, a dog Hawke recognized as a West Highland Terrier. And he looked, dare he say it, happy. Yes, Hawke thought, feeling a frisson of happiness himself, shivering up his spine. He's not only safe and unharmed, but he's actually happy. He pressed play. "This is Joe, Daddy," the little boy said, hefting the dog aloft for his father's inspection. "He's my new dog. I named him after Uncle Joe because I like him so much. And, Daddy, my new uncle wants me to say hello to you, too. He's very nice. He told me that he was a friend of yours, and I like him very much indeed. Oh, I think my puppy needs to go pee, Daddy. Uncle Joe said we'll make another movie for you real soon, and he asked me to tell you that he will never forget how kind you were to him, helping him in Hollywood." "What's Hollywood, Daddy?" Oh, and it's been raining. Raining and raining and raining." And it was over. Pelham opened the car door and slipped behind the wheel. "Rob said there's a slight adjustment to the blower needed, my lord. An easy fix. I'll just have to schedule an appointment, and— Are you quite all right, sir?" He turned around and saw that his lordship was staring at his mobile, a look of sheer disbelief on his face, and strong emotions roiling behind those ice-blue eyes. "Everything all right, sir?" "Yes, Pelham," Hawke said, and now he seemed to be almost on the verge of laughter. "Everything's going to be all right. Everything is quite wonderful again." Pelham wondered whom Alex had heard from, but he knew that whomever had messaged him must have had something to do with Alexei. Pelham had always been overprotective. "To Black's, Pelham," Hawke said cheerily. "Sir David is expecting me, as you know." "Indeed he is, sir," Pelham said. "Expects too much of you, if you ask me, my lord." Hawke let it go. What was the use? Sometimes he felt like he and his beloved old valet of 30-something-odd years had evolved into an old married couple. Pelham, the consummate man's man, fussed and worried over him like some maiden aunt. And he insisted upon using Hawke's title, something that Alex would never do himself if he could help it, nor would he let others use it. "Just Alex is good enough," he would say. Gazing out at the streets of London as they drove along Brook Street and past Claridge's Hotel, Hawke suddenly said, "Pelham, good Lord, this isn't the right way to Black's. You know perfectly well. I'm already running late, and Sir David will be fuming." "I know you're late, my lord. That's why I'm not taking the right route." "And why, on the contrary, I'm taking the fastest route." "Oh, do calm down, Pelham. Your self-righteousness knows no bounds, does it?" "No, your lordship, I don't suppose it does. And rightfully so, might I add, sir?" The sigh from the rear was deafening. Chapter 60. Black's Club, midday. Arriving at Black's Club, Alex was happy Ambrose Congreve would join them for lunch. This at the behest of Sir David, saying on the phone the day prior, "I need that silver brain of his, Alex. Get Congreve for lunch, your club." Something clearly was up with the old man. Certainly this would be a working lunch. MI6 had been an enormous help in the ongoing search for Alexei. And Sir David had hinted on the telephone he had something of a breakthrough in the strange disappearance of Vladimir Putin. And Hawke, for his part, had promised to provide Truelove with newly updated details on Alexei's kidnapping, as well as information regarding the horrific assassination attempt on the life of Stokely Jones, Jr., an act that had resulted in the death of one of the two assassins and the tragic death of Stokes' friend and colleague, Mr. Gonzales, a colorful Keys fishing guide known as Sharky. Hawke always entered the crowded men's grill on the third floor at Black's with some trepidation. He referred to the assembled posh gentry, a crowd of gentlemen, splendidly turned out in Savile Row's finest bespoke wardrobes, as the high society. This because, as one passed by the long oak bar en route to one's table, seemingly hundreds of hellos were exchanged, brief acknowledgments of the lads one had been with at Harrow or Oxbridge, or at Hawkscase Eton, where he was a great winner of prizes both on and off the playing fields, followed by the Royal Navy College at Dartmouth. "Oh, hi," he'd say to them. Hi. They never failed to reply as he moved through their number. Ahead, he saw Sir David at Hawke's long-held table, sipping his fortifier and reading the Times. The table was directly beneath the massive lead-paned windows that rose up to the darkness near the top of the room, the most beautiful light anywhere, anytime, he longed to believe. "Hello, Sir David," Hawke said. "You're late," Sir David said, barely glancing up at him. Hawke had entered his old St. James' haunt promptly at noon. Sir David Truelove suffered neither fools nor tardiness gladly. He affected a lack of interest in Hawke, sipping his gin cocktail and studying the front page of the paper. "I see the Americans are still at it, accusing their president of being a Russian spy. Bloody hell." Hawke looked at his wristwatch. "Hardly late, sir. I believe we said 12:15. 12:16 is considered late in my circles. It's now, 12:31. "Sorry, sir." "Sit down, damn it. Order a drink. We've much to discuss." "Yes, sir," he said, and sat. Waitstaff was instantly at his elbow. "Hello, Digby. Didn't see you there. A rum, please. Gosling's, of course. The Black Seal?" "Indeed, sir." Hawke smiled at the elderly gent and said to Sir David, "Where's Ambrose, sir?" "Went to the gents," the chief of MI6 muttered. "He's right behind you." "Oh, hello, Alex," Ambrose said. "Hello, Constable," Hawke replied, standing up to shake his friend's offered hand. Congreve, in a cheery mood apparently, executed a snappy salute instead, and said, "Welcome aboard, Commander." "Oh, no need to salute, gentlemen. I'll be on the bridge all afternoon." It was an old line, delivered in the manner of a puffed-up popinjay of a Royal Navy flag officer, but it always made the boss laugh, nor did it fail this time. Sir David, in a positive change of mood, moderated by gin, said, "Aren't you two the cheeriest of chaps today, Alex? What have you been up to, dear boy? The investigation is obviously going well, making good progress, are we?" "Oh, This and that, sir. I'll tell you about it later. I just watched a video of Alexei, sir. My child is safe, sound, and about as happy a boy as I've ever seen. He's obviously being very well cared for. God, what a relief after all this time of anxiety. I really can't express it. Sir David broke into a wide grin and said, Well, that is splendid news indeed. I'm very happy for her. It's been a nightmare. Splendid news, isn't it, Chief Inspector? Oh, good Lord. How wonderful, Alex. May I see the video? Can you get a sense of place from it? Who his captors are? We'll go to the library after lunch. I'll show it to you both on the telly then. I can't tell you how relieved I feel. I don't know, boulders off my shoulders, as we used to say at Eton. Marvellous, marvellous, Truelove chimed in. Now, do sit back down. Order a drink, Alex. A toast to Alexei's health, shall we? Indeed we shall, sir, Hawke said, signalling to the hovering Digby. You two were early, I take it. Yes, Sir David said. The Chief Inspector and I just happened to run into each other at Lobb's Shoe Emporium. We decided to stroll over here a bit early, seeking reviving liquid sustenance from the bar. Don't worry, Alex. I'm not talking about you. Ambrose has merely been supplying further details about the terrifying attempt on the life of your old friend, Mr. Jones. So you know all about it, Sir David. I was going to give you the particulars. I do. And Congreve and I are in full agreement as to who was responsible. Isn't that right, Chief Inspector? You're right, Sir David, Congreve said, sitting back and getting his pipe going. Alex, I heard via morning dispatches at Scotland Yard that the two men responsible for the attempted murders have been positively identified by the Miami-Dade police, a vile pair of Cuban DGI assassins under the direct control of KGB in Havana. Cisco and Rodrigo Valdez, twin brothers they were, quite infamous for their butchery, apparently, and known throughout the Caribbean as Los Medianoche. Truelove said, Your friend Stokely did us all as six in CIA a great favour by taking one brother out, Alex. We've been after those two bastards for years. I had my man in Havana, Intel Officer Mario Mendoza, run a skip trace on their communications prior to their arrival in Key West. A call from a KGB splinter cell initiated the action. So, Hawke said, wearily, it's Putin after all, is it? I'll just say this. We have no proof of his involvement, nor even, apart from an unverified phone call that CIA picked up, if he's still alive. None. But the consensus of my inner circle on the Albert embankment is that most likely scenario is simply disappeared, until the Kremlin heat on him eases up a bit. But now he may be back, ready to surface. So, the attempt on Stokely's life was a shot across my bow? I'm afraid so, Alex. If it's Putin, and I for one think it most likely is, he knows you're getting close. His strategy being, and obviously this is not the first time, to keep you at arm's length while he executes his nefarious plans. Even though Stokely was able to take one of his two would-be assassins off the board, it was a clear signal aimed directly at you. Stay away. Your son is not safe. Your friends are not safe. You are not safe, Alex. That is what your old friend is telling you. He's saying, beware. I'm only too aware of that fact, Sir David, Hawke said. That's precisely why I've got to find Alexei, before that son of a bitch can get his hands. Alexei will come to play, only as a last resort, Alex, Congreve said. They won't move against the boy. Not now. Not until Putin's out of viable options. Hence, going after your friends, not you. Hence, your video this morning. He doesn't want you breathing down his neck in a state of high anxiety. No. He wants you lulled into security. Meaning, Hawke said. Meaning Stokely is still breathing. They were not satisfied with taking Mr. Gonzales out. And what about you, Ambrose? If they go after Stokely, then they obviously will... me. I'm quite sure my name appears on Putin's shit list somewhere. All we can do is be extraordinarily careful until we get to the bottom of this whole thing. He must have something big to hide then, Sir David, Alex said, catching his superior's pale blue eyes. Going after my friends? This is virgin territory, even for Putin. We're just starting to get a sense of what he's up to. My deepest, darkest Kremlin mole believes he's still alive and plotting a military coup to regain power. He still has a lot of loyal support at the highest echelons of the Kremlin and the Russian military. More important, the hardcore of the KGB, the older boys, what we call the old wood, will stand with him no matter what he does. Sir David, if I may, what is the mood inside the Kremlin walls? Divided. Sometimes I think I know exactly what they're all thinking. Other times I feel like I'm wandering around like a fucking pirate with 2 eye patches. Excellent image, Sir David. Congreve chuckled. Truelove, who mistrusted compliments, gave him a look. Yes, he said. There are those who supported the oligarchs' ousting of Putin in the coup. And there are beginning to be more and more who are disaffected by the new regime. The oligarchs are ruthless, as well you know. Now, insulated by the overwhelming power they possess, their wrath knows no bounds. The Kremlin is full of formerly powerful ministers, now constantly looking over their shoulders for would-be assassins. Putin would no doubt find a way to add fuel to that fire, sir. And the Russian public at large? Now, as you might expect, they long for Putin's return. He is still a great hero to them, a man who stands up for them in the world. In a fight, they'd side with the man, no doubt. I imagine the oligarchs have legions of killers out looking for him. Indeed. My source believes Putin disappeared only out of fear for his life. That's what he wanted everyone to believe, but he has much grander ambitions. He spent all this time in hiding, plotting away. The disappearance was just to give him a cover story while he marshaled his forces. His next big move? I don't know. Ambrose said, Perhaps a counter-coup? Is that really what the hell he's up to, Sir David? Maybe, Sir David said. He lit his Moreland gold-tipped cigarette and added, You two remember a certain Colonel Beauregard, Alex? That rather outlandish chap from Texas. Chapter 61. Beau? Good Lord, Hawke said. Remember him? How could I ever forget that fellow? I actually came to admire the chap before it was all over. His morals are a mite shaky, but he's got the strength and heart of a lion, Sir David. I always wondered where he'd disappeared to. Well, wherever he's been, he's back, apparently. Been living up in a hotel in Lake Geneva for the last month or so. Living it up. Round-the-clock prostitutes and room service. Someone else is footing the hotel bills, Alex. I think we could both guess who that might be. The Colonel is flat broke. He's been living on and off his yacht in Bermuda, the only thing that remains of his old life. Sold everything else, the beach house in Costa Rica, the G5, the cattle ranch in Texas, and now he's living on the proceeds. A watch collection worth over $500,000, automobiles, horses, whatever he had. Beauregard working for Putin? Again? And I very much doubt it, Sir David. He burned that bridge long ago when Ambrose and I were lost in Siberia. Betrayed Putin to help Ambrose and Stoke and me get out of Russia alive. Surprised the KGB had never caught up with him. Alex, think about it. Putin is bent on revenge. He desperately wants to return to power. How many men on earth do you know who could put together a massive private army, tank corps, air wing, arm them, train them for a swift and deadly blitzkrieg military strike? Something truly shock and awe? You could do it, Alex. You and Stokely and your 2 soldiers of fortune, Thunder and Lightning, down in Costa Rica, but who else? Anyone come to mind? Hawke shook his head. The man was right. Beauregard was certainly one of a kind. May I have one of your cigarettes, Sir David? Certainly. Do you take my point, Alex? I do. If Volodya's planning something of that magnitude, say mounting a military coup in Moscow, he would have to forgive and forget Beauregard's treachery. He would be forced to. He'd also offer him so much money the Colonel wouldn't be able to refuse. Enough to guarantee his loyalty this time around. Yes, we're on the same page. Now, remember Uncle Joe, Alex? Truelove asked. One of the most memorable characters I've ever met in my life, Hawke said. As you'll soon see for yourself in Alexei's video, Uncle Joe is most definitely back in the picture. Meanwhile, have a look at this picture, Sir David said, handing Hawke an 8x10 black-and-white photo. It was a hotel lobby, full of people coming and going. A hotel? Hawke said, and looking up at the white-jacketed barman, added, I think I need another drink. Gosling's Black Seal, if you please, neat. Congreve sat forward and said, Look at the queue waiting at the front desk. The second man in line, specifically. No. Yes. It's definitely Uncle Joe, Alex. Congreve said. "He's wearing a fedora, but you can't mistake that stocky little build, and that nose." It's him, all right. What hotel is it again?" "The Beau Rivage in Geneva," Truelove supplied. "The very hotel where Colonel Beauregard has been ensconced in the penthouse for this last month." "Putin is reassembling his old team," Congreve said, bright lights going on all over the myriad regions of his vast brain. "The game is afoot, Sir David." "Indeed it is," Sir David said. "Now the question is, where and when and how does this bloody game manifest itself? Where is Putin going to find the resources to fund and mount a full-scale military operation against such an entrenched enemy as the oligarchs in Moscow? He's still rich, to be sure, but billions? No. He's going to need more than one of Beauregard's legendary mercenary armies. He's going to need fighter aircraft. He's going to need bloody tanks and artillery, for heaven's sake. Alex, what are you thinking? You've got that look in your eyes again." Hawke said, "What? Oh, yes, sorry, I was just thinking that no one's going to give him the damn money. Hand him billions? No. So, his only alternative is to steal it. So, who's got all the money, Sir David? The Americans, the Germans and Chinese, the Saudis? Did I leave anyone out?" "The Swiss," Ambrose said with a wily smile. "They've all that and more. 70% of the world's gold reserves are hidden away beneath those Alps. But I ask you why, Alex? You know Putin better than anyone. Why not just sail away on that big red yacht of his, leave the damn world in your wake, and get on with living the good life?" "Well, I'll tell you why, gentlemen," Hawke said. "Two reasons, really. One, he's got a price on his head, probably a massive number. It's awfully difficult to hide oneself whilst sailing around the world on a big red yacht. Two is that massive bloody ego of his, because he sees himself as the bloody comeback kid. That's why he's down, but he's never ever out. He ruled Russia with an iron fist, seized Crimea, probably the Ukraine and the Baltic soon." "Has he no fear of a revitalized America?" Truelove asked. "A strong president investing untold billions to rebuild her weakened military? A powerful leader who would brook no nonsense from the bad actors out there? Witness Kim Jong-un, a.k.a. Little Rocket Man." "Oh, I think he has some trepidation, yes, but now he sees a once-in-a-lifetime chance to cement his place in history, standing shoulder to shoulder alongside his two great heroes, Caesar and Napoleon. Caesar at the height of his power, Napoleon at his finest hour. The Corsican giant escaping his miserable exile at Alba for his triumphant return to Paris with his army massed behind him, ready to destroy anything that gets in his path. France, bow down. That's how he sees his future. Russia, bow down." "The scary thing," Congreve mused, puffing away at his ancient briar pipe, "is that he might actually be able to pull it off. You're right. The new American president won't like it much, or will he? A destabilized Russia might just be the tonic for him, After all the hacking and meddling in U.S. politics by the Ruskies?" "He just might move the mountain," Hawke said, thinking it through. "With the help of men like Beauregard, Uncle Joe, and his many high-ranking loyalists in the KGB, military, not to mention the hardcore followers he's amassed at the top of the KGB, now desperate for his return to power. Yes, I can see it. If he can find the money, he could do it. With the majority of the Russian people behind him, he most certainly could, Alex," Sir David said. "That is, unless and until someone like you puts a bullet in his fucking head." "Wait, can I put one in Kim Jong-un's head first?" Ambrose took a sip of his whiskey and smiled at Hawke. "No free lunch, dear boy. No free lunch," he said. Tell me about it," Hawke replied. "Let's order some lunch. I'm famished." Chapter 62. Zurich, Switzerland. "Sometimes I get so goddamn bored I kill folks just for practice," Shit Smith was saying. "I mean, just for the sheer fuck-all of the thing." Joe just stared at him, thinking how much he looked like that movie star, Sam Shepard. If looks could kill, he was thinking. Shit and Uncle Joe were in Zurich in the Altstadt, sitting at a corner table in a dark bar, getting solidly beer drunk on a cold, drizzly Sunday afternoon. Shit had his chair rocked back on two legs cowboy style, sitting there paring his nails with his ivory-handled Bowie knife. Joe was thinking that's an awfully big knife for doing your nails. Total overkill, that was, face it, the shit way. "Sorry," Uncle Joe said, all ears now. "Kills for practice? This psycho friend of his says?" "Yeah. Let that little beauty sink in, pards," Shit said, lighting a soggy old stogie and cackling to himself. "I was married once, to a Russian woman. Met her when I was CIA in East Berlin. Elsa, something like that. Anyhow, I put up with her crap for maybe 10 years before I had to kill her. Judge ruled it a crime of passion, asked me what I had to say. I said there wasn't no passion to it. Said I've wanted to kill me a woman since, way back before I can remember." Geez, I don't know, shit. I just don't know about that. "Ask you a question," Shit said. "Serious question. You ever been to Pirates of the Caribbean?" "You mean to the Johnny Depp movie? Sure." "No, not the fucking movie, Joey." "Oh, you mean like, what, the ride at Disney World? You're talking about Orlando?" "Exactly. Orlando. Armpit of the country." "Oh. Never have, sorry to say, shit. Sounds exciting, though. Pirates, the Caribbean, good stuff." Well, guess what, Uncle Joe? For your information, killing child molesters, mass murderers, and nasty fucking Russian women, trying to convince you you're an alcoholic, or, worse yet, early onset Alzheimer's. See you next Tuesday. Hell, that beats the living shit out of that damn Disney Pirates rides. Beats it all to hell and back, Joe. And I mean, you can take that straight to the bank, little buddy. Uncle Joe just sat there and stared at that crazy sumbitch cowboy, trying as hard as he could to come up with a snappy comeback. As sometimes happened, Joe found he could supply no further dialogue at the moment. The big meeting was tomorrow, Monday morning. The first assembly of the Loyalists, newly arrived from Moscow. Joe and the colonel would be briefing the members on the president's grand mission, the mission Putin called Operation Overkill. "Hey," Joe said, quaffing his libation, "you want me to introduce you tomorrow morning at the big show? Get you up on stage, get you in the spotlight, brother? I see you all in black, a bullwhip in your hand, silver spurs on the Tolly Llamas, and—" Shit Smith looked at Joe like he was plumb crazy. "The spotlight," he said. "You out of your fucking mind? I'm a hired killer stay in the shadows, not in the fucking spotlight." "Ah, good point," Joe conceded, thinking maybe he'd had one or two too many icy steins of lager at this point. Order some food, maybe? This joint was a Bierstube, Joe had told Shit, what you called a bar in German. It was in the Altstadt, the oldest neighborhood in Zurich. They decided to get the hell out of the Falcon's Lair on this cold and drizzly Sunday afternoon in early February, freaking claustrophobic, Joe told Shit. Shit Smith, a child of the prairie, also had it up to about here with living inside a fucking mountain. "Ain't natural for folks to live like this, Uncle Joe," he was forever saying to his new best friend forever. "A man needs room to roam around in, air to breathe, and every now and then a little strange pussy to tide him over till the snow melts and the cows come home. You with me on that, Joey?" "Can't argue with that shit," Joe said, hearing his own slurred words in his head. "Can't argue with nothing old Shit says, Joe, 'cause Shit speaks truth to power, goddammit." Joe looked across the table at the tall Texan. He was still pushed away from the old wooden table, leaning his chair back precariously on two legs, still smoking a Cuban stogie that Putin had given him after dinner the night before. "Bullshit, shit," Joe said. "What'd you say, little partner?" the killer said, although it took him almost 10 minutes to get the sentence out, along with a cloud of blue smoke. "I call bullshit. You can't sit over there philosophizing, telling me you kill people for fun." "I can't?" "Well, now that's weird. I thought I could." "Who says I can't, Joe? You?" Shit slowly plucked the soggy mass of cigar from between his teeth, leaned forward nice and easy, and flicked his gray ashes onto Joe's still warm beef goulash. Did it like he was casually sprinkling a dish with a dash of seasoning for good measure. "Oh, God damn it, shit," Joe said. "What'd you go and do that for? I was just getting ready to eat that. Why are you always doing stuff like that, huh?" "'Cause I can, little brother. 'Cause I can. Let me tell you a little story, Uncle Joe. Set your wise ass straight about old shit once and for all. Does that sound good?" "Go ahead," Joe said, grabbing a passing waiter by the elbow and ordering them another round of beers and another order of Ungarisch Gulaschsuppe. "All right, then. Well, this is maybe a few years ago, when I was living over to Folsom." "Folsom, as in jail, Alabama?" "Correct. So, anyhow, there was this dude on my cell block. You ever hear of something called the Mara Salvatrucha?" "Well, who hasn't? MS-13, probably the most violently dangerous criminal gang in the world. Salvadoran, but sprang up in the Los Angeles barrios. Human traffic, drugs, murder, torture, hitmen, coyotes, etc." "Yeah, well, that's about right. One of the leaders of the MS-13 gang was a cat went by the name of Little Chico Perez. One of them light-skinned Puerto Ricans he was. Told me once he was 1/8 Haitian from his mother's side. 40-something, I don't know. Tried to act like a younger cat. Big old guy, bald head with tats all over his damn face like a circus freak. Not all that fat, but he had a weird shape on him for a guy, kinda like a woman. Everybody said he was a switch hitter. Either that or he liked little boys." "Or both, probably," Joe said, into it. Shit could work up a pretty good story when you got him liquored up all right. Loosened his tongue. "You got it. Now, one day out in the yard I saw Chico chatting up a new boy, fresh meat. Had his arm around the kid's shoulder and was stroking his pretty blonde hair nice and slow, whispering to him, all sweet-talking him. Got the picture. So I walked over to where they were standing, introduced myself nice and polite. Told Chico to get his hands off the boy. Asked him if he had a death wish. Said if I ever saw him do it again, I'd shove a knife so far up his fat ass it'd come out his nose. Damn. So a month or so goes by. Chico seems to be leaving the kids alone, staying on the down low. Then, one night, all of a sudden, the fat fuck sends me a message. Courtesy of my cellmate, a quiet type, a white teenager from Norman, Oklahoma. All he ever did was read his books, never said word one to nobody kind of kid. You know what I'm saying. Harmless, an intellectual. Something like that, and under my protection. Now, one night, Chucky, that was his name, Chucky, he comes back from the showers, he's crying, 'cause he got blood pouring out of his ass. Oh, Jesus, shit, that's terrible. Broom handle. I asked him who did it. I asked Chucky what happened. He says he got caught in the shower by 3 cons. 2 held him down while the other ripped up his asshole pretty good. I asked him, was the one who did that a fat Puerto Rican who looked like a woman? And he said, yes, sir, shit, he sure was. Chico, Chico. So, the next day I see that lard-ass waddling into chow around lunchtime, getting his tray. Guards weren't paying any attention, shooting the shit with the women working the chow line serving Chico. His back is to me, and I walk up behind him with a shiv in my right hand real slow. I got close enough to touch, and I told him to turn around. "Hey, Miko, how you doing?" I asked him. "What?" he said just before I caught him a brand-new smile just below his fucking chin. His head stayed on, and I was surprised to see that, I remember. I thought I'd really done a number on him. I picked up his tray and I walked over to get in the mystery meat line, all of them MS-13 cons of his giving me the evil eye. I didn't pay him any attention. I had my own gangbangers inside the joint and outside the joint, you understand, just as bad as the Salvadorans were, if not worse, and Chico's crew. They wouldn't touch me. But the warden did. He slapped me into solitary, left me there in that black hole to rot. "How long?" Joe said, eating his goulash and signaling for another round of lagers. "Long enough. Long enough." When I got out, he says to me in his office one day, he says, "Shit, I can't get anyone to tell me they saw you kill Chico. I can't prove it. And I'm not sorry you did it, but you and I both know you did." "I don't recall," I told him. "Don't fuck with me, shit. I'll throw your ass right back in the hole. You do this again. You just can't go around killing folks in my prison." So time goes by, and I don't kill anyone else in particular I can think of. But then I come back into the cell one night, and I find Chucky sitting on the toilet with a book in his lap, dead. Eyes staring wide open, and his severed dick stuffed halfway in his mouth. Next day, out in the yard, I helped 3 MS-13 spics enjoy a one-way ticket to the afterworld. "What did the warden do?" Joe asked. "Warden didn't do shit. Warden had left the day before. He was taking 2 weeks off. Had him a cattle ranch down there yonder in central Florida, a town named Ocala, near Orlando. You know, Disney World, like I was saying earlier. That old cracker fancied himself a cattle baron. He was real proud of his stock, but when the warden got down there, I just knew that old boy was bound for some major disappointment. Well, it seems that someone, far be it from me to say just who, had broken into his stables the night before he arrived, see, and decapitated his pride stallion Boomerang. And his herd of pride stock, well, that same person had culled the herd, so to speak, like every other one. Damn, must have galled him no end, right?" "What did he do when he returned to Folsom?" "What the hell you think he did?" "Fuck all, I guess." "Nothing. Exactly. I goddamn ran that prison ever after that. Mara Salvatrucha? Shit. Model citizens. And nobody was butt-fucking any youngsters either. No, sir. Not after that. I can damn well promise you." "Oh, damn shit. You were a hero," Joe said, suddenly full of admiration. "Hell, I ain't no hero, Joe. Something like that, though, I guess." "But you didn't kill those cons for fun, shit. Think about it. You killed those men for a reason. Revenge. Isn't that right?" "I tell you what, Joe. Instead of me telling you how old shit feels about stuff, why don't you do all my thinking for me, huh? Yeah, you do it. You tell me what's fun and what ain't, okay? How about that?" Joe noticed that after all this time, Shit had that big knife still in his hand. "Shit, come on. I was just kidding you, man. Playing around. You can't take me seriously when I act like that." "You know what, Joe? I can't take you seriously when you act like a pussy. You get busy and grow a pair, you and shit will be bosom buddies. Until then, amigo, you familiar with the old expression, go fuck yourself? And then those two black eyes, twin tunnels straight to the fires of hell. Joe stood up, looking around the dimly lit bar. Will you excuse me, shit? I gotta hit the latrine, man. Ain't no excuse for you, Shit mumbled as Joe got out of his chair. His eyes closed, and he was off in shitland somewhere. Chapter 63. Falcon's Lair, Switzerland. Well, the stage was finally set for the first of what would be many orientation meetings for what Joe had taken to calling Putin's High Command here at Falcon's Lair. Now taking their seats in the screening auditorium was Putin's highly prized brain trust, comprised of men and women of all stripes from every strata of Russian society. Assembling in the ornate and gilded screening room, stadium seating, now reconfigured as the war room, were the newly reconstituted Putin loyalists, as they called themselves. The room was very luxurious, complete with 50 maroon velvet armchairs and a screen to rival IMAX. These were men and women secretly plucked from the top ranks of Russian industry, Kremlin operatives, KGB intelligence, and military operations officers, including some of the country's most revered military commanders, on the ground and in the air. 50 hand-picked men and women, a new Russian warrior class that would now gather intelligence inside Russia and out, analyze it assiduously, formulate an invasion strategy, plan the attacks, and lastly, implement Phase 1 of Putin's ultimate objective, his triumphant return to power at the Kremlin in Moscow. Joe Stalingrad, Putin's newly appointed chairman of the Operations Committee and today Master of Ceremonies, was backstage, peeking through the curtain as the room filled up. The space was buzzing with energy and curiosity about what many felt was sure to be a seminal event in the annals of political history. But what would it be? And who had invited them all there? That was still the big mystery. At one end of the room there was a small stage. A gleaming mahogany podium was emblazoned with a solid gold Russian coat of arms dating back to the 15th century, the imperial double-headed eagle. Joe was a tad nervous about the wardrobe he'd chosen for today's grand event, to be honest. The president wanted this meeting to go off without the slightest hint of a hitch, and he'd made Joe run all the arrangements, the audio-visual stuff, the order of presentation, all that by him, even the place cards for the evening banquet. But Joe knew showmanship, if nothing else, and he knew getting the audience revved up simply demanded you push the envelope a little, go above and beyond, as they say. And so he had decided not to run what he planned to wear by the president. Privately, he thought Putin was a bit of a whack job, a conundrum wrapped in a mystery wrapped in bacon. Besides, he'd wanted to wear something dramatic today. What was called for today was something that was, what was the phrase he was looking for? Showstoppery. Yes, that was it. Showstoppery would do nicely, he told himself, trying to relax. Besides, he thought he looked rather dashing in his chosen costume. It was something that might even appeal to the lovely Miss Emma Peake, who'd had her left hand on Joe's thigh all through her dinner with Putin over on the island at Villa Seagarden last night. Putin had noticed. Irritated, jealous, all night long, staring at the two of them across the table, watching the gorgeous woman, whom Joe knew Putin believed he was entitled to, droit de seigneur and all that, Emma making goo-goo eyes at him all night. Joe knew he'd have to watch his step down this lovely road to love. Joe Stalingrad's last picture, Little Patton, had been pitched to the media, Deadline Hollywood, Variety, etc., as a star vehicle for Joe's rising star, but it had never been released to the cinema, never seen by anyone other than crabby airline passengers packed into sardine class on Delta, But, some good had come out of it, he thought, checking his action in the full-length mirror. His wardrobe mistress had forgotten to pick up his little patent costume after the film had wrapped. It was quite striking, namely, a khaki shirt, dark brown jodhpurs, and knee-high, mirror-polished riding boots. And last but not least, on his head, a highly polished, chromed parade helmet. All that were missing were the Sam Brown belt, the swagger stick, and the gold-plated Smith & Wesson .357. Those beauties he had left on his bed back at Sea Garden. A little over the top, maybe. What the French call du trop. Too much, even for Joe. So, he'd wow 'em all right, the audience, but how would the boss react to Joe's brand of Hollywood showmanship? That's the question he had on his mind as he prepared to part the lush velvet curtains, and little Patton stepped out into the spotlight. Du trop. Certainly for Putin. "What the fuck, Joe?" the wide-eyed president said, finding him backstage just before he'd gone out, mouthing the words so that only Joe could hear them. "You can't go out there looking like that. A Patton look-alike? What kind of signal does that send, Joe? Tell me." Joe just waved this off and gave the boss a big smile just before parting the curtains and stepping on stage and approaching the podium. He grabbed the microphone dramatically, saying, "Cue the music!" with a signal to the AV guy up in the booth at the top of the steep steps. Speakers everywhere boomed. Wagner's Ride of the Valkyries exploded inside the auditorium, and the audience suddenly came alive, all eyes on the man in the strange costume at center stage. "And good morning, everyone. Great to be with you," Joe said with enormous gusto, speaking directly into the microphone. "For those of you who don't know me, I'm Joe Stalingrad," and a ripple of applause coursed through the crowd, rising to a swell as more and more recognized the president's formerly powerful henchman and aide-de-camp. Thank you," Joe said, with a smile a mile wide. "Thank you. Do I see some familiar faces out there? How's everybody doing?" More applause. "For those of you I've not yet met, I am the former Kremlin senior counsel and aide to our beloved president. Ladies and gentlemen, let me first take the opportunity to welcome you to Falcon's Lair. You have the honor of knowing you were handpicked to be here today for this historic conference. You've read all the materials and the endless memos from yours truly. You know why we're here. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to make Moscow great again." A surge of laughter, an applause that was music to Joe's ears. He hoped Putin was catching all this. "Because, folks, we've got what it takes. We've got the skills to achieve something heroic here. We've got the talent. We've got the will. We've got the epic courage that will be necessary to take our country back. That's right, you heard me. What are we going to do? Take our country back," they screamed in unison. "Take our country back. Take our country back," they chanted until he waved them silent. "But, you know, there's just one thing missing, folks. One piece of the puzzle. And that's someone who is uniquely qualified to bring us all together, tough enough to see us through the darkest hours, see us on to victory. Make Moscow great again," they roared. "Take our country back." And so now, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for this? Yes, to the rafters. Are you really ready? Cue the orchestra. Cheers, whistles, and shouts. Joe walked back to the velvet curtains and grabbed a handful, waiting for the suspense to reach the breaking point. "Ladies and gentlemen, true Russian patriots all, it is my very great honor and privilege to introduce you to a man the whole world believes they have seen the last of. But guess what?" Joe said, and cupped one hand behind his ear, waiting for the crowd to answer. "What? What?" they cried, now on the edge of their seats. Joe grabbed the mic. "Ladies and gentlemen, he's back!" That did it. The crowd lost it completely, screaming and cheering for the hero. They all thought they'd lost forever. "You heard me right," Joe said, grabbing a handful of velvet and whipping the curtain back. "Let's give it up for our beloved leader and great President Vladimir Putin. Please come out here, Mr. President, and take a bow." He stepped from behind the curtain and into the spotlight, and there he was, bathed in glory. At first, there was shocked silence. It took a moment for them all to process that the fallen leader was actually alive. Not only alive, but here. Was it possible? Was that really him, here, in their midst? And that's when Joe had his moment of inspiration. He stepped to the microphone and, "Shall we ask him to say a few words, ladies and gentlemen? I know he's going to be back here on stage in a short time, but Mr. President, the microphone is yours." "My dear friends and comrades, it is the greatest honor of my life to stand here before you today. And I will tell you this much. Our enemies think they've won this battle, but they have no idea what they're up against because we have not even begun to fight." A woman screamed. The next instant, the roar of the crowd was instantaneous, and it filled every cubic foot of space in the room as they leapt to their feet. A standing ovation, everyone cheering and clapping as loudly as they could. Putin, unaccustomed to this kind of outpouring of heartfelt affection, was taken aback. He turned and faced them, raising his hands for them to stop, but not really wanting to. "President Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, ladies and gentlemen," Joe shouted above the cacophony. "Take a bow, Mr. President. They love you." The roar, and it truly was a roar, had the audience cupping their hands over their ears for fear of losing their hearing. When Putin was finally returned to his seat in the front row and the crowd had quieted, Joe leaned into the microphone, pushed a button on the podium calling up the first slide, the new Falcon's Lair logo, and said, "As your president has just told you, we are gathered here today to embark on a historic mission, an epic mission that will require all that's the best of us, a bold and daring mission that will, ladies and gentlemen, restore Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin to his rightful position as the leader of our beloved motherland, the presidency of Russia." Back on their feet and shouting oaths of loyalty, the loyalists again showed their fervor for the mission. Joe's gamble had paid off. He had been right. Play to vanity, and you play to win. He cued the Valkyries music again, the volume set at 11, and hit the button that called up the second slide on the oversized screen. Operation Overkill. Chapter 64. "Operation Overkill!" Joe shouted, hardly needing the PA system now, both hands raised above his head in the old tricky-dick Nixonian V for Victory salute. "And Overkill is just the beginning of the long road back to Moscow, because, ladies and gentlemen, wait for it. Cue the video, please." Suddenly, the giant screen was filled with a sweeping panoramic video of the Swiss Alps. It was an aerial view shot on a crystal blue day, the mountains at their snowy, wintry best. Joe picked the footage deliberately, choosing a breathtaking view of the great St. Bernard Pass, the highest in the country, in the canton of Valais. "Here, at Falcon's Lair, we call our sacred mission Operation Overkill because," he said, bringing up a bright red title over the picture of the Alps. "The road to Moscow runs through Switzerland." "The road to Moscow runs through Switzerland," he shouted. "And with that, I'd like to introduce you to the man who has been chosen by our beloved president to lead us down that road, the first leg of our epic march on Moscow. A gallant soldier of fortune, an American warrior of the first rank, a man legendary for his leadership skills, his granite-like determination to win, and his prowess on the world's battlefields. One European newspaper, citing his brilliant victories over jihadis in Afghanistan, called him the American Alexander the Great. I call him our own General George S. Patton for the 21st century, and I'm wearing this uniform today as a way of showing my enormous respect. So, without further ado, may I present to you a man the President and I have come to respect and revere. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Colonel Brett Beauregard. Come out here, Colonel. Give the delegates a good look at you." The maroon velvet curtains slowly parted as the music swelled to a cresting crescendo of martial splendor. Out strode the colonel. He was a hard-boned Marlborough man, well over 6 feet, dressed in full battle camouflage and regalia, combat boots, and a battered Aussie battle hat pinned up down one side. In a holster, a Colt Army .45 with ivory grips, no less. His powerfully jutting chin, his barrel-like physique, and his wide, white-toothed smile had the audience in the palm of his hand before he even opened his mouth. Guy's a rock star, Joe was thinking. Putin had called it right on this one. Bo, Joe knew at that very early moment, was going to pull off Putin's outrageous plans, about to be unveiled to the loyalists. Certainly, he was the one man eminently capable of executing such a feat with any reasonable chance of success. Bo grabbed the mic by the throat and let it rip. "Good morning. Good morning, Mr. President. Chairman Stalingrad. I want to say it is my very great honor and pleasure to be here on this historic occasion. And I say historic because we're about to embark on an epic voyage that will carry all of us and your beloved president home again. Home to his rightful place in the motherland. Home to his rightful place on the world stage. And that voyage, as the chairman has just informed you, begins today. When I told the president that he had my full support, he agreed to create a military force consisting of light infantry, an air wing, a paratroop division, and a lightweight, highly mobile artillery brigade. Folks, this is what I do for a living, and I can guarantee you that as sure as I'm standing here, I will deliver on my promise to President Putin. Now, you heard me. I'm going to build the greatest private army the world has ever seen, and we will. Let me say that again. We will put our hero back in the Kremlin, and we will destroy anyone who tries to get in our way." The standing ovation for Colonel Beauregard lasted for at least 7 minutes by Joe's count. When it was winding down, Joe took to the microphone to call the House to order. Thank you, Colonel," Joe was saying. "Isn't he something else? I'm telling you right, Colonel, take a bow. You deserve it. Sensational, just sensational guy, ladies and gentlemen." When all of them had returned to their seats, Joe brought up a new slide. It was a picture of a mountain of gold bars stored under bright lights in some kind of underground cavern. Gold, ladies and gentlemen, is the foundation upon which Operation Overkill will be built. Yes, gold. You heard it right. Stolen gold, as you will learn in a few moments. Stolen from the president himself. In order for Colonel Beauregard to fulfill his mission, he needs money, a hell of a lot of money. Now, it's no secret that President Putin is still a very wealthy man. What many of you don't know is that a lot of his personal wealth mysteriously vanished during his last year in office. It was stolen. Let me be perfectly clear. The president's gold was stolen from his private Russian vaults right here in Switzerland by the president's enemies. Stolen and transferred to their own treasure vaults by the vile Russian oligarchy. Men who, having ousted our president, are feverishly working now to seize the reins of power from Medvedev and thus the Kremlin. They are rushing to permanently secure the Kremlin before President Putin has a chance to gather his forces and return to defeat them. And that's why this mission, Operation Overkill, is so urgent, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we need to act now. Let's talk for a moment about the oligarchy. Chapter 65. Yes, Joe continued, the oligarchy, a tiny insular section of the vast population of Russia, enormously wealthy, enormously powerful, and which now, having successfully removed the president from power, has expressed its determination to rule the country from behind the curtain, through the machinations of their traitorous cronies inside the Kremlin. That is why they forced the president to abdicate from his office. These oligarchs, these are men, ladies and gentlemen, formerly loyal to the president when he was making them vastly rich, who are now responsible for the numerous plots, attempted coups, poisonings of men loyal to the president, and failed assassination attempts on the president's life. Now, when our enemies had the president back on his heels, what did they do? They robbed him blind, that's what they did. They stole all of his goddamn gold. These corrupt, treacherous, and vile human beings are our immutable enemies, ladies and gentlemen, and believe me when I tell you that they will rule the day they took up arms against Vladimir Putin. Of that I can assure you. After the applause died down, Stalingrad continued his presentation. I said gold was the key, he told them. And then I ask you, well, then, where the hell is all this gold? Well, it's right here, under your feet. Some of it, anyway. President Putin, will you please join me on the stage? Putin smiled and nodded his head, clearly happy with the way the morning was going, especially the reaction of his loyalists to the team he'd assembled. That had been critical, and both the chairman and the colonel had done extremely well despite their somewhat bizarre apparel. He got to his feet and took the microphone. The greeting for the president was immediate and wildly enthusiastic. When they finally quieted, he spoke. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to my home away from home. I call it Falcon's Lair. I hope you're finding your accommodations comfortable and the food you're liking. I never imagined I would find myself an innkeeper, and so I can only say to you how the mighty have fallen. I was forced into exile. I hid for a time in a tiny woodsman's cabin in France. But I never, not for one moment, forgot my mission to one day regain power in the Kremlin. And so I spent those long and lonely days and nights putting together the plan to accomplish that mission. And that's why I invited you here, to share that plan with you. Here, any and all input this august body can bring to the table and adjust the plan accordingly. You're all the experts in your respective fields. Your advice will be priceless. Here, at Falcon's Lair, I have turned an outdated communications level into a place for you all to live and work in comfort. First-rate dormitories for men and women, each with its own kitchen and dining hall. You will be working here for a lengthy time. I've done all I can to make you as comfortable as possible. He grinned, and they loved him, and he basked in the glow of it. The road ahead is long and treacherous and fraught with danger, and yet the finger of history beckons. As you have heard this morning, that long, long road leads through Switzerland. Now, why is that important? 70% of the world's physical gold lies within these Swiss borders, within these very Alps, beneath your feet. And that amount includes gold stolen from your president, worth many billions and subsequently smuggled out of Russia and hidden in various locations around Switzerland. So where is it? Deep inside hollowed-out mountain storage facilities whose locations are top secret. locations guarded ferociously by the Swiss army, the Swiss government, and the nation's 700-year-old banking establishment. But now it's time for me to share a little secret with my newly appointed Falcon's Lairs loyalists. I know where it is. I already know where all this gold is hidden, including vast stocks of gold that rightly belong to the president. You're wondering how I came by this knowledge. I will tell you how. There is a man of my acquaintance, an elderly man now, but once the most powerful man in all of Europe. They called him the Sorcerer because that's what he was. He was a wizard of wisdom and a great repository of secrets. There was nothing that went on in the world of high finance and global banking that he was not privy to, and he lived many, many years, indeed, until very recently, right here, inside this very mountain. This was his beloved home, and now it is mine. My refuge, my fortress, my castle. I will not tell you how much I paid for the privilege of living here. The number would stagger you. The acquisition negotiations were handled for me by your chairman, Joseph Stalingrad. When the deal was done, Joe handed the sorcerer a sealed envelope. Even Joe did not know the contents, but inside that envelope was a document that stated that the sale of Falcon's Lair was contingent upon not only the previously agreed terms, but upon the signed agreement to my terms, as put forth in the enclosed contract. I said I wanted detailed information about all of the various mountain vaults where the oligarchs had stashed my gold. I wanted real-time pictures of the actual sites where my gold was hidden. I wanted GPS coordinates of the vaults. I wanted access codes. I wanted detailed blueprints of every single security system. And I wanted to know the disposition of the guards, their schedules, their weaponry. Where there were SAM emplacements at some of the higher elevations, radar, sonar. I demanded everything. And I got it. Colonel Beauregard and his team have put together a short video showing aerial footage of the three sites, their weapons installations, their dispositions of military forces, their security systems, changes of the guards, and what lies behind all those thick titanium doors. This video lays out visually all of the targets to be looted in Operation Overkill. Complete details about each site's security, access codes, etc. are in the blue binders you found on your seats. So, Joe, I'll turn it back to you, and I want to thank each and every one of you very much for your loyalty, your commitment, and your time. I look forward to seeing all of you at the cocktail party this evening, 7 o'clock in the ballroom at the residence. Joe took the mic. And now I'd like to invite Colonel Beauregard back up here to the podium. The colonel here is on his way to Siberia in a few days, building us a fighting force we can all be proud of. Come on up, Colonel. Beauregard, picturing himself as MacArthur returning to Corregidor, strode up to the podium, adjusting the mic to suit him. Thank you, Mr. President. And now I'm going to take you all through a visual timeline of Operation Overkill. We'll dwell for a few minutes on each target, discussing how best to breach it, because, as you saw earlier, the road to Moscow flows through Switzerland. Roll the film, he said, and began his 20-minute narration, revealing their targets and military objectives, outlining in detail the impending invasion of Switzerland. The lights came up as the video faded from the supersized screen. Joe knew that it was his time to rally the troops around this particular flag. He puffed out his chest and said, "We will get inside Swiss borders. We will fight. We will fight in the air, and we will fight on the land, and we will fight under the ground. And we will never quit, not until we have located and recovered the president's stolen gold, his precious gold. Then we will take all the money, however much it takes, take what we need to build our mighty new invasion force. And then we will get the hell out and begin the ultimate march, the march on Moscow." Cheers and shouts filled the stadium to the rafters, and an empowered Colonel Beauregard shouted, "Will Europe be shocked? Shocked that someone invaded their precious Switzerland, stole some gold? Certainly. Will the world be outraged? Of course. But I tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, it's my gold. And by the time they get their forces mobilized, our forces will all be gone and en route to Moscow. And think of this. What the hell can they do about it?
Chapter 66. Hawksmoor, England.
Days passed, but all of Hawke's efforts to find his son, aided by the CIA, by Congreve, by Interpol, and a small team of Scotland Yard detectives, all on the trail of Uncle Joe and his young captive, had turned up nothing. One wild goose chase had taken 2 detectives to Hollywood. Another led to St. Petersburg in Russia, birthplace of Vladimir Putin, and still another to Moscow itself. All for naught. Midnight came and went. Hawke lay on his back, hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling where the dying embers in the fireplace cast their flickering orangish glow. The ticking of the clock on the mantel was incessant. He considered going over to the drinks table and pouring himself a slug of sleep potion, then pushed that idea aside. He was trying to watch his alcohol consumption during this time of trial. He needed all of his faculties firing on all cylinders all the time. Sooner or later he was bound to catch a break. Uncle Joe would trip over himself somehow, Hawke believed, reaching for his cigarettes and lighting one up, inhaling deeply, feeling the burn. His only remaining vice. He turned over, snubbed out the cigarette, and pulled open the drawer in his bedside table, fumbling in the dark until his fingers found the scented pale blue envelope. He withdrew it and clasped it to his chest for a few moments, letting his nicotine heart slow a bit, hoping the unfinished and unsent letter inside would again bring him a trace of solace. He flicked on the sconce on the wall above his head and began to read. The gardener's cottage. My dearest darling, I know you're still angry with me. If I could rewrite history, erase that horrid night in St. Moritz when I confessed all to you, I would do it. My fervent hope is that somehow, with the passage of time, your heart will soften toward me. But how shall I ever prove what is in my heart to you? How will you ever again see it as I feel it? I only know that no man was ever before to any woman what you are to me. And still, your angry words pierce my very soul. I am half agony, half hope. Please tell me, darling, please tell me that I am not too late, that such precious feelings as we two shared are not gone forever. I am rent asunder by the loss of you. I have come unmoored. Shall I offer myself to you again with a tattered heart, even less my own now than when you almost shattered it all those weeks ago? Dare not say that woman forgets love sooner than man, that her love has an earlier death. I have loved none but you. Sigrid. P.S. It is morning now. I've collected myself. Don't worry about me, darling. I shall soon disappear off the grid, as you would say, Commander Hawke. I know a little place by the sea where I can hide for a while. Somewhere peaceful where I will continue on the mission I have recently undertaken, a sacred mission, whose success might yet bring me back into the folds of your loving heart. Hawke, a solitary tear streaming down his stubbled cheek, folded the letter, fitted it into the envelope, and replaced it in the drawer, his mind racing, his heart for control of his emotions. He saw words, phrases, lifted from the letter, drifting like scattered clouds before his eyes, disappear. A little place by the sea, a sacred mission. Christ! He sat straight up in bed, switched on the lamp, and reached for his phone. He was never able to memorize numbers, but this one he knew by heart. "Hello?" came the sleepy voice of his new pilot, Artemis Cooper. "Artemis, it's Hawke. Sorry to bother you at this ungodly hour." "Oh, not a problem, sir. What can I do for you?" "How's the fuel in the Blue Streak?" "Tanks topped off, sir, always. Where are we going?" "Africa." "Excellent. Which part?" "Not quite sure yet, Artemis. Need your help. There's a small village in Morocco, just up the coast from Casablanca. I can't recall the name precisely. Started with an A. Wouldn't you know it, like 100 other Moroccan villages. Al-Sala? Something like that. Locate a strip somewhere near Marrakesh that can accommodate the plane." "Absolutely. I'll find it, sir." "Good. Next, call the La Mamounia Hotel in Marrakesh. Book garden rooms for you, me, and the co-pilot. 3 or 4 days, something like that. Get the concierge to have a rental car delivered to the hotel for our arrival. 4-wheel drive, off-road capability.
I'm going to need your help, Artemis, both of you guys.
We need to cover a lot of territory. May I ask what we're looking for, sir? Yes, we're looking for a woman. Her name is Sigrid Kissel. She flew with us once from Zurich to England. Remember? Blonde, beautiful? Well, with all due respect, sir, how could I forget her? Right, Artemis. That's my problem exactly. How can anyone forget her?
Chapter 67. La Mamounia, Marrakesh.
The lobby bar at La Mamounia is called the Churchill Bar for a very good reason. During World War II, the darkly panelled lounge had been the site of many top-secret meetings. This historic spot is where Franklin Roosevelt and Winston Churchill would meet periodically throughout the war. It was here, in this very room, at this very table, probably over a couple of whiskey Rob Roys, that the two giants hammered out options for the deepest military secret on Earth, the impending invasion of Normandy. Today, framed black-and-white portraits of the two heroes are hung with pride on the walls. Rain-sweet air, wafting in from the gardens, pours through opened French doors, scented with ginger and orange blossoms. This room had borne witness to some of the most historic and momentous secrets in human history, and a memory of secrecy lingered yet, a tribute to the power of the towering human spirit seen here in its finest hours. They'd all three checked into their rooms, unpacked, showered, and shaved after the longish flight from England to Africa. The maitre d' had showed them to a prize banquet table in a sunlit corner of the bar, one overlooking abundant gardens where rain dripped off the sour orange trees. The three Englishmen turned a lot of feminine heads as they strode past the bar to their seats. Hawke, of course, one of those rare chaps who could well be considered beautiful as well as being among the most dangerous of men. Born in the calm eye of a hurricane, Hawke, all dimples and charm, was, as his father had announced at the hour of his arrival, a boy born with a heart for any fate. But also his lordship's two pilots were both ruggedly handsome fellows in their own right, formidable men who carried themselves as befitted their rank. They were young, recently retired RAF fighter pilots, veterans who'd completed special ops missions in Afghanistan with their counterparts at SAS. A pair of swaggering badasses, as Stoke would call them. Cocky, yes, but agreeably cocky. "What are you drinking, Johnny boy?" Hawke asked Johnny Walker, his blonde-maned co-pilot, after they were seated. At his signal, an elegant Moroccan gentleman in a green felt jacket with shiny brass buttons hovering nearby handed them lavish dinner menus and disappeared. "Iced tea, sir." "No sugar, please," said the unaptly named Lieutenant Johnny Walker, RAF retired, a white smile appearing on his deeply tanned and handsome face. "Good. How about you, Artemis?" "Same thing, please, sir." "All right. Now that I've got that tiresome obligation out of the way, I can order myself a nice cocktail. Sun's over the yardarm somewhere in the British Empire, I should think. Don't you gentlemen agree?" Both men nodded, and Hawke signaled to the barman to render much-needed assistance. A waiter was summoned, and Hawke gave the jolly little fellow in the bright red fez their order. Foregoing iced tea, he ordered his cocktail of choice, a dark and stormy, made with muddled lime, ginger beer, and Gosling's Black Seal 151. The best rum, Hawke believed, and Bermuda rum, of course. "Question, sir," Johnny Walker said, "if I may." "Fire at will," Hawke replied. "That expression you use, sir, 'the sun is over the yardarm somewhere.' I've always wondered at that, sir. Could you please explain it?" "Certainly. It's an old Royal Navy expression used by ship's officers on station in the far-flung corners of the once mighty British Empire. Traditionally, a sailor never took drink until the sun was over the yardarm. The senior officer who is saying the phrase means if it's time for a drink in Singapore, it's jolly well time for a drink in the West Indies, because somewhere in the British Empire the sun is most definitely over the yardarm of some Royal Navy vessel. Good for one, good for all." "In what way, sir? Don't mean to be dense." "The yardarm was one of the horizontal spars high up the stick on the old square riggers. If the sun dips below the yardarm, that means it's past noon. Time for a gin and bitters, you see, or, in my case, a tot of rum." "Oh, yes. Officers still allowed to drink on board, are they, sir? Only in one instance, Johnny. Upon returning to home port from extended combat duty abroad. The U.S. Navy has the same standard. Now, let's get down to cases. You've brought along your sidearms, I trust. Sir, just to remind you, Artemis said, we're both well armed at all times. Of course. That's one of the reasons I hired you, Artemis, Hawke said with a wry smile. Chap never knows when a couple of extra guns might come in handy. Speaking of which, sir, Artemis said, pulling him out from the inside pocket of his khaki jacket, I've brought along a map I've been using to plot out our route tomorrow morning. Coastal towns with names that begin with A and are possible locations are circled in red crayon. Very low-tech, Skipper, Johnny Walker said. A paper map. I like it. Well, yes, I'm old school. Okay, look here, sir. You see this, the nearest A town, just about an hour out. What time should we get started in the morning? First light? Dawn. It could be a long day. You chaps should keep your eyes open on the highway and open roads. Our Muscovite friend Vladimir has already come after the chief inspector and me once down in Italy. And just last week he sent 2 unsavory Cuban fellows to the Florida Keys in an assassination attempt, thwarted, thank God, by Stokely Jones, Jr. Vlad is gearing up for something big, and he doesn't want me or my associates putting their noses where they don't belong. If you see something, say something. Yes, sir, Artemis said. Saw a chappie in the lobby when we were checking in that I didn't particularly like the looks of, Commander. He was sitting in the red silk armchair, chatting up the concierge. Did you see his skin? Johnny Walker said. His face looked like lacquered walnut meat. Hawke looked at the 2 pilots. Chechen by the looks of him. Short and swarthy, 40-something with pomaded black hair, yeah. I made him too. Anyway, caution is called for, gents. As my dear friend Ambrose Congreve would have it, the game is afoot. Aye, aye, sir, Johnny Walker said. It is indeed. Eventually they moved on to an early dinner outside beneath the orange trees. Hawke gave them a highly edited version of the story of Sigrid's disappearance here in Morocco. He purposefully left out his oft-recurring suspicions about her complicity in the matter, that she had perhaps murdered her torturer and extortionist out of sheer desperation. He knew people who had killed for less, much less. By midnight, all 3 men had been sound asleep for 3 hours. They drove into the center of the first A-town. Shortly after dawn broke the sky wide open. A thick drizzle from the sky like a curtain sudden sweeping. A cold front sweeping in on the coast had brought thunderstorms and lightning, and sheets of rain made driving extraordinarily difficult and dangerous. Visibility had been at a minimum most of the way to their destination. Hawke could not remember enduring a storm with such ferocity. But it wasn't the visibility in front of them that bothered Hawke, who was behind the wheel of the Toyota Land Cruiser. It was the lack of visibility in his rear-view mirrors. There could be a car tailing him at 100 yards or so back there, and he'd never know it. With some difficulty, they located the entrance of the town's little public beach, parked, donned their ponchos, and made their way down to the sea. Rollers were breaking high on the sand, and the wind was whipping up rooster tails all along the incoming parade of waves, storming ashore. Small white house with a red peaked roof right on the sea. That's what we're looking for, Hawke said, using his right hand as a shield in an attempt to keep the rain from stinging his eyes. He and Artemis had taken the lead, with Johnny covering their rear flank. Not much luck with single houses here. Mostly just these small tourist hotels, Hawke said. Yes, the pilot replied, shouting to be heard above the thunder. Where the hell is Johnny? They both turned at the sound of muffled voices back there somewhere, sources of which made invisible by the grey fog of rain swirling around them. I've got a white house! He and Artemis heard Johnny cry. Peaked roof, maybe red. Can't tell from down here. Going up to higher ground to get a look at it. You guys go on ahead, I'll catch up. And then, maybe less than a minute later, shots rang out in the fog. Good God! Go see if you can find him, Artemis, Hawke said. You go that way along the shore break. I'll go up along the dunes. Chapter 68. Coast of Morocco. Johnny! Johnny! Artemis shouted, racing off into the dense fog. He sprinted in the direction the shots had come from. More shots rang out, 1, 2 more, and then there came the awful screams and cries of a horribly wounded man. Hawke raced across the dunes, taking a different tack than the one Artemis had chosen, hoping to come up behind whoever was doing the shooting. "Artemis? Where are you?" Hawke cried, almost tripping over a piece of driftwood he hadn't seen until too late. "Any sign of Johnny?" "Keep coming this way, sir," he heard Artemis cry out. "I'm moving along the seawall now, looking for— Oh, God! Oh, Jesus Christ! Now, oh, fuck!" Hawke could just make him out a little now, kneeling on the sand beside Johnny, who was on his back in the sand. "Look at what they did to him, sir. Look at what they did to my friend." "Call an ambulance, Artemis. Call the Marrakesh police." Artemis whipped out his mobile and made the calls. Hawke dropped to his knees and felt for the boy's pulse, trying not to gag at the sight of his young co-pilot. Hawke had seen horrific battlefield injuries in his day, but he'd never seen butchery as savage or as frenzied as this, nothing remotely close. "Did you catch sight of whoever did this, Artemis?" Hawke asked. "No, but there was a boxy grey sedan idling up there on the road along the seawall. I heard a door slam, just as I saw Johnny sprawled on the ground. I looked up. I could only make out the silhouette of someone behind the wheel. A heavy-set man, not tall, but the passenger, yes, he was tall and slim, wearing boots and some kind of western hat, black, with the brim pulled low over his eyes. Then the car raced away, disappeared into the fog. Well, think, Artemis. Could the driver have been the Chechen we all saw in the lobby yesterday? Could well have been, sir. The tall man had apparently used a knife. The shots fired in the midst had all been from Johnny's 9mm sidearm, still clenched in his cold, dead fingers. A brutal blade had ripped him open from his sternum to his waist, and then hacked at him until his torso was unrecognizable. Hawke looked at the corpse the killer or killers had left behind and knew instantly that whoever they were sending him a signal. Then he tore his eyes away from the gore and looked up at the house looming above them atop the seawall. It was white, just as Johnny had said right before he died, and it had a peaked red roof. Was this even remotely possible? Finding the house at the first village? Of course it was. After the rain, now, briefly, sun. After the ambulance had removed Johnny's mutilated body and the local constabulary's detectives had finished their exhaustive crime scene investigation interviews and the collection of forensic evidence, Hawke and Artemis repaired to a small cafe on the shady square just opposite the little white house. The front door was a shade of blue Hawke was pretty sure was called Robin's Egg. Could Sigrid be somewhere behind that door? His mind raced ahead. One way or another, he would soon find out. They ordered coffee and soup and the chicken tagine, as it was nearly lunchtime. Alone with their thoughts, the two men ate in silence. Artemis was plainly grieving the heartbreaking loss of Johnny Walker, but Hawke saw fury battling heartbreak in those clear blue eyes of his. Hawke kept his eyes on the house across the square, convincing himself that any minute Sigrid herself might step through that blue door over there and emerge into the dappled sunshine. The driver was the same meaty chap from the lobby yesterday, Hawke finally said to Artemis. I can still see him. Hawke knew his pilot was surely having the same thoughts he himself was having. Who might have killed his friend and comrade in arms? Most likely the same bloke, sir. Followed us, do you think? Easy enough for him to follow us all the way from the car park at La Mamounia without being spotted, not in that downpour. Let's have a chat with that concierge when we get back to the hotel, and— The blue door cracked open about a foot and then stopped. Artemis, the blue door, Hawke suddenly said, gripping the pilot's forearm and half coming up out of his chair. Opening. And then it opened wide. A child, a little blonde girl of no more than 5 or 6, stepped outside into the spotty sun, a large white cat in her arms. She bent over and carefully placed the cat on the stone flags. Something, a voice from inside the door, made her turn around. Then Hawke saw a woman appear, she with red-gold hair burnished by the sun, appearing in the doorway. She bent down and swooped both the little girl and the cat into her sunburnt arms. She looked around carefully and then crossed the street to the shady side. There she entered a baker's shop, child and cat still in her arms. "It's her, isn't it, sir?" Artemis asked. "Sigrid Kissel." "Yes, it is indeed," Hawke said, his arctic blue eyes transfixed, his mind spinning. God, he thought, did she now have a child he didn't know about? A whole secret life here in this tiny village? A husband? Did she? Minutes later she emerged from the baker's shop. She carried only 2 baguettes in a paper sack. The child and her cat remained inside the shop. Pausing in the baker's doorway, pinning up her hair, she looked both ways before crossing the street. She fished a key from her handbag, unlocked the blue door, and slipped inside. Chapter 69. "Wait here," Hawke said to Artemis after downing what was left of his cold coffee. "Keep an eye out for that grey sedan, just in case the Chechen and the cowboy should decide it's a good idea to return to the scene of the crime. It happens a good deal more than you think." "Good idea, sir. Take your time over there. I know how much this means to you." "Thanks. You see anything out here in the square I need to know about, my mobile will be on." "I'm sorry about Johnny, Artemis. I liked him a lot too, but you know, I can be an avenging angel when I set my mind to it." "Thank you, sir. I'll keep that in mind," Artemis said, smiling as Hawke got up and left the table. The pilot watched his lordship cross the street and rap on the blue door. A moment later, the door opened. The woman said, taking a step back. "Oh, my God, it can't be Alex. How did you—" "I found this," he said, pulling the pale blue envelope from inside his breast pocket. "Up in your bedroom at Brixton House, Gardener's Cottage." "Oh, yes. Oh, I guess I never intended to mail it, but in my heart I always prayed that you might be curious about my rooms at the Gardener's Cottage, that you might even find my unsent letter, might try to find me, and I've read it 100 times. I had to come. I had to see if I could find you. I didn't care how long it took, only knew I had to see you again." He paused to look back across the street at Artemis, still sitting quietly at the cafe, sipping his coffee and reading the newspaper. "May I come inside?" "Oh, God, of course. Please come in. Something's going on here, Alex. I heard shots near the house. There were police all over the beach, and—" "I know, darling, I know. I'll tell you all about it. You're not hurt, are you?" "No, I'm not hurt. One of my pilots is dead, though. Russians got him in the fog." Sigrid had to restrain herself from licking the salt from Hawke's stubbled cheek when she kissed him. Salty, Hawke was. Oh, my God, delicious, like some soft, hot pretzel. She remembered that she always went a little weak around him and felt a vertiginous wave wash over her at the scent of him. He followed her into the cold interior recesses of the little house to the kitchen. The ceilings were impossibly low for his 6-foot-plus height, and he had to duck, going through doorways. "Coffee?" she asked, opening a cupboard. "Something stronger? Perhaps a rum or a whiskey? Only if you've got it, of course. The sun is, over the yardarm somewhere," she said with a shy smile, remembering. "Yes, thank you. I'm a little—" "Me too, Alex, me too. Please sit down. Are you hungry?" "Me? No. My pilot and I were just having lunch at the cafe across the street." "Here's your whiskey, Commander," she said, placing the tumbler on the table. He took a sip, grateful for the burning sensation down his throat. Water of the gods. "So, this is your house?" "Yes, it is. The one I bought to try and rehabilitate myself and rid us once and for all of that addled monster who threatened you and Alexei, and— No, please don't go there. Not yet. I just want for us to be together for a little while. I've missed you horribly." "Me too." "And the little girl? With the cat? What about her?" "Well, I mean— Is she mine, you mean? My child? Is that what you— Oh, Alex, how could you ever even think that I—" He had no idea whether she was about to laugh or cry. She did neither. She smiled. And it was the dawn. She reached her hand toward him across the table. He took it into his own, feeling its smallness, its pale white perfection. He had forgotten the spray of freckles across her nose. No, she's not mine, silly. She's the daughter of my friends here. A young English couple who moved in across the street. She runs English Tart, the local bakery. Peter and Lily Pell, they came here from Devon, after seeing a help wanted ad in the Herald Tribune. Town on coast of North Africa seeks qualified baker. Isn't that sweet? He looked across at her, his blue eyes searching hers so close he could see the irises swallow her pupils, his mind seeking out where to go next, what to offer, what best to keep inside. Suddenly they were on their feet, holding on to each other as if on a typhoon-tossed deck, feverish whispers and pleas for a love so long denied. "Breathe," he said softly into her hair. Her fingers down the back of his boxers seared his skin. Somehow they were in her tiny bedroom at the rear, the seaward side of the White House. Tall French doors opened out onto the rocks and the gray and still storm-tossed seas. He'd stood at the end of the bed, stood helpless before her in a kind of trance. The promise of love and warmth so overwhelmingly life-affirming after the cold horror of death mere hours ago. He was silent as she sat on the bed's edge, staring up at him and holding his eyes as she unfastened his old brown leather belt and withdrew it from the loops, unbuttoned his khaki trousers, slid the zipper down, in a hurry, yanking his trousers, pale blue boxers, everything, down to his ankles. He was already hard, and that side of him caused a short breath to catch in her throat. "Oh, Alex, oh dear." "You want the belt?" he said with a smile, doubling the thick leather belt and gently slapping his naked thigh with it. It was part of a constant game evolving between the two lovers, using sex to tell each other stories about their deepest feelings and hidden needs long gone unmet, seemingly since childhood. Over time, the games had forged a powerful emotional bond between them, the ties that bind. Lately, there had been more than a few times when she'd wanted him hard and rough, when he'd obliged her darker, submissive side. If you want a woman, give her what she wants. Whatever the hell that is, doesn't matter. Not now, darling. Just you now, this time. She growled, a guttural syllable, and pulled him to her, beside her, and then pushed him backward on her unmade bed. Under her pale blue silk top she wore nothing else. Her goose-flesh had taken on a lunar blue, and in the cold wind off the sea her roseate nipples had dimpled inward. On their knees now, although the sheets were rough and scratched, it didn't matter. They were reduced to mouths and hands. He swept her legs to his hips, pressed her down, blanketed her with his heat until she stopped shivering, made a sudden, violent arch of her back. Her raw knees were raised to the ceiling, and she cried out. How he longed for something wordless and potent. What? He wanted to wear her, to live in her bosomy warmth forever, as a man shall cleave unto his wife forever. People in his life had fallen away from him, one by one, like dominoes. His every movement now was intended to pin her further, hold her down, so that she could never abandon him again. He had a sun blazing in him anew, the splendid everything, this new world now laid out lavishly before him like some tasting menu. All was beauty, all abundance, all rich with the promise of new and endless love. He imagined a lifetime of screwing in this small room or on the beach, en plein air fucking, until they were like one of those ancient pairs of parched-skinned old birds, like the aging couples he'd seen on the beaches of northern Germany, like two storks speed-walking into the morning sun, hand in hand. Even when they were old and so very gray, he knew he would waltz her into the dunes and have his way with her frail bird bones, her full healing breasts, her salty, sweet, and swelling clit. This, then, for all eternity, her soft eyelashes on his cheek, her warm thighs draped across his waist, this thing they used to do once more. It was over too quickly. When she shouted, the gulls hovering and whirling outside the windows exploded upward like buckshot blasted into the clouds. The two were pressed so close that when they laughed, his laugh rose from her belly, hers from his throat. He kissed her cheekbones, her clavicles, the pale of her wrist with its skeins of veins, a tracery of blue beneath her almost transparent skin. She stretched her long arms over her head, and there were little nests of winter hair in the pits. She could hatch baby robins in those things, he thought, but didn't say, and took her hand. He kissed it, bitten fingernail to bitten finger, up the arm, the neck, and then, because the air was bright and the whirling birds beyond the French doors were surely watching, he kissed a long trail down her stomach. His terrible hunger he'd thought would be sated was not, the end apparent in the beginning. "My girl," he said, "mine." Perhaps instead of wearing her, he could swallow her whole. "Stop," she said. She'd lost her smile, so shy and constant that it startled him to see her close up without it. "Nobody belongs to anybody. We've done something bigger, something new." He looked at her thoughtfully and nipped the tip of her nose with his teeth. He had once loved her with all his might, and in so loving had considered her transparent, a plate of glass. Now he could see through to the goodness and her quick. But glass is fragile. He would have to be careful. "You're right," he said, thinking instead how deeply they belonged, how surely. Between his skin and hers, the smallest of spaces, barely enough for air, for the slick of sweat now chilling. Even still, a third person, her brutal past, had crept in. She looked at him in the fading light slanting in from the sea. For the first time in a long time, all of a sudden, she saw him again. The dark whip at the center of him. How, ever so gently, he flicked the lash and kept her spinning. Chapter 70. "Come here, Alex," she was saying later, kneeling on the floor beside the bed, stroking his curly jet-black hair. He woke with a start. Outside he saw the winter light had begun to leach from the western sky. How long had he slept? Oh, my God, Artemis! What must he be thinking? He had to— "Well, what?" he said. I've got to find Artemis." "Shh! I want to show you something. Be a good little boy. Follow Mama." He got up, naked, and padded obediently behind her. She led him out into the small hallway at the top of the stairs. They came to a door with a massive bolt and multiple locks securing it. She had a key ring and soon had the multiple locks opened. "Now you've got my attention," Hawke told her. "Seriously, Sigrid, what in the world is going on here?" "In here," she said. "I'll show you." And pushing open the door, she flicked on the overhead LED light panels. "Sigrid," Hawke said, surveying the tiny room, amazed by what he saw. "No, I mean really, what the hell?" It was a server room. Every square inch packed with server racks, vertical towers of them, ablaze with blinking green and yellow lights, and a rat's nest of interwoven red and blue wiring on each rack, all running, humming away 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. One entire wall was taken up completely by an array of Belkin computer display screens ablaze, with whirls of imperceptible bright green numbers scrolling by. Atop an old console table in the middle of the room, a battered wooden stool and a large Apple iMac computer, and a printer, and a shredder. Sigrid sat on the stool and plugged in a hacking tool disguised as a USB thumb drive. The black iMac screen suddenly was filled with green text flying by. There was a rolling stool nearby, and she pulled it beside her. "Sit here, darling, and pay close attention." "Seriously, what's this all about?" Hawke said. "That day, the day I was moving out of Gardener's cottage for good, Ambrose came down to see me and say goodbye. He begged me not to go. He said you needed me now, needed me more than ever, and Alexei did too. But my mind was made up, darling. I knew I had to disappear, even though I knew it might shatter that Ming vase of your precious art into a million pieces." "But why? We'd had that awful fight in Samaritz, I know, but— No, shh, just listen. I told Ambrose and Diana that I had to leave. I was going to devote myself to finding a way back into your heart, that however long it might take, I would search for a pathway home to you. And do you know what he said, Ambrose?" "No, I don't." "He said, 'I may have a way back for you, Sigrid, but it won't be easy, and it'll probably be dangerous.' Well, anything, I told him. I'll try anything. He said, 'The search for Lexi is not going well, Sigrid. Sometimes I fear the worst has happened, but I can never let Alex know that. I have to be there to shield him from the useless fears that threaten him every second. But you can go down roads he and I cannot ever travel, roads even Scotland Yard has trouble following." "You mean follow what exactly, Chief Inspector?" "Follow the money, Sigrid. Follow the money. That was your genius at Credit Suisse before you two met. Use it. Nobody has deeper access to the hyper-secretive world of Swiss banking than you do. Who was that friend of yours in Zurich, the head of the Swiss Bankers Association Cybersecurity Division? John Levin, was it? He helped us get to the bottom of Her Majesty's troubles with Russian cyber theft, remember?" "No, it was Helmut Kohler." "Exactly. Go there. Go to Zurich. Meet with Herr Kohler, privately, and in the strictest confidence explain about the kidnapping and Putin's possible role in it. Tell him we think Putin is alive and on the run, desperate for a place to hide. Tell him you want him to help you get on Putin's financial trail, follow his footprints, see where it all leads. Because where Putin is, so too we will find Alexei." "Yes, precisely, my dear," Ambrose said. "And if you can find Alexei, oh, my dear girl, you can certainly find your way back into that poor man's heart. Can you not?" "I hope so, God help me." "That's what I told dear old Ambrose. Et voilà. Here I am, darling. With Helmut's help, I set up this entire room. Everything in this room is linked through Credit Suisse to the Swiss Bankers Association Op Center in Zurich. I get to see things no one else in the world gets to see, including CIA, MI6, and Scotland Yard." Hawke, amazed at what she had wrought, scooted his stool closer to her, looking over her shoulder at the big screen. "But this is all simply unbelievable. Have you gotten anywhere? Are you making progress, darling?" he asked, the hope in his voice almost heartbreaking. "Well, I think so, Alex, I do. I'm beginning to see things coming together here that hold promise, I'll say that much. Here, look at this one. 1 week ago today, Putin transferred a huge sum from—" "Darling, what you're doing is amazing. Can you just pause for a few minutes?" Hawke was looking at his watch. "My pilot, Artemis Cooper, is waiting for me across the street over at the cafe. I'd like very much for him to see all this stuff, if you've no objection, I mean. He's on the team." "Of course. I'll wait until you're back, Alex." Chapter 71. Hawke returned a few minutes later with Cooper. After the briefest of introductions, Sigrid placed another stool in front of the iMac. "Show us what you've got, darling," Hawke said, placing his right hand on her shoulder and squeezing it gently. "Well, gentlemen," she said, tapping away at the keyboard, "have a look at this for starters. We're looking at Putin's accounts now. Here's an exceptionally large transaction, wouldn't you agree? It took place about a month ago. I'm still trying to find out where the money came from, where it went, and how it got there, but the point is Putin entered into a transaction wherein this sum, on a single day, left the country for an undisclosed bank in the south of France." Artemis let out a long, slow whistle. Hawke, on his feet, said, $500 million? What the hell? Right. And mind you, this is not big corporate money we're talking about, some mega-corporation swallowing up another mega-corporation. No, gentlemen, this is a private transaction between two fabulously wealthy individuals with unimaginable firewalls, encryption, and cybersecurity prevention tools, the likes of which neither Helmut nor I have ever seen before. At any rate, with his help, I was able to dig this deep. Are you with me?" Hawke said, "Yes. Keep going, Sigrid. What's this one over here? 30 million the very next day. The man is on a buying binge." "Good eye. That's what I was about to point out to you. This transaction is similar in nature, but varies in one very important way. Now tell me. The money comes from the same Swiss black hole as the larger transaction the day before, but it doesn't disappear down the same rabbit hole as the prior one. Oh no, not by a long shot it doesn't." "And where does it go, Sigrid? Do you have any idea?" "Well, I do now. It goes right into the pocket of this man right here. You may well recognize him, Alex. He was in your life and mine for a brief time." She tapped a key and brought up a grainy photograph that filled the screen. "Oh, good Lord," Hawke said, instantly recognizing the face of the man in the photo. Handsome, The man was standing inside some walled gardens on the shores of Lake Zurich. It was a brilliant sunlit summer day, all vibrant green grass lawns and blue water and bountiful floral displays. He was smiling into the camera, bouncing a beautiful little boy on his right shoulder. He was Baron Wolfgang von Stuka, Hawke whispered under his breath. I'll be damned. Yes, Alex, it's him all right, Sigrid said. Who? Artemis said. Von Stuka was the powerful Swiss army divisionaire whom I had long suspected of being involved with the Russians in the looting of Her Majesty the Queen's Swiss coffers, not to mention my own more modest accounts. My money flowing to the Russian coffers, but I could never prove it. With these new tools, we may be able to do so now, Alex, Sigrid said. Von Stuka was a sore spot between them, and she knew it. Here was a man who'd once stirred jealous passions in Hawke's heart. When they'd first met in Zurich that summer, Sigrid had told Hawke that von Stuka had once pursued her romantically. Despite her protestations that she was never interested, she had accepted the gift of a massive ruby ring. She was relieved to see that Hawke at that moment was all business. Tell me about that second transaction, Sigrid, Hawke said. Curious, I must say. Real estate deal, plain and simple. Baron von Stuka is selling Seegarten, his gorgeous island estate on Lake Zurich, to an unknown buyer for $30 million. A week later, the Baron had removed himself from the island to the family castle atop Great St. Bernard Pass. Helmut and I are still trying to find out just what... But Hawke wasn't listening. He was still staring at the photograph of von Stuka, looking closely at the magnificent mountain in the background of the photograph, a mighty peak that stood on the further shore, soaring into the skies above Lake Zurich. Der Nadel, the infamously cruel mountain peak where, like so many climbers before him, Hawke's own grandfather had lost his life. His bones were still up there. Someday, Alex vowed, he'd bring them down and back to England to be buried properly at Hawksmoor. Der Nadel was popularly known by the name surviving climbers had given it, White Death. Hawke knew the mountain literally inside and out, for deep inside the massive mountain lay one of Switzerland's best-kept secrets. The mountain was home to a massive military complex of the sorcerer, Dr. Steinhauser, the incredibly powerful man known to the financial world as the wizard who'd made the global economy tick like a Swiss clock for decades. Sigrid looked at Hawke until she had his full attention. "Here's the thing, Alex," she said, "and this is important. Whoever was behind that $500 million in outgoing cash, that was the very same account or individual who paid $30 million for von Stuka's island paradise, Seegarten." Putin bought both in 48 hours? He did. Hawke looked at her, thinking. The Baron also has a Schloss somewhere, doesn't he? A family castle? He certainly does. Schloss Weißes Kreuzer is its name. The White Cross. Primary family residence for 500 years. Can you take us there, Sigrid? Get Artemis and me inside the White Cross so we can have a little chat with the Baron? She smiled and said, "Well, if I can't, nobody can. He still wants to marry me, poor boy." Hawke smiled, but he didn't find it very funny. "Where is this place, Sigrid?" "In the stratosphere, high in the Alps, far above Great St. Bernard Pass in northern Switzerland, but there's no way to surprise him, Alex. This time of year, the castle can only be accessed by Snowcat, up the back side of the mountain. He'll hear you coming." "Artemis, my friend, we're going back to Switzerland as quickly as possible. If you think it's the right thing to do, we'll take Johnny's body back home on the plane with us. Chief Inspector Congreve could supervise the post-mortem work at Scotland Yard?" "Yes, I'd feel much better getting him the hell out of Morocco and back to his family. Thank you, sir." "Alex," Sigrid asked, "am I back on the team?" He stood and pressed her head to his chest, holding her close. "After all that you've been doing here, this incredible room you've created, this mission of yours, my God, darling, what with all you've already done, and all this, to help me get closer to finding Alexei?" "Yes." "Oh, Sigrid, you are the team, darling." Chapter 72. KGB HQ, Siberia. Late afternoon in the middle of nowhere. At the sound of an approaching chopper, Bo Beauregard stepped into the frigid air outside the front doors of HQ to greet his arriving guest, Uncle Joe Stalingrad. He looked up into the bleak blue skies. "Oh, God, here he comes," he thought, seeing the bright red chopper swooping in over the tops of the giant pines. Joe always arrived on the scene with a mountain of baggage, not the kind you packed clothes inside. Bo knew Joe was a political genius, here on official business, namely spying on Bo for Putin. But he was also a drama queen of the first rank. Bo had nothing to hide. He'd been a very busy boy. He'd already had 600 battle-hardened war fighters under arms, barracked, and training 24 hours a day. He was well on his way to the first plateau Putin had established for Phase 1 of Operation Overkill. "Hey ho! It's Uncle Joe!" Bo said, striding out onto the pad to meet him as soon as the rotor dust settled. The two men, he thought, had really hit it off in these few weeks since that first meeting at the Beau Rivage in Geneva. Wasn't that hard to understand either. Hell, they were kindred spirits in a funny way, both show business, rock stars in their own way, all about the sizzle, the grease paint, and the razzmatazz and the funky Broadway. "Colonel, good to see you, hotshot," Joe said, giving the big man a good squeeze on his left bicep. "Had a hell of a time getting here, though. Ever take that Trans-Siberian train, the Red Arrow, out of St. Petersburg? Man, oh man, getting here was definitely not half the fun. I had a small private compartment, mind you, and it still smelled like the room where sick cats all go to piss before they die." "Yeah, I hear you. Well, anyway, welcome to nowhere. Look at this place. Not even the middle of nowhere is sufficient to describe. You look like a man who could use a drink. Come on in and fix you up. Dinner's in 1 hour. I got the kitchen to whip up some beef stroganoff in honor of your arrival." For the last 3 or 4 weeks, Colonel Bo Beauregard had been bivouacked here in what felt like the back of beyond, also known as Siberia. Familiar territory. He was at his old stomping grounds, the top-secret KGB HQ, the place where he'd built a massive military force for Putin some years ago. Now he spent mornings in his old KGB office, scouring the files he'd created back in the glory years, those golden days 3 years earlier when he'd been engaged in creating the most powerful, most highly trained, most well-equipped, and well-armed private army on the face of the earth, when money was no object and he was working his way through screwing every fat-fannied Siberian nurse residing at the base hospital. His huskies, as he used to call them. Yep, those halcyon days of yore, back when he'd first been at the service of Vladimir Putin, his henchman and right-hand man. Back then, a geographically voracious Putin had been hell-bent on redrawing the maps of Europe and the Baltic. Revanchism, pure and simple. Restore the borders to the old Cold War status, pre-fall of the wall. Bo, with unlimited funds, had built up his magnificent secret strategic military base in record time. And in heavy secrecy, he had effected a miracle in Putin's behalf. He had molded raw and seasoned men into world-class stormtrooper-level infantry troops, paratroopers, spec ops divisions, an air fighter wing, tank battalions. Everything Putin would need for a massive surprise attack that, were he successful, would amount to a restoration of the old Soviet Empire. He had even threatened to use a revolutionary new weapon of mass destruction that turned out to be fake, should anyone get in his way. But it was not to be. Putin's erstwhile friend, and now nemesis, Alex Hawke, had risen up at the last minute and saved everybody a whole shitload of trouble. With Europe, the Baltics, and the West all trembling at the brink of a world war, Hawke had gone to Putin's private dacha in Russia to confront the president. Fully confident that Putin's much ballyhooed secret weapon of mass destruction called Feuerwasser, meaning firewater, was a complete hoax, foisted on the world by that brilliant salesman, Vladimir Putin. But Hawke had humiliated the president, met with him for countless hours, and finally convinced him that the Western Allies, the United States, Great Britain, France, Germany, were united and not even slightly fooled by his phony X-Factor explosive. and that they would simply not stand for his rash belligerence, knocking on the doors of every one of America's NATO allies. Hawke had told him the Pentagon was already on a war footing in anticipation of Putin rolling tank divisions into Estonia and the Baltic. In the end, Hawke had presented Putin with a treaty drafted by the American president and Admiral Charlie Moore, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff at the Pentagon. By signing, Putin effectively agreed to withdraw all Russian troops back to the legal borders and ordered all of his military commanders on land, sea, and air to stand down, effective immediately. In the end, a weary Putin had backed away and abided by the tenets of the American treaty. But now, Putin was out to make a major comeback, and Bo was back, and both men reunited with Uncle Joe's Stalingrad. Joe was Putin's eyes and ears here in Siberia and wherever else he roamed. Bo knew the former henchman was only here to check up on how the colonel was handling his new assignment and find out exactly what was required to mount Operation Overkill. But he was also here to see how he could help Bo pull this miracle off on schedule. "How much money? How much time?" Joe asked him point-blank over vodka in the little library. This was where Bo spent most of his free time reading reports in front of the warming fire. "You want to talk money with me, Joe?" "I do." "Well, I'll tell you what I've been working on all morning. Now look at this topo map of the Alps. I'm going to need me some lightweight tactical tanks to break through these well-defended alpine passes, Joe. Our tactical air support, the fighter wing at Falcon's Lair, will not be, I promise you, will not be enough to ward off the swarms of Swiss fighter jets raining fire and brimstone down on our tanks and ground troops. Our boys bottlenecked at the pass? No." "Yeah, I see that, Bo," Joe said. "How many tanks you think you're going to need?" "Well, I don't know. 10, 15, Bo said. "Main battle tanks? T-14? Armistice?" No. Airborne light tanks. The Sprut SDM-1s. "Well, I'll talk to the boss. Shouldn't be a problem. You also need to help me figure out how in hell I'm going to smuggle all them damn tanks and troops inside Swiss borders in time for a P-Day shootout without nobody noticing nothing." Joe said, "You said you wanted airborne tanks? I guess you parachute them in, right?" Bo said, "Man, get serious. If Overkill is ever going to work, this has to be a surprise attack, get it? You don't think folks seeing tanks come spitting out the rear of our aircraft is going to raise a few eyebrows?" "Yeah, let me think." "How about in a train?" Bo asked him, the idea having occurred earlier that day blooming ever larger in his brain. "A train?" Joe said. "Yeah, a train," Bo said. "Like a freight train combined with a passenger train, right? I've been thinking about this. You're going to like it, trust me. Now, first, we air cargo every damn tank, artillery weapon, and trooper from here in Siberia and drop them off into Armenia. And offload the whole shebang at the Russian 102nd Military Base at Gyumri, Armenia, north of the capital, Yerevan." "Okay. And where do we get this miraculous train?" "We steal this one. Steal a train somewhere and have it waiting on the railroad tracks at the base. I've done this kind of shit before, for the Iranians one time. Now listen to me. Those tanks you want me to get are small and light, right? About the size and weight of a C-Class Mercedes sedan. You could hide 2 of them in every boxcar, so say 10 boxcars, 20 tanks. More boxcars loaded with troopers and light artillery. Rolling across the borders of Europe in the middle of the night on a speeding stealth train, fake papers, disguised somehow. Hell, pull right into the Hauptbahnhof at Zurich train station at 2 in the morning and offload in a remote part of the damn rail yard." "Yeah, I can see it," Joe said, thinking. This is why the wily old colonel gets the big bucks. Time and logistics, those were the issues now, not money. All the members of the Falcon's Lair Loyalists had taken to calling the date of the Russian invasion of Switzerland P-Day, with a tip of the hat to D-Day, P, obviously, for Putin. That date was only 2 months away now. The invasion was scheduled for the 1st of May. And this time, Bo was convinced he and Joe and Putin could succeed in redrawing borders, rewriting the history books. Putin had a simple goal. He wanted, in the very worst way possible, to rule the world. The West would bow down to him first, and the rest of the world would follow. This Putin, in his heart of hearts, believed fervently. And old Beau? Well, in Joe's book, he was still the baddest of the bad, the baddest beyond the beyond. His mission? Restore Vladimir Putin to the Kremlin. First, invade Switzerland and recover all the gold stolen from him by the oligarchs. Second, use that money to fund Operation Overkill, the triumphant march on Moscow, and lay waste to anything and everything that stood in his way. That was the plan, at any rate. Now, war had a way of turning around and kicking in the balls when you least expected it, and P-Day was fast approaching. Chapter 73. Great St. Bernard Pass, Switzerland. The big blue snowcat churned up the steepest face, the north face, of the snow-packed mountain pass. Great St. Bernard is the most ancient pass through the Western Alps, with evidence of it in use dating back to the Bronze Age. It's also the third highest pass, and the road is negotiable only 4 months of the year, from June to September. Now in early February, travel was an Arctic nightmare. Artemis cranked up the wiper blades too high and leaned forward over the wheel, peering through the thick glass. The wipers struggling to keep up with the snowfall up here, in the nearly white-out blizzard conditions. But as Hawke saw to his relief, Artemis Cooper was clearly in command and comfortable handling the growling monster. Hawke, seated on the passenger side, turned around to smile at Sigrid, seated on the rear bench, her seatbelt cinched tight around her hips. She was humming softly, skimming a new Vogue magazine she'd bought for the ride back from Morocco to Zurich. This trip up to the pass was very obviously not her first rodeo. He had to say she looked phenomenal this morning. Forget the vapid redhead on the cover of her magazine. Sigrid could easily have graced the cover of Vogue herself, clad head to toe in tight polar white Bogner ski attire, her ash-blonde hair piled atop her head, her wide blue eyes sparkling with adventure. She would be the perfect picture postcard for all that was right and good about Switzerland. For her part, Sigrid found herself amazed at the camaraderie and sang-froid displayed by the two men up front, considering the horrific death of poor Johnny Walker, and him not even dead 2 days. But a part of her knew a thing or two about men. Sometimes grief is only grist for the strong, who use all that emotion as extra fuel for burning on the battlefield. "Everything all right back there?" Hawke said. "Perfectly all right. Thank you very much for asking." "You've been up here before," Hawke said, trying not to make it sound like a jealous question when in fact that's exactly what it was. "Yes, I have, as a matter of fact." "And was our dear Baron a well-behaved host?" "Alex, please, it was at his wife's invitation. A weekend guest, you see, a house party." "Ah, at his wife's invitation, you say. You two are very friendly, I take it, you and the Baroness?" "Not any more. The Baroness is dead." "Dead?" She died last year. She and Wolfie were heli-skiing in New Zealand. Apparently she got out over her skis and ran out of luck and experience at precisely the same moment she fell 1,000 feet to her death." "I noticed you used the word apparently. Was there ever a sign or evidence of foul play up in the mountain? Like, say, murder?" "None. The ski chopper had returned to base, and she and her husband were alone at the peak last the pilot saw of them. Wolfie, according to his testimony at the inquest, was first to descend the upper portion. He claimed he was waiting for her at the bottom of a particularly treacherous descent. She simply never came down. He never saw her fall, never saw her again. They never found the body. Police believe she fell into a deep crevasse." "Was this explanation challenged?" "Not at the hearing. Let's say people around town were talking, though. Her disappearance was topic A at high-society holiday dinner parties around Zurich that Christmas. There had been trouble in the marriage for years. She often used the bottle to console herself, and Wolfie had a reputation as, shall we say, an imperfect husband." "Zipper problems?" "But he got away with it," Hawke said. "The zipper problems?" No, his wife's death. If it was murder, it was obviously a perfect murder. No witnesses, no corpse. Anyway, it's all ancient history now, Alex. Social gossip has a short shelf life around here. Wolfie is now seen as the ultimate catch. Switzerland's most eligible bachelor, kind of a Swiss version of you. Should I take that as a compliment? No, Alex, you should take it as a joke. He's nothing like you, nothing at all. I'm not a crook, for starters. Oh, and I didn't kill my wife. Alex, this is the most displaced case of green envy I have ever seen. He once gave me a ring. I probably shouldn't have, but I accepted it. That's it. Sorry. Consider the subject closed. We've still got some time, Sigrid. Could you give me a refresher course on Wolfie 101?
Artemis here needs to know what he's up against when we arrive at Schloss Weisses
Sure. Where to start? Let's see. Baron Wolfgang von Stuttgart, patriarch of one of my country's wealthiest, oldest, and most noble families. A citizen soldier and a businessman, and not without his problems. It's a little-known fact that Europe's 12 ruling families remain deeply competitive. Who has the swankiest palaces, the biggest yachts, the shiniest diamonds, the healthiest bank balances? An expensive business, being a royal. And then there's our poor Wolfie, poverty-stricken by the standards of the 12 families. He keeps the von Stuttgart family dynasty going by selling off land and art piecemeal, all the while frantically scouring the Riviera and other playgrounds for a wife who's vastly richer than he is. There you have it. What do you think, Artemis? Hawke said. Well, I think that when I meet him, I shall forego the customary gentleman's handshake and hit him solidly in the mouth. That will certainly break the ice. How much farther now? This is the last stretch of rough sledding, sir. We'll be there in 20 minutes or less. Good, Sigrid said, peering out her window. Chapter 74.
Schloss Weisses looked like one of those fairy tale castles you see when you're cruising down the Rhine.
Very Germanic, with 4 crenellated towers, one on each corner of the main structure. The ornate towers, with banners snapping in the wind atop them, soared into the snowy skies. Alex Hawke looked at one, mentally calculating its height. Good Lord, he thought, they had to be 150 feet high. There were also flying buttresses and great arches, many with stone eagles carved into the keystones. It was, Hawke thought, somewhat impressive, even for someone like him, a chap who has rather seen it all. "Park it here, Artemis," Hawke said suddenly. "Out of sight of the entrance. Let's do this right, just as we planned. Only Sigrid goes to the door. She makes some excuse for me. Sorry, Hawke and his business colleague, Mr. Cooper, are still in the Snowcat on a conference call to their bankers in London. Okay? Well, I can do better, Alex, but yes, that's fine. Good. Give it 10 minutes, ask for champagne, get him relaxed, then say, you think I'm being rude, you're going to call me and tell me so. That'll be my cue. Right. And remember this, Sigrid. The sorcerer, the eminent Gries of Swiss banking, was convinced that someone in Zurich was assisting the Russians in hacking not only my most vulnerable accounts, but those of Her Royal Majesty the Queen. That he was the missing link among the Russian hackers and the Chinese thieves. When I insisted on a name, he gave me one, Baron Wolfgang von Stuttgart. You never told me that. Wolfie was stealing from you? She said. Hawke smiled. Well, I knew he was a friend of yours, for one thing. I didn't really think you needed to know, after you and Congreve cracked the case wide open and the two of you were headed back to England. The good news is that once you and the chief inspector had exposed the primary culprits, there was also no need for Wolfie to know I was onto him, and that I knew of his role, abetting the Russian hackers. I thought I just might have to save his sorry hide for a rainy day, as it were. A day much like today, Sam, Artemis said, grinning. Precisely, Hawke said, and then to Sigrid, good luck, darling. I'll wait for your call. Artemis swung open the door, and Sigrid climbed down from the cockpit of the massive Snowcat, dropping the last couple of feet into the drifted snow. The winds were high and swirling up through the mountain pass. Hawke watched her until she disappeared into a fog of whirling snow. The world was precarious, Hawke had learned. People you loved could be subtracted from it with swift, bad math. If one might die at any moment, One must live. A liveried houseman swung open the great oaken doors. He just stood inside the archway, two enormous matching Dobermans straining at their leashes. The man bowed from the waist and waved the two new arrivals inside. Two footmen took their pockets as they entered. The barking of the dogs and all the sounds of their own voices created booming echoes inside the great sunlit space that was the enormous hall. "Your names, please, gentlemen?" he asked. "I'm Hawke, he's Cooper," Hawke said. There was no reply, only a sullen nod. Hawke turned and saw a great double-curved staircase rising up into the darkness of the higher floors. Above, clerestory windows shifted the light of milky sunshine, one to the other, light that fell to the medieval frescoes on the walls below. The walls to either side of the staircase were lined with full suits of ancient armor, and in much profusion, gilt-framed oils of fleshy white men, the roots of the Baron's ancestral tree, no doubt, Hawke thought. "If you follow me, gentlemen, they are waiting for you in the drawing-room," the manservant said, his English thick with guttural Germanic undertones. And they followed, with the hyperactive Dobermans, slinging loopy strings of saliva in every direction and leading the way. "Ah, there you are, Alex." The Baron boomed as Hawke was shown into the book-filled library. "I heard the nasty rumor you might show up here." Hawke smiled at him, hiding his contempt for the fabricated bonhomie, the artificial soul that lay at the very heart of this man. "Baron, I appreciate your time. I'd like you to meet my new business partner, an old RAF man, Captain Artemis Cooper. I've been telling him a lot about you, and—" "Don't believe a word he says, Artemis. Jilted lovers, they're all the same. Come, sit down and have something to drink, won't you? Fräulein Kissel and I are sampling a dollop of Krug. Something stronger?" "Jilted lover?" Hawke said, staring at Sigrid. Did I miss a memo?" "Oh, darling," she said, "don't take him seriously. He's just teasing you." Hawke was not amused. He was barely able to contain his anger at all this false bravado and the sleazy, solicitous attitude toward the lot of them. "Got any rum?" Hawke asked. "Gosling's rum?" "Sorry, old chap, we don't drink that Bermuda horse piss up here at Weiss's Kreuz. Sigrid, pour this man of whiskey, will you?" She looked at Alex, who shook his head no. "Captain Cooper, what can I get for you?" "Diet Coke?" "Diet what?" "Never mind. Maybe a brandy." Von Stucker shrugged, plainly irritated, and handed it to him. He returned to his seat next to Sigrid on the silk brocade settee, and plastered on that smile again. It took all of Artemis's will to keep from putting his fist through that face. "So, Lord Hawke, to what do I owe the honor of your presence here in my family home?" Hawke, who was in the midst of lighting a cigarette, paused and took a long, slow puff before he answered. "In point of fact, I'm looking for my son, Alexei. He was kidnapped in St. Moritz on Christmas Day. You haven't seen him by any chance, have you, Baron? Caught a glimpse of him, perhaps?" "Me? No, of course not. Why would you think I had seen him?" Just a hunch." "A hunch. I think the man who perhaps kidnapped Alexei is a friend of yours, that's all. A business associate, shall we say, and that you've been doing business with him lately here in Switzerland." "I have no idea who or what you're talking about, Lord Hawke, but I deeply resent your coming into my home under false pretenses, and I resent your line of questioning. Perhaps you two should leave. Miss Kissel can remain here with me. I'll see that she gets safely home." "This is not a social call, Baron. I am a ranking official of Her Majesty's government. A senior intelligence officer with MI6 investigating a serious crime with international implications. You have two choices. You can answer my questions truthfully here, or I can have you arrested for suspicion of collusion with the Russians in the theft of monies from accounts belonging to Her Royal Majesty the Queen, not to mention my own personal accounts." "Oh, this is outrageous," the Baron shouted. "How dare you make these allegations?" "It is outrageous, isn't it?" Hawke said. "But at last you must answer to them. You'll remember my good friend Chief Inspector Congreve of Scotland Yard? He was here with me investigating the White Death affair, as I'm sure you'll recall. He is at the yard, standing by now for a call from me, ready with a warrant for your arrest for crimes committed against Her Royal Majesty and the United Kingdom." "Out! Get out of my house!" the Baron shouted. "Now shut up and listen to me. If I don't hear exactly what I want to hear, there will be officers of the Swiss Police and Scotland Yard detectives knocking at your door within the hour. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to use the loo for a moment." No, stay put, Baron. I'll find it." Hawke stood, nodded at Artemis, and headed for the door. As he opened it, he heard Artemis say, "So, Baron, let's talk about your lovely island estate, Seagarden, on Lake Zurich? I believe that's what it's called." "What about it?" he screamed, furious at his sudden impotence in the midst of his own domain. "You recently sold it, Baron. Lord Hawke and I are here to find out why. And who bought it from you?" "It's none of your fucking business," the man said, and leaped to his feet, yanking open one of the drawers in his desk, reaching inside for a gun. "Put the gun down, Baron," Hawke said. Hawke stood in the doorway, his own gun in his hand now, his old Walther PPK. He quickly crossed the room and sat on the arm of the couch, 3 feet from Wolfie, his weapon loosely trained on the man. Artemis stood up. He had his Glock 17 aimed at von Stucker's head. "I said drop the weapon!" Wolfie turned his head and was staring down the muzzle of the Glock. His shoulders slumped, and he let go of his pistol and slammed the drawer shut. Hawke said, "Sit back down, please, Baron." "No, not by her. I want you in the armchair over there by the fireplace. If I have to shoot you, we don't want any blood on her pretty white jumpsuit, do we?" Von Stucker removed himself to the chair, his handsome face livid with anger. "It's called good cop, bad cop, Baron," Hawke said. "Only in your case it's called bad cop, bad cop. How do you like it so far?" Sullen, with his head down, the man did not reply. "I want to know, Baron, and I want to know now, who did you sell Seagarden to? Tell me the name of the buyer now, or this is going to get really unpleasant." This fruitless interrogation went on for 10 minutes before Hawke stood up and said, "Let's take a break. You know, stretch our legs a bit, get some fresh air. Come on, Wolfie, on your feet, boyo. Captain Cooper and I would like a little tour of your castle. Artemis, fetch our ponchos, would you please? It's cold out." Sigrid, who had been silent the whole time, said, "Alex, do you want me to call Chief Inspector Congreve? Tell him we need the Scotland Yard officers and police up here?" "Not yet, darling. I'm going to give him just one more chance to save his silly ass. Right, Baron? You up for this? The captain and I want to see a view from the top of one of your 4 towers. It's going to be cold and windy up there, but we're all big boys, right? Ready? Come, let us away!" Chapter 75. The view from the tower at the top of the world was spectacular. The snow was not coming down as fast, and Hawke could see for miles across the Alp-studded vista. He smiled at Wolfie and leapt up onto the narrow stone parapet, a low wall that encircled the very pinnacle of the tower. Looking down, never a good idea, gave him a start. Far beneath him was a massive crevasse, its stone jaws wide and deep. "You two need to get up here and see this view," Hawke exclaimed. "All right, Captain. If you'll be so kind, please help our host up here to the parapet with me, will you?" "Get up on the wall," Artemis growled, lifting him. "Get up there now." "Give me your hand," Hawke said, reaching down to help Artemis lift him up. With Hawke pulling and Artemis pushing, they got him, trembling and whimpering, up on the parapet. It was like the man had known all along that this is where they were taking him, and— "Take his belt off, Artemis. Hand it to me," Hawke said, and removing his own thick leather belt, he buckled it into a loop. He then took Wolfie's belt and made another loop connected to his own. "Okay, Baron. Showtime. Artemis here is going to be the good cop now. He's going to be the one who'll keep you from falling to your death. Don't worry, we're professionals. We've done this parlor trick many times before. Once, high above Times Square on New Year's Eve, in fact. Turn him around, Artemis, with his back to the crevasse. Heels of his boots over the edge of the parapet. That's right. Now, Baron, listen up. I've got a good grip on this belt. You need to hold on to yours, too, because I'm going to lower you out over the edge until you're horizontal above the ground. Sound like fun? No, please. Another foot, Artemis, that's right. I want him fully extended, horizontal, over the ground. Hawke carefully extended his loop, lowering Wolfie slowly out until his only contact with the tower was the soles of his boots. He was now, literally, standing on the side of the tower, parallel to the ground below, 150 feet in the air. Who bought Seagarten, Wolfie? You want to live? Tell me. Tell me right now. Hawke, I don't know, I tell you. You think I want to die like this? Bring me back up, please, and— Who bought it? Just give me the name and I'll haul you up. You've got 15 seconds, starting now. Fuck! My lawyers handle everything, and— Now, I said, I'm going to give you a count of 10. Ready? 10, 9, I don't know. Someone in the south of France. Never learned his name, only an account number. Never, I swear it. 8, 7, come on, Wolfie. You must have dealt with someone. Who negotiated? Who made the offer? Who arranged the bloody wire transfer of $30 million bloody dollars? Who was it? Tell me now you're a dead man, Baron. I'm not bloody kidding. You lied to me. You stole from me. It was— oh, shit! It was an American, working for the buyer, I think, or just representing him here in Switzerland. And the magic name is 543. Joseph Stalingrad. He calls himself Uncle Joe. He's from Los Angeles, California. Where is he now? Bring me up. Where's Uncle Joe now? Living at Seagarten. Now an armed island fort, landmined, attack dogs, and a wall surrounded with barbed wire. Apparently he keeps himself surrounded by guards 24 hours a day, snipers on the rooftops. I don't imagine your former neighbors are very happy about this. Doesn't sound exactly neighborly. Bring me up, I told you, for Christ's sake. One last thing. What do you know about Operation Overkill? Overkill? Jesus, some kind of invasion. I don't fucking know. That's all. I swear to you. Invasion of what? No idea. A major operation. Massive. Who is planning this operation? This Uncle Joe character. Someone named Bo. This Joe and Bo show is what he calls. I don't know. What the hell do you think they can invade? But hold him up, Captain Cooper. And let's get the hell down from here. Scared the living daylights out of me. So I can only imagine how the poor Baron must have felt. As soon as the three of them, Hawke, Artemis, and Sigurd, were back in the snowcat and headed down the mountain, Hawke lit another cigarette and said, All right, gentlemen, lady, game on. Hostage rescue operation. Sigurd, you first. I'm going to need a base of operations, compound on the lake, walled, fortifiable, and— Sigurd smiled. Sounds exactly like Seagarten, Alex. Ready-made. Why not just attack it and seize that place for yourself? Spoils of war sort of thing. Hawke turned in his seat and looked back at her. The woman is a genius. Next, Artemis, I'm putting you in charge of the operation. Assemble the hostage rescue team in Miami. We leave tonight on my airplane. After you drop Fräulein Kissel and me off in Oxfordshire, your flight plan is Miami. Once everyone is assembled, ferry them all back to Zurich just as quickly as you can put this together. Who do you need? Artemis asked. I need Stokely Jones and Harry Brock, CIA, both located in Miami. And I need my mercenaries, Thunder and Lightning, who run their operation out of a castle called Fort Whoopas on Martinique, Les Antilles. Who? Friends of mine, Artemis. Stokely will call them as soon as you know what I want. T&L, best hostage rescue team for hire in the world. With all due respect, sir, sounds like a bit of overkill, pun intended, for a single hostage. Stalingrad and Putin have turned Seagarten into a heavily armed compound. There will be heavy resistance, but I'm also thinking ahead, Captain. According to the Baron, we may have also some kind of an invasion on our hands. Putin's building an army from the ground up. He's hired a man whose specialty is building private armies, Colonel Beau Beauregard. Now, Operation Overkill is real, then? What the hell is it? Well, that's what we're going to find out. But first, I'm going to bring Alexei home.
You really think he's in there? In Seagarden?
Yeah, I do. I strongly suspect that Alexei is there, and that he is under the tenuous protection of Uncle Joe Stalingrad. Things are heating up fast, and the danger level for Alexei from Putin is ramping up with it. Well, he's not going to do anything rash right now, Alex. He's got too much to lose. Look, I know Putin. He gets rattled in times like this, times of international crisis, distracted. Hell, that night I visited him at his dacha. Pentagon sent me to get him to sign that stand-down treaty for the Joint Chiefs. By the time I left with that signed treaty in my hand, he was so damn crazy drunk he could barely stand up. And he was shooting at me, shouting that if I ever interfered with him again, he'd kill both my son and me. Artemis said, "Well, you need to put an end to this thing, sir, once and for all." "You think I don't know that?" Hawke said. Chapter 76. Lake Zurich. Thunder and Lightning. That's the moniker the famous mercenary team had acquired in the mid-90s when they started making an international name for themselves, before they became legend in the head-banging warrior world of the Soldier of Fortune. They were recruited on battlefields that spanned the globe. Usually it was the last man standing, in the smoking ruins that got the nod. Ex-French Foreign Legion, ex-SAS, ex-SBS, and U.S. Army Rangers, ex-Japanese 1st Airborne, ex-Royal Australian Spec Ops Command, you name it, all could be found among the ranks of Thunder and Lightning. The weapons they carried varied from man to man. Most common was the MP5, the Heckler & Koch 9mm submachine gun favored by the SEALs, and the Sig Sauer 9mm pistol. Both weapons fitted with what the Yanks among themselves called hush puppies. Stun grenades and Willie Petes hung from their camo web belts in what looked like grape clusters. Willie Petes were terrifying weapons, white phosphorus grenades that spread unspeakably intense heat and fire wherever they ignited. Chief Charlie Rainwater was the one called Thunder. He was a full-blooded Comanche, a true plains warrior, and he held the distinction of being the best underwater demolition man in the storied history of UDT and the Navy SEALs. Team 6 had nicknamed him Thunder, and the name had stuck. In Afghanistan, the chief was known for always scouting barefoot, saving countless lives in the doing, always finding tripwires no one else could see, hearing enemy footsteps no one else could hear, and smelling an ambush a mile away. He'd earned 3 Bronze Stars and 1 Silver Star for his valiant efforts. Chief Rainwater was nearly 7 feet tall and bristling with muscle, with blazing black eyes and a long, narrow nose sharp as an arrow above his somewhat cruel lips. Shoulder-length raven-black hair fell about his copper-skinned shoulders. He fought bare-chested, with an old pair of buckskin trousers and a pair of beaded moccasins he'd sewn for himself as his uniform. And then there was the man called Lightning. Fitzhugh McCoy was a big, strapping Irish chap, ruddy-complected and weather-burned. Along with flashing blue eyes, he had short red-gold hair, which also dusted his bulging forearms. He was a veteran of Iraq and Afghanistan, earning his stripes as a Delta Force warfighter in both theaters. He was also a recipient of the Congressional Medal of Honor. These days, they ran their operations out of Martinique, located in the Lesser Antilles in the eastern Caribbean Sea. Lightning, as a student at Trinity College Dublin, had discovered an old British fortress sited on a hilltop deep in the jungle while on holiday. He decided on the spot that he would acquire it one day and make it home of all of his operations. And on the day he and Thunder officially commenced operations, he'd offered a $5,000 bonus to the man who came up with the best name for their new home. Thunder had won, hands down. The chief announced they would call it, from this day forward, Fort Whoop-Ass. And it stuck. Their old fortress headquarters was incredibly well-sited and gleamed white in the morning sunlight. Sitting atop one of the many heavily forested hills that parade down to the sea, Fort Whoop-Ass looked to be late 17th or early 18th century, most probably English.
Colonized by France in 1635, Martinique had remained a French possession, save 3 brief periods of foreign occupation by Britain.
"Alex Hawke!"
Lightning exclaimed when he heard a familiar voice on the phone.
"Christ, man, I thought you broke up with me. Where have you been, your lordship?"
Hawke laughed. "In trouble mostly, Fitz. How the hell are you? Holding down the fort at Fort Whoop-Ass?"
Busier than a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs, sir, and glad of it. Got a little gig in Syria coming up in about a month. Should be interesting. The new administration in Washington has boosted morale to the point where they're working with Yank troops. Might be fun again. Now tell me, what's up?"
"Hostage rescue. And the pressure is on."
How many of my lads you need, sir?"
15, 20 minimum. There may be another action following quickly on the heels of the rescue. It's a Putin thing. Big surprise, right? Anyway, I need you and Chief Rainwater, and I need you now.
"What are we flying into?"
"Flying? Don't tell me you've still got that old rust-bucket C-130 Hercules of yours."
"Indeed we do, sir. Archangel will be aloft long after the lot of us is gone. You remember how much runway she needs, though."
"I do indeed. I'll start looking for a nice, quiet little airstrip for you today, in fact."
"Where are you?"
"Zurich. A hostage is being held captive in a fortified walled compound on an island in Lake Zurich. CIA is now taking sat shots daily, thanks to our old pal Brick Kelly, who's dedicated a bird to us."
"Attaboy, Brick. Now, who are we up against? Anybody good?"
"Russians. If I had to guess, I'd say KGB Spec Ops boys, directly under Putin's command. Spetsnaz, KGB, FSB, the bad boys, you know. Fuck. I try not to use that word, but my sentiments exactly."
"I thought Putin was dead."
"Well, he thought so too. It turned out not to be true."
"Who's the hostage, Alex?"
"My son, Alexei. They've held him since Christmas. Putin's idea of a way to keep my lordly nose out of his business."
"Oh, I guess it's not working. So sorry you're going through this, sir. Fucking Putin."
It's been sheer unmitigated hell, Fitz, believe me.
"We'll get him out, Alex. We'll bring him home, you know that."
"Yeah, I do know. But if Putin gets wind of us making a hostage rescue move in his direction, and someone in that house pulls the trigger and—"
"Oh, stop it. It's not going to happen that way. Have we ever let you down?"
"Of course not. This thing's been pushing me to the edge, Fitz. To be honest, I feel like I'm coming apart around the edges a little bit. Too much booze, too many cigarettes, too little sleep. You know the drill."
"Oh, God, do I? Can I have 24 hours to put this all together?"
"Yes. Thanks for that."
"Weaponry?"
"Bring everything you've got."
"Holy Christ, Alex, are you serious?"
"I am. I said there may well be subsequent action. In the last few weeks, Putin has sent thugs to try to take out everyone close to me. Stokely Jones, maybe Ambrose Congreve next. They only got close with Stoke. He's all right, but they got his best pal. You remember Sharky?"
"Ah, shit. They got that little shark man, did they? Only one arm, but all hard, that one."
"Now listen, I've got to jump. The target is in a well-defended compound out on the water, out on a point of a fairly isolated island. A thick forest screens it from the nearest adjoining estates. Lots of dockage. My thought is, we charter a few high-powered speedboats, as many as we need. There are gobs of these things on Lake Zurich."
"That sounds good."
"Then we go in full throttle, we locate my son, kill anyone who gets on our way on the way in or out. Needs fine-tuning this plan, but it's fairly straightforward. They sent me a video of him last week. I'll email it to you. He looks good, considering. Clearly not being abused at any rate. You can see his room. The dimensions, anyway, might help pinpointing its location inside the complex."
"Every little helps, Skipper."
"I know. Listen, Fitz. I don't need to tell you how much I appreciate this."
No, you don't. Now get some sleep. See you day after tomorrow, sir. Tell all the lads Fitz says hi."
All was still inside Archangel, the old turboprop transport plane, built by Lockheed in the early 50s. 6 hours earlier, the giant matte black C-130 aircraft had lifted off from a secret airstrip buried deep in the jungles along the northern shores of Martinique. Aboard were some of the most dangerous men on the planet, killers trained to within a knife's edge of their lives. These hardened commandos all had enormous respect, a feeling bordering on love in some cases, for Alex Hawke, the man who is leading them into battle once more. On they flew, lumbering along through the sunlit clouds at 30,000 feet, on a northwesterly course across the rolling black Atlantic, black as night below their massive black wings. The aircraft's entire fuselage, wings, and engine nacelles were always kept to a strict matte black for nighttime insertions or evacs. There were no nav lights winking on her wingtips, no lights showing at her tail or nose. Even the lights inside the cockpit were a muted shade of red, barely visible from outside the aircraft. Fitzhugh McCoy was up front in the left-hand seat and driving the plane, with Chief Charlie Rainwater in the right-hand position. T&L Commando sat quietly inside the cold and cavernous fuselage, chilled and cramped on the rows of canvas sling chairs, alone with their thoughts. Some of the guys had just spread out face down on the greasy pallets on the deck, resting or snoring the long droning hours away. For long periods no one spoke at all. They didn't have to. They all knew what the mission entailed down to the last detail. And most important, they all knew, each and every one knew in their hearts, that whatever may befall them in the violent hours ahead, they would gladly give their lives to save Alex Hawke's only son. Archangel was coming again. Archangel to the rescue. Chapter 77. Lake Zurich. They would strike at midnight. The first black moonless night since the team had first assembled at the Bauer au Lac Hotel in the heart of Zurich. Buses had offloaded the 24-man hostage rescue team at Sepfadi, Zurich, the old marina on the lakeshore south of town. Artemis Cooper had managed to locate and charter a half-dozen high-powered speedboats for the trip down the lake and back. The boats were moored side by side at the dock farthest from the shore. On their sterns hung the 3 engines, triple 300-horsepower Mercury racing engines. Hang nearly 1,000 horsepower off the back of one of those things? Get out of the effing way, brother. And Artemis had identified the perfect staging area from which to assemble and launch the attack. A deserted warehouse right on the lakeside docks. He, Hawke, and Stoke had already commandeered the abandoned building. There the team would perform final weapons and equipment checks, top off all the tanks with petrol, and have one last look at the intel gathered on the compound and the forces defending it. 11 p.m. They had all gathered around the large wooden table, now littered with laptops, communications equipment, physical maps, blown-up reference photos of Alexei on that fateful Christmas day when he'd been taken, checklists for weapons and ammo, and... Alex saw someone enter through the rear door and instantly knew that the man had been heaven-sent. His friend, and the director of the CIA, Brick Kelly. "Evening, Alex." "Evening to you, gentlemen. Sorry to drop in so unexpectedly, but my friend Hawke here said I'd be welcome if I could make it. I'm attending the G7 summit over in Davos, so it was an easy hop over to Zurich." Hawke strode over and shook his hand. "Thanks for making the time, Brick. What have you got for us?" "Well, I got a lot of brand-new CIA intel, including close-up sat shots of the target compound, thermal imaging of current guard changes, etc. May I?" The seasoned warriors looked at each other incredulous. They'd never seen anything quite like this in all their years of combat. The director of the CIA had just walked into the room, and now he was going to brief them? Brick put a heavy satchel on the table, leather-worn thin by years of use. He withdrew a heavy black 3-ring binder. A scarlet X on the cover identified the material as top secret. In a pocket inside the binder was an Apple MacBook Air in a hard rubber casing, and a complete set of construction and elevation plans for most of the buildings inside the walls, courtesy of the CIA's secret digital construction crew. Brick said, "Now let's start with this. Let's have another look at the hostage video released 2 weeks ago by Alexei's captors and emailed to Alex. I put a team of analysts on it, and they did some fine work." Kelly hit the play button, and Hawke and the commandos huddled in for a closer look as he froze the frame and zoomed in on a window. "All, notice the sun in the deep background? We don't see much of it, but we see enough to notice that it's settling behind those mountains in the far distance. Now here, I blow up that isolated image, and you clearly see the Eiger, and nearby, Der Nadel, the mountain called White Death. So we know the hostage quarters are on the western side of the primary residence, with a direct sightline to Der Nadel. Now, I'll pull out to look at all 3 windows visible behind Alexei in the foreground. 2 windows on one wall with another on a perpendicular wall. And voila, mes amis, now we have pinpointed a corner room, the corner room on the northwestern side of the building. That's where you'll find your son, Alex. God bless you, Brick, Hawke said, his heart racing. This man whom he'd once rescued from certain death at the hands of the Iraqi prison guards had never once let him down. Brick said, finally, the trees visible in the windows, those are mature fir trees, grow to approximately 50 to 60 feet in height, and we're looking at the very tops of them. Are you with me now? We're looking at elevations. Hawke stretched his hand out across the table and seized the artist's renderings of Seagarden compound in his right hand, one that showed the primary residence in great 3D detail. Yes, Brick, we're with you. The top floor. You've correctly identified the exact room where we'll find my son. It's this room right here, the one I'm pointing at. Alexei is being held in the northwest corner room on the top floor of the house. That's where you find him, man, Brick said. I'm certain of it. Hawke grabbed Brick by the shoulders and hugged him. Thank you guys for doing this last-minute stuff for us, Brick. You've cut through a ton of analysis crap for us tonight and probably saved a lot of lives, too. You're the best, man. You want to come along for the fun? I don't think so, Alex. I got to get back to Davos tonight and get a little sleep. My big G7 presentation is the first one up in the morning, so... Understood, Hawke said, and squeezed his hand in a goodbye shake. Give him hell, Brick. The man started to make his exit, and then checked that thought and remained at the table. Hey, boss, Stokely said, a big smile on his face. Now that we know exactly where Alexei is hanging out, shouldn't we just go get his ass out of there? Booyah! Gentlemen, Hawke said, looking at his combat watch, an old black-faced Rolex Commando he had worn all the way through his Royal Navy combat tours in desert. Are we ready? Let me hear it. Ready! They all boomed out in unison. Born ready, sir! Well, hell, Hawke shouted. Then let's crank up those damn motorboats and roar like hell down this lake and kick some Russian ass, boys. Brick said, Alex, can I have a quick word outside? They stepped out into the chilly drizzle. Something's up in Siberia. We don't know what yet. Tell me, Sats are picking up major flurries kicking up out of that old secret KGB headquarters in Siberia. Troops in battle formation. Artillery rolled outside and being reconditioned. A damn fighter squadron being taken out of mothballs, etc. Preparation for an invasion of some kind, we think. Invasion of what? Not the Baltics again? No, he's already done that and failed. Who then? The Kremlin oligarchs? No, your pal Vladimir Putin. He's up to no good again somewhere. That's for damn sure. Chapter 78. Falkland's Lair. Uncle Joe couldn't sleep. Despite all the planning, all the vast amounts of money expended, all the highly trained members of the Falkland's Lair squads and Beau's brigade, all his own assurances to Putin that all was under control, that he and Beau were on top of things, he had this nagging feeling here on the very eve of battle. A nagging voice right at the back of his brain saying, Is it, Joe? Is it really, Joe? Is it really all under control? I mean, think about it. Russia is about to invade fucking Switzerland. Tossing and turning, he kept playing and replaying the dinner conversation he and Shit Smith had had with Colonel Beauregard the night before Beau left for Siberia. There he would fine-tune the troops and ultimately oversee the movement of his mercenary forces across Europe and deep into Switzerland and commence Operation Overkill. Beau and Joe and Mr. Shit Smith had decided to dine together that night in the main dining room at Falkland's Lair. Putin had been invited, but had not shown up. Joe learned from the kitchen staff that he'd ordered his meal sent up to his quarters. along with 3 bottles of Chateau Lafite Rothschild and a case of Krug champagne, to go with his pheasant under glass or whatever. Bo was saying to Uncle Joe and Shit over dinner, "You know, Joe, it's long been said that Switzerland doesn't have an army. Switzerland is an army. You see, the Swiss have not fought a war for nearly 500 years, and they are determined to know how so as not to have to fight one." "What'd he say?" Shit said, already into his 7th beer. Joe looked at the sullen cowboy, shook his head, and said, "He means they're determined to know how to fight the war, so as to know how not to fight the war, Shit." "What?" Shit said, still not all that clear on the matter. "Pay attention to what the man is saying, for Christ's sake. Go ahead, Bo, continue," Joe said. "Okay, so in Italy, it has been said of the Swiss army, I didn't know they had one. When the Italian guy learns that the Swiss army vastly outnumbers Italy's, the Guido says, 'Oh, that is not difficult.'" "Funny," Shit mumbled. Bo continued, "The Swiss army has served as a model for nations a lot less languid than Italy. Now, get this, the fucking Israeli army is a copy of the Swiss army. The Israelis, Joe. You think those bastards don't know how to fight?" Shit said, "How big is Switzerland, anyway? Tiny little place, ain't it?" "Well, Switzerland is 2 times the size of New Jersey. New Jersey, by far, has the bigger population. Nonetheless, there are 950,000 people in the Swiss army. At any given time, most of them are walking around in street clothes like you and me, or in blue from the collar down. And at home, every damn one of them's got an assault rifle under his bed. I'm talking about a civilian army, Joe. A trained and practiced militia, ever ready to mobilize. They serve for 30 years. All 950,000 are prepared to be present at mobilization points and battle stations throughout the country in considerably less than 48 hours. That's why I've been telling you and Volodya we gotta blitzkrieg this thing." "Give me 48 damn hours," Shit said. "I'll go in and get your damn gold out." "Well, listen, they got an Air Force? Probably not." "Well, hell yes, they got one," Bo said. "But you will drive the length and breadth of Switzerland, and you will never, I mean ever, see an Air Force base." "Where the hell do they keep all their airplanes then?" Shit asked, reasonably enough. "Inside the mountains. Deep beneath the ground, inside hangars carved out of the mountains, with high-speed aircraft elevators modeled after those on an aircraft carrier, that's where. Elevators take the fighters up to the catapults at the top of the mountains and spit the motherfuckers out at 15,000 feet. All over the country, there are hidden highways used as ground airstrips in remote regions for the Swiss fighters to use in the event of attack." "Their Air Force keeps their airplanes inside the mountains?" Shit said in total disbelief. "With carrier elevators and catapults? Man, that is pure badass." "Yes, mountains everywhere, fighter bases. You'll be hiking in the Alps through some meadow of wildflowers and come across 2 paved airstrips. But no airport, no evident hangars because the modern ones are deep under the meadows. And no evident airplanes, no refueling trucks, not even a windsock to mark the spot of the airborne operations. You'll see such airstrips in many mountain valleys, too. Near the older ones are World War II hangars that are nothing but subtle rises in the ground. They're painted in camouflage and covered with living grass. Other strips are more enigmatic, since no apparent structures exist at all. If you just happen to be looking, though, you might see a hole at the top of a mountain open up, might see something like an enormous mouse hole appear chimerically near the peak of an Alp." "Chimerically?" Shit repeated, nodding his head. "Yeah, keep your eyes open, because shortly, out of that mountain mouse hole comes a wave of supersonic aircraft. A Tiger, a Mirage, all bearing on their wings the traditional Swiss white cross on a field of red. In a matter of seconds, squadrons are climbing into the air, manned by pilots who have been training and sitting inside the mountains waiting day and night, month after month, year after year, for someone to be stupid enough to invade Switzerland." "Like us," Joe said. suddenly horribly depressed.
"No, not like us," Bo said. "I'm not stupid. At least when it comes to fighting and winning wars. Got a pretty goddamn good track record in that department."
"Hell, Bo," Joe said morosely, "what makes you think we can defeat a 1,000,000-man army and the hidden Air Force?"
"Speed, that's what. And, of course, surprise. We get in and out, with all our gold in less than 12 hours, way before the 48 it will take them to mobilize. We'll take heat, sure, but the advantage of surprise and our instant mobilization, boom, that will win the day. Now you watch and see."
"I guess so." Bo almost came out of his chair.
"You guess so, Joe? You'll be sitting up here in your mountain fortress telling everyone else what to do. What'll I be doing? I'll tell you. I'll be right in the thick of it on the ground, leading the troops to hell and back, praying to God there ain't a bullet out there with my name carved in the lead, that's what. And don't give me any more of your happy horse shit, Joe. I ain't in the mood for it."
Joe said, "You're getting paid millions of dollars to take this risk. No one feels sorry for you around here."
"And you're not getting paid millions? Give me a fucking break, Uncle Joe."
Joe said, "All right, that's it. I'm going to bed. But I just want to say one thing, get it off my chest before I can go to sleep tonight. You listening, Bo?"
"Yeah, I am. But I'm the only one, Joe. Your little cowboy buddy Shit Smith just did a faceplant in his quiche Lorraine. He's going to be in great shape tomorrow. Now go on. Say what you got to say, man. Get it over with."
"I got to say that it occurs to me, and it really bothers me, that you never gave President Putin your stupid enough to invade Switzerland speech."
"Oh, now why do you suppose that is?" "That's it?" Bo laughed. "Seriously, I didn't tell Putin, that's all you got, man. Christ Jesus, I'll tell you, I got us a saying out in West Texas. Might help you out a tad, partner. You listening?"
"I'm listening."
"We say, never tell the daddy of some rich gal you're aiming to marry that his little girl is ugly."
Joe stood up, wiped his mouth with his linen napkin, and threw it down on the table.
"Ah, great, Bo, that's really good. Very reassuring. So now you're saying to me, our little girl is ugly? Christ, I hope you know what the hell you're doing, Colonel, because you sure haven't rallied the troops around the table tonight." "Go to bed, Joe. You'll feel a whole lot better in the morning," Bo said, pushing back from the table. He left the dining room. Joe sat there a while, digesting all worrisome things he'd just heard, listening to Shit Smith snorkeling loudly in his soup. He'd take him to his room, let him sleep it off, and then fill him with hot coffee and take the sub back across the lake to Sea Garden. He and Shit had a mission tonight. All day, and he couldn't say why, Joe had nursed a feeling that Alex Hawke might be coming. Tonight, or the next night, or the next, he had no idea. But if Putin got word of it, that wonderful little boy he'd come to love would be dead in a matter of minutes. There was nothing else for it. Joe and Shit would spend tonight on the island. He was determined not to let some KGB thug kill an innocent child who'd done nothing, nor kill a desperate father guilty of nothing but wanting to save the life of his only son. If he was right, and Hawke was coming to rescue his son tonight, Joe would make sure that Putin's assassin had to go through Joe Stalingrad and Shit Smith in order to pull the trigger. Chapter 79. Lake Zurich. 6 high-speed boats, all jet black, all deck lights blacked out, 5 men to a craft. Stokely, ex-SEAL commando, driving the lead boat at the tip of the spear, a tight V formation. Hawke and Artemis were both just coming aboard, along with Auguste Francois, an ex-French Foreign Legion, and a tough little Kentucky warfighter, a legendary ranger sniper, everyone called Beetle. Before firing up the 3 powerful outboard engines hanging off the stern, Stoke had killed all the lights aboard, and only the instrument panel was casting a dull reddish glow on their faces. "Everybody strapped in?" Stoke asked the crew. Affirmative yos all around. "Stoke," Hawke said, Give me a heads-up when we approach the 5,000-yard-out mark on our approach to the island. We want to drift in and out of the fog, edging closer into the docks at dead slow, staying close to the perimeters of the fog until we get a good look at what we're dealing with. If there's a major artillery piece on the dock aimed in our direction, I want to disappear back where I came from. Aye, Skipper. Let the other 5 skippers know as well. Not now, but right now, Stokes said, grabbing the VHF radio. Powering through the thick lake-effect fog that lay over the surface, and traveling at racing speeds down the mirror-smooth lake, they maintained their strictly held V formation. The lead boat's foaming white-water wake was enormous. Racing engines, each pumping out a thumping 300 horsepower, were kicking up all kinds of hell. Hawke was at the stern of the lead boat, mentally taking stock of his team fanned out back there. After all the discussions about strategy, after all the endless poring over CIA sat shots of the island, the Sea Garden compound, calculating the dimensions of the big docks that stuck far out into Lake Zurich, after all the long nightmare of wondering if Alexei was dead or still alive, Alex Hawke was at long last taking the fight to the enemy, and taking the infamous warlords Thunder and Lightning along for the ride. Every man of the 5 squads was kitted out the same. They wore dark camouflage tiger stripes, wore nothing at all reflective, faces blacked out with camo war paint. Thunder and Lightning would be invisible when the 5 boats slowed dramatically to a dead slow drift out of the fog and toward the docks. "Mark," Stokes said, 5,000 yards and closing." Hawke felt the boat shudder and slowed dramatically as Stoke throttled back at the 5,000-yard marker. Looking through the powerful Leica binocs, Hawke went to the stern. He was surveying the dockage space, the shoreline, and the outer perimeter of the walled compound. Boat 1 would arrive first at the long dock at Sea Garden, and— "Shit," Hawke whispered, whirling around and motioning for Beetle to come aft to him. 2 makeshift wooden guard towers had been hastily erected since the last CIA sat pass. One, the closest, gave a view to the seaward side, and the farthest one looked out on the forest at the rear, or the western side of the residence. Hawke handed the binocs to Beetle. "First tower dead ahead abeam of us, Beetle. I count 3 guards, 2 searchlights up top. Stoke, stop the boat. 1,000 yards offshore. Beetle needs to take out that first tower trio of tangles before they pick us up." And so it began. Alex Hawke, as the Alpha Squad leader, would take his men away south along the shore, staying outside the wall before turning west and entering the deep forest at the rear of the compound. Covering his flank and ultimately joining up with Alpha would be Stokely and his Bravo Squad. Once Hawke and his 2 squads were in place in the woods behind the house itself and ready to scale the wall, they would alert Fitz's Charlie Squad and Brock's Echo to commence combat operations at the lakefront entrance to the compound. Chief Rainwater, a towering figure in the rarefied world of combat demolition, and his Charlie fighters would be rigging Semtex plastic explosives at the wide entrance gate and all along the base of the seaward wall. Once the wall was breached, Echo, led by Harry Brock, would race inside the compound, with Charlie and his guys hot on their heels, all obliterating anyone who was suicidal enough to get in their way. At least, that was the way it was all supposed to work, Hawke thought, as the big black speedboat nosed through fog thick enough to choke you, and smelling terribly of seaborne iodine. The engines, at idle speed, were burbling softly at the stern. "I'm sighted in, Skipper," Beetle said quietly, a man at one with his gun, lightly gripping the forearm, right elbow rock steady on top of his beanbag. "Range?" Hawke said. 1,000 yards, sir. Elevation? 15 degrees, plus or minus 2. Comfy? Yes, sir." "Take them out," Hawke said simply. And Beetle did just that. Easy. All headshots. Pith, pith, pith. 1, 2, 3. Simple as that. The Alpha attackers crept through the forest toward the rear of the compound, the sounds of their footsteps muffled by the dense layer of pine straw under the soles of their combat boots. A light rain had begun to fall, and the dark and looming trees were dripping. Hawke could see lights through the branches now, blooming yellow in the windows of the upper floors.
he signaled the squad to halt, just shy of the clearing on this side of the thick brick wall. Moments later, Stoke and Bravo's squad arrived and took up positions inside the trees. Stoke was looking up at the barbed wire atop the wall, surveilling their situation, quickly making a decision.
"Yeah, no need to demo the wall, Skipper,"
he said quietly to Hawke.
"Tell me, I climbed this tree right here, boss. The topmost branches look sturdy enough to take my weight, and those branches reach out pretty far into the clearing. I make my way out, heave a grapnel hook, catch the highest railing on that top-floor terrace, and secure it. We hand over hand it across the line, no noise to alert the guards, or—" "Guard," Hawke said, coming around the far corner of the house with his dog. "Beetle? You on this bastard?" "Aye, sir. I got him. Take the shot."
2 barely audible puffs of soft sound, and the threat was eliminated.
"Okay, Mr. Jones," Hawke said. "Let's do this quickly before another one shows up."
Stoke was already well up into the tree, climbing surely and quickly and silently.
"Artemis, you're next, then me. Beetle, you're last because I want you to remain in the treetops until it's all over, making that hush puppy of yours bark whenever necessary, yes?"
"Yes, sir, I was thinking that too. Shooting stars is a really good field of fire inside the perimeter of the wall from way up there.
Maximum effect of the weapons."
Hawke looked up, saw Artemis some 20 feet up and climbing fast. He pulled out his radio. He needed to get Brock and Chief Rainwater on the same page pronto.
"Charlie, Delta, Echo, this is Alpha, Bravo. We are in position inside the woods, west of the compound. Found a way to breach the wall and enter the top floor minus the explosives. Terrace up there. Once we're in position to insert, I'll signal. Everybody copy that?"
They affirmed, and Hawke started to climb like a man possessed. He could barely stand the pounding deep inside his chest that was his terrified heart. If all went according to plan, within an hour, Artemis would be aboard the Blue Streak ferrying Sigrid and little Alexei home to England to his beloved Hawksmoor. But what if Alexei was not there in the corner room, had been moved? Or what if the incursion had been seen, and Putin had already given the order to— No. You don't go there, Lord Hawke. You calm yourself down, and you go through that door with the force of 1,000,000 men and 1,000 hurricanes. You find your son, and you keep him safe forever. That's what you do, Lord Hawke. That is what you damn well do. Chapter 80. Charlie Rainwater couldn't help but smile when he got Hawke's new plan of attack. Commander Hawke was not going to announce their imminent arrival inside the compound with a noisy explosive breach of the rear wall after all. No. Alpha and Bravo were already inside the rear perimeter. All 8 men were up on the top floor terrace, northwest corner, all without an audible shot yet to be fired. The Chief's plastic C4 and Semtex charges along the seaward walls were all rigged and primed, and he was just waiting for Hawke to give him the signal to pull the trigger that would launch a spear thrust attack on Seagarden proper. He, along with Harry Brock's Echo and Fitz's Delta, had rigged the entire seaward portion of the thick wall to blow inward. All that steel and concrete blasted backward into the faces of the enemy inside. The second Hawke heard the explosions over on the lakeside, the 2 squads under his command would breach the doors and windows and get inside the house in a matter of seconds. They would then locate the hostage, while Charlie, Brock, and Fitz led an assault on the front of the house, striking in a classic pincer movement. Putin's KGB and Spetsnaz forces would be getting M60 Hellfire and stun and frag grenades from 2 directions at once, and from overwhelming force, a thunder and lightning house specialty. Static on Rainwater's radio, then— "Charlie, this is Alpha. Pull the trigger, boys. We're going in." The chief keyed the radio transmitter as his 2 squads leapt from the seawall down to the dock to take cover. His idea was that they would commence the attack from this ideal cover and assess the resistance before mounting the seawall and rushing the holes in the compound walls. The multiple explosions were deafening. The 8 men crouched on the dock hugged the seawall and waited for the smoke to settle.
"I'll take a look,"
the warrior called. Thunder said 3 minutes later. He rose up and put the glasses to his eyes to survey a scene of horrific destruction. "Holy shit," he whispered, astonished at the effect of their charges. "They're all either dead or they're playing possum under all that masonry, but I'm not taking any chances. Break out the heavy artillery, M60 teams, and lay down a barrage of suppression fire on my signal." Charlie's 2 weapons were capable of firing several types of ammunition, including bowl, tracer, and armor-piercing. "As soon as the dust settles again, we hit them with those big-ass M32 grenade launchers, and we go up and over this wall. Commence firing!" Those 10 headbangers were up and over that sea-wall and charging through what was left of the perimeter wall. Desolation and destruction were everywhere they looked. "Down! Snipers on the rooftop!" Brock shouted as he dropped and rolled, coming up with his weapon trained on 3 tangos, sighting down at them from high above. He squeezed the trigger and wasted them. Now they were taking fire from inside the residence, shooters on all floors and at all windows. They were only 50 yards or so from the front entrance to the mansion, and the ground was covered with a litter of blackened chunks of blasted wall. His idea to focus on the charges inward had provided him with an invaluable gift, a lot of enemy dead, and cover. "We're going in," Chief Rainwater barked on the radio. "Hammer the front of the house, all 3 floors with merciless fire, M60 rounds, and grenades to soften them up. We storm the front gates in 3 minutes, on my signal." And then, sure as sun follows rain, sheer, unadulterated hell was unleashed on the Russian KGB troops, guarding the compound from both within and without. It was a beautiful thing to see, Chief Rainwater thought. Just beautiful. Hawke looked deeply into the eyes of every one of his 2 squad teams. All were now gathered there on the 3rd-floor outdoor terrace. He was seemingly in no hurry at all, staring at them patiently but relentlessly, one by one, unequivocally conveying to each individual the unspoken 3-word message he always sent to his warriors on the very brink of battle: duty, honor, courage. Chapter 81. From the lake, a horrific blast rattled the windows all over Seagarden. Chief Charlie Rainwater had blown the entire lakefront wall all right, 50 feet in either direction, apparently to smithereens by the sound of things. On the terrace, Hawke paused at the primary door to be breached and said, "Go left, 4 through the door, and clear every room on this floor. Go in low, acquire, and shoot. No fancy headshots. We're firing heavy loads. Once you're clear, round up on me. Stoke and I are going straight for the hostage." "Blow the east and west doors simultaneously," Stoke said. "Smoke grenades, stun grenades, and frags. Time to hop and pop, ladies." A second later, the windows and doors exploded inward with the squad's carefully rigged C4 charges. Jagged shards of glass would shred enemy combatants foolish enough to be waiting on the other side. "Go, go, go!" Hawke shouted as his men stormed through blown-out windows and doors, disappearing inside with their weapons blazing. Hawke had identified the exterior door he felt would be the closest exterior entry point to Alexi's corner room. He now said to Stokely, "Blow this door right here, now." Stoke blew the shattered door inward and off its hinges with a thumping M60 machine gun. Seconds later, they were inside. A wide windowed hallway with a central staircase leading down to the ground floor. The firefight inside was intense. "Top of the stairs, boss," he heard Stoke say, and then the muffled broop of his HK submachine gun, the barrel smoking inches from Hawke's right ear, led from the tangos down the hall, whistling past his head. "Down!" Stoke shouted, and Hawke went prone on the marble floor, putting the sights of his own HK on the guards huddled in the smoke of Stoke's grenade. When you can see them, they can see you, he reminded himself, and squeezed the trigger. He saw the reply, 2 twinkling yellow muzzle flames in the smoke, and emptied a whole mag in that direction, obliterating the enemy in the smoke. "Behind us!" Stoke shouted, as Hawke reloaded. "Coming up the steps!" Concrete and other debris was raining down on them as wayward enemy rounds on the staircase tore up the ceiling and walls above their heads, and the enemy was on the move again, charging up the staircase. Christ! Hawke's machine gun had gotten trapped under his body. He reached behind him and grabbed a frag grenade off his utility web belt, pulled the pin, and heaved it with just enough loft to let it bounce down the wide, white marble steps. The fighters saw it coming and started to retreat in a crazy jumble back down the steps. By then, Hawke had his Sig Sauer 9mm pistol on him and was firing into the thick of them. The heavy loads were incredibly effective. Men just crumpled at the bottom of the steps. Then the frag blew, and nobody and nothing was moving on those stairs. The loud exchange of automatic weapons fire on the floors below assured Hawke that Charlie and Delta and Echo squads had entered the residence and were hard at work clearing the ground floor before ascending to the second. It was then that Hawke saw a flash of movement on the floor near Stoke. "On your right!" Hawke screamed to Stokely, just before he brought his machine gun to bear on a wounded man faking death beneath a table. Hawke had the gun on full auto, and he just shredded the man and the table as he and Stoke got to their feet and ran. They heard the sound of a shot being fired in the room at the end of the hall, and they raced toward it. Hawke's heart stood still. The shot had come from inside Alexi's room. He looked at Stoke, both pausing before the closed door. "I'll roll right. You roll left?" "Let's go," Stoke said, grabbing the knob and kicking the door in. Chapter 82. They dove for the floor, rolling away from each other in opposite directions, leaping to their feet with their weapons extended, the knuckles on their trigger fingers white with stress. Hawke's eyes widened in the dimly lit room. Where the hell was his son? A man in partial shadow sat on the edge of the single bed. Joe! Sure it was. He had his arm around a small, dark-haired child who was weeping. Hawke knew the sounds of those sobs by heart. Those were Alexi's tears. The room was nearly dark. Only a small candle flickered on the bedside table. "Turn on the light, Stoke," Hawke said quietly. A second later, all was illuminated. "Alexi," Hawke said, gaping down at his little boy, near tears himself. "Are you all right, son?" "Daddy?" came a tiny whisper. "Yes, it's Daddy. I've come to take you home, son." "Is it really you?" "Yes, Alexi, it's really me. It's your papa. I want to go home, Daddy, please." "I know you do, son. Me too." The boy looked up at his father, trying to smile through his tears. "Can Uncle Joe come too? He's my friend." Hawke took a step forward, and his foot brushed what felt like a human form. He stepped back to inspect it. "What happened up here, Joe?" Hawke asked, staring at the dead man lying in the shadows. On his back, on the floor, a few feet from the bed, his throat was a yawing maw of red and white and pink grizzle. Thickening blood puddled on the floor. There was a still-smoking gun in his hand, a small Makarov 9mm automatic, KGB. "Who the hell is that?" Hawke asked Joe. "Anatoly Slivko, KGB political officer, one of Putin's most trusted lieutenants. He came here to kill your son." "That was the shot I heard? He fired at Alexei?" "No," Joe said. "He fired the shot at me because I had the gun on him and wouldn't let him get between me and the boy." "You were here protecting Alexei, weren't you, Joe?" "I've been here all night. For some reason I thought you might be coming, maybe tonight, maybe the next, but soon, I don't know why. But I knew if you did attempt to rescue, Putin would send his assassin to the island as soon as he learned of the assault." Joe lifted the sleepy Alexei up and offered him to his father. Hawke took his son in his arms and hugged him tightly to his chest, his cheeks gleaming with tears in the lamplight. "Oh, Daddy, I missed you so much." "Shh, just rest. We're going home now." "Did you do that to him?" Hawke said to Joe, staring at the dead man bleeding out on the floor. "His head is almost severed." "No, the man over there in the corner did it. Slashed him ear to ear, as you can see. He came up behind the assassin, just as he raised the gun to shoot Alexei, and fired at me instead.
The boy was still asleep in his bed.
"What man?" Hawke said, looking around.
"Over there in the corner, boss,"
Stokes said, pointing at a tall man in black sitting in an armchair, wiping the blood off a long-bladed knife. It sounded like he was whistling softly as he worked.
"Who the hell is that, Joe?" Hawke said. "Name's Smith, Putin's new bodyguard and chief of security."
"You saved my son's life, Mr. Smith," Hawke said quietly to the tall man. "I cannot ever thank you enough."
"Well, hell, good thing I walked in when I did," the man said with a long, slow drawl. "I don't much truck with folks who kill a child laying asleep in his own bed. No need to thank me. It's what I do."
"Joe," Hawke said, his mind racing, "how the hell do you explain all this to Putin without getting shot yourself?"
"Mr. Smith came in, saw Putin's assassin about to shoot me in the gut. There was a struggle for the gun, and Smith slashed his throat. During the struggle, Hawke snatched the boy and bolted. That's all I've got, and if he doesn't buy it, well, hell, I guess I'm fucked."
"Joe, come with me now. It's your only chance. Putin will never forgive another betrayal. He will most certainly kill you for aiding and abetting Alexei's escape."
"No. He knows his life is in my hands now, and there's nothing he can do about it. He's paying me millions to help him return to power. He needs me, Alex. He's totally dependent on me and Mr. Smith over there and Colonel Beauregard. He won't kill any of us, trust me. We're all that's standing between him and the next assassin bullets from the Kremlin."
"You saved Alexei, Joe, you did. I can't tell you how." The house was rocked by another loud explosion from somewhere in the direction of the waterfront.
"Boss?"
Stoke, who stood gazing out the window, said, grabbing Hawke's shoulder.
"What? We gotta go. Spetsnaz troops are out in the docks pouring gasoline and rigging charges all over our speedboats. The first one just blew. If we don't withdraw right now and get the hell off this island, we're trapped out here."
"He's right," Hawke said to Joe, and turned for the door. With his son cradled in his arms, he took one last look at Shit Smith, his black cowboy hat pulled low over his eyes. "Mr. Smith, whoever you are, you didn't just save one life tonight. You saved both a father and a son. I shan't ever forget you."
"Won't forget you either, Parts," Shit Smith said in his low voice,
staring at Hawke with a hard look in his black eyes that Hawke would never forget. The man appeared to be literally smoldering. Then he smiled.
"You look like the kind of hombre could put up a good fight. Tell the truth, I don't run across too many like that. You and me, we could really mix it up sometime, huh? You like a knife fight someday?"
"Come on, boss, we gotta go," Stokes said, grabbing Hawke by the shoulder and dragging him away from the twisted cowboy. "Goodbye, Joe," Hawke said, pausing at the door. Alexei's sound asleep, his head on his father's shoulder. "Tell me one thing. Putin's holed up inside the Sorcerer's old mountain complex, isn't he?"
"Yes, he is."
"Mounting an operation called Overkill."
"Correct."
"What is it?"
"Bottom line, Putin's pulling a Goldfinger. His enemies told about all of his gold, and he wants all of his gold back. Use it to take out the oligarchs running the Kremlin. That's the plan. What can I tell you?"
"Stay safe, Joe." On the docks, a firefight was raging. Hawke, with Alexei asleep in his arms, was waiting for the final skirmish to end. He was seated in an armchair, peering out a ground-floor window. He saw one of his boats was already afire and sinking stern down. He feared the blaze could soon expand to the other speedboats, eliminating any hope of their escape from Seagarden Island. But the tide was turning. Charlie and Delta and Echo squads now had the enemy fighters diving off the docks into the water to escape the hail of lead pouring onto them. And then the Russians started taking fire from their rear. Alpha and Bravo now opened up with everything they had, as Hawke's guys began pouring out of the building. The carnage was devastating. The day was won. When the shooting stopped, and the appointed medic in each of Hawke's squads had attended to the dead and wounded, carrying many to the boats by stretcher, after the fire aboard the sinking boat was extinguished, Chief Charlie Rainwater, Thunder, when inside the darkened building, now eerily silent after all the gunfire and explosions.
"Sir," he said, spying Hawke by the window, "I think it's time."
"Thanks, Chief. I'm coming. It's clear?"
"All clear, Commander. We're loading our dead and wounded and starting the boats."
Hawke rose from the chair and turned toward the front door. A minute later, every man on the deck stopped doing what he was doing. The reaction of the men was instant and filled with satisfaction and a love of their leader. Everyone started applauding, cheering loudly, all of them knowing full well what was coming, what would happen when that front door opened. Alex Hawke emerged from the smoking building with his son in his arms and started walking toward the men at the boats.
"Mission accomplished, gentlemen,"
Hawke shouted from the steps, and his men went wild.
"Once again duty, honor, and courage have prevailed."
The man had his son in his arms. He was alive. He was safe. It was time to go to war. Operation Overkill. Chapter 83. Falcon's Lair. P-Day -1. The last of the Falcon Lair troops on the mountaintop had been deployed just before daybreak. Joe Stalingrad supervised their deployment, standing before the soaring floor-to-ceiling window with a radio in his hand. Lead-paned and crystal clear, it occupied one entire wall of Putin's magnificent walnut-paneled office and gave a panoramic view of what would soon be a field of battle. When he'd first been ushered into this office, Uncle Joe had wondered if this window overlooking the roof of the world was a good idea, especially for a man who was determined to hide from the whole damn planet. That was before, upon inspection, he saw the massive steel doors set in the rock to either side, their exterior sides camouflaged in hyper-realistic but fake rock. Doors and windows built in this fashion were everywhere, and all would seal tight at the push of a button. There were fine and faded aubusons and Persian rugs underfoot. The walls were studded with old masters, while the bookcases proudly displayed vast leather-bound collections of everything from Goethe to Gandhi, from Dickens to Hemingway, to, of course, Chekhov, Pushkin, and Dostoevsky. There was also a leather-bound copy of Nabokov's Lolita, Joe's fave novel of all time. On the massive mahogany partner's desk, that large Nazi swastika, made of highly polished sterling silver, was being used as a paperweight. Since Putin had suddenly stopped using the office for God knows what reason, preferring to keep to his bed, Joe had gladly exercised his squatter's rights. He and the president had spoken only on a few occasions since Seagarden fell to Hawke, and the scary discussion about who was responsible for Hawke's successful rescue of his son. Joe had been right about Putin, however. Under normal circumstances, the president would have had both Joe and Shit Smith shot for interfering in the hostage situation, preventing the boy's murder. But these were definitely not normal circumstances. Putin needed Joe to keep Beauregard's invasion on track, and he needed Shit Smith to protect him from Alex Hawke, should his nemesis manage to confront him once more. In the unlikely event that Hawke's men should manage to break through the defenses and storm the gates at Falcon's Lair, Joe and the president had a secret escape plan, a plan known by only the two of them. And though it was strictly against Putin's wishes, Miss Emma Peake, Joe Stalingrad's latest conquest in waiting. She had been intent upon seducing him just the night before, but Joe had been distracted by impending events. Still, he knew a sure thing when he saw it coming. She wore ever shorter skirts, and every time she crossed her legs, she managed to give him a quick glimpse of her invariably pink panties. He was already fantasizing about marrying the damn woman, for Christ's sakes. Did he love her? He only knew that he would gladly crawl a mile of broken glass just to drink her bathwater. And the poor kid hadn't even gotten a good gander at the PlayStation's junk yet. On the snowy crest below the window, in the pale pink glow of dawn, a group of 6 Falcon's Lair commandos, magnificent in their white Alpine combat uniforms, were just being towed up to a higher altitude by one of the weasels, like so many water skiers. Small tracked vehicles, weasels, were heated and equipped with a canvas roof. They featured widely spaced tracks that made it possible to operate in light snow Alpine conditions. But the troops liked it better when they were towed to the top behind the weasel with a tow rope. Joe, after much consideration, had decided to position his defenses 1,000 feet above and 1,000 feet below the primary entrance to Falcon's Lair. 2,000 feet of hot death at elevations from 13 to 11,000. Bring it on. Some of the men were now just establishing machine gun nests at various altitudes and locations. Many of them would be dug into snowbanks, completely concealed, invisible to the human eye even at 20 feet. When the attack came, and it was coming, he knew, as sure as night follows day, he was ready to put up a hell of a fight. But the odds were with him. If anything as sure as an impenetrable fortress existed in this world, Joe thought, taking a seat at his desk, Falcon's Lair was certainly it. "Kitchen, may I help you?" said the voice on the phone when he punched the number. "Has Miss Peake called for her breakfast yet?" "No, sir. She usually calls at 6:30. 15 minutes. When she does, please tell her that I'm having breakfast in my office and would like her to join me." "Of course, sir. And what would you like to order this morning?" "Coffee, black for 2, in the silver urn, cheese omelette with baked ham, brie, and shaved truffles on top, and, a Diet Coke for me, please." "Very good, sir. Shall we say in 20 minutes? "Perfect." He hung up, sat back, and put his feet on the desk, gazing at the sterling silver swastika. It put him in mind of another man who had big plans to invade the tiny country of Switzerland, Adolf Hitler. Joe and Beauregard had done endless research studying Operation Tannenbaum, the German war plans for their pending invasion, an invasion that was over before it commenced. Upon reflection, Joe had to concede that between Der Fuhrer and him there were few similarities. Hitler had the Wehrmacht, the most powerful military machine on the face of the earth. Joe had Colonel Beauregard and his mercenaries. Hitler had the Luftwaffe and Hermann Göring, winner of the Blue Max and the founder of the Gestapo. Joe had Bo. Hitler had Rommel. Joe had Shit Smith. Hitler had Eva Braun. Joe had Emma Peake, so, when it came to snatch, he'd gotten the best of Adolf there, at least. And, there you are, Joe, you naughty, naughty boy. Joe was snapped out of his troublesome reverie by the appearance of the golden-haired Lady Di at his door, or at least a dead ringer for her. "Good morning," Joe said, leaping to his feet and going to her. Emma Peake looked adorable in a short skirt and a tight-fitting, plunging V-neck pink sweater. Hugging her to him was always such a treat. Because of his height, when he held her close, his face was automatically enveloped between her glorious, perfumed bosoms. Sheer heaven, he wanted to die in there. "Am I naughty, Miss Peake?" he asked her, briefly coming up for air to give her a kiss. "You certainly have been, young man." "What was my transgression?" "Well, for starters, you couldn't get it up last night. When I awoke this morning, I had big plans for you, mister, but you were gone from my bed without so much as saying good night. What time did you leave me? And more important, why? Do you not, after all this flirtation, find me attractive? It was my perception that you were quite hot to trot. Superheated, in fact." "God, no, I'm crazy about you, baby. Couldn't concentrate, that's all, worried about things, as you know. I went down to combat ops to see if they had any idea where Beauregard was. He was supposed to call me last night. And then I went to the hangar level to check on the squadron's readiness. And? Good, thank God. Half of the fighter jets already in the tunnels and ready to be catapulted out into thin air. The other half is waiting down at the hangar level in the high-speed elevators. I feel like I've done all I can for now, but then I wonder, do you think I'm utterly mad to have taken all this on? I sometimes do.
Perhaps a little, Joe. But if we can get out of this nightmare without getting killed, we're going to emerge with countless millions in gold. You can buy me a villa at Cap d'Antibes and a glorious townhouse on the Rue Faubourg Saint-Honoré in Paris and a pied-à-terre in Beverly Hills. Oh, and maybe a pretty little white jet and a big fat yacht thrown into the mix for good measure. Happily ever after. Oh, thanks for reminding me, honey. Makes me feel a lot better. We'll all feel a whole lot better when we hear from that fucking lunatic Colonel Beauregard. Let's call him now. See where the hell he is. May I serve you breakfast, sir? A pretty little thing in a white cap and matching white apron asked him. He nodded yes, and then plunged his head back into Emma's bosom. If only he could hide here, inside her soap-scented warmth, forever. Chapter 84. Somewhere in Europe. You could feel her coming. Before you saw her, before you even heard her, you felt her presence. The wind trembled before her, and the earth shook in her wake. Tonight, even as dark clouds scudded across the face of the pale moon, the birds, and busy creatures of the forest, went suddenly still and silent. The gleaming twin rails began to hum and then to sing. She was gathering speed. Careful, she's getting closer, slicing through the dark heart of Europe like a speeding knife. Her destination, Zurich, in the tiny alpine country considered for centuries to be fortress Switzerland. The arrow flies. See her 4 great funnels belching brilliant showers of flaming sparks up into the black penumbra of the frigid night. Look now, before she enters the yawning maw of the looming tunnel and plunges ahead, diving deep into the winter-white Alps. The Black Arrow, the oldest, grandest, and most illustrious survivor of them all, the historic Trans-Siberian Railway trains. Under new ownership, the Black Arrow had, since leaving the Grand Marquette Rossiya Railway Museum in Odessa, traveled through 8 time zones. 50 railway passenger cars, boxcars, and freight cars in all, sleeping and dining cars for the troops, freight cars for food, water, and vodka, and for the mini Tiger tanks and the light artillery, and finally automatic weapons for Colonel Beauregard's troops. The whole length of the train, gleaming black with gold trim and festooned with scarlet bunting, trailed behind the brutish machine at the head, had 15 boilers putting out nearly 18,000 horsepower. This, then, was Goliath, as the famous locomotive was known in the history books, was a rolling monument to the lore of the rail, mechanized art in iron and steel, an enduring tribute to Russian locomotive might. The fastest, most powerful locomotive ever. She was Beau's pride and joy. He'd located Goliath at a lapsed museum. He had negotiated her purchase on behalf of Putin, and at the KGB Siberian headquarters he had overseen the conversion to military rail transport. And then he sat down to figure out just how the hell he was going to get the Black Arrow from Russia and into Switzerland. He was a master of military logistics, after all. If anyone could solve this puzzle, he was that person. He sat up late at night with a bottle of Beluga Goldstrike and his old Mont Blanc pen, scrawling down ideas as fast as he could throw them into the fire. And then, like he'd known it would, came up with an idea so good it made him want to get up and dance about like Baryshnikov. Yes, he would rename his train. He would call it what? The Black Arrow. Of course, yes. And he would disguise it and create a plausible event around historical locomotives that the Black Arrow could star in. He would stage something in Zurich. A plausible event, something believable to all the border patrols he'd have to get through. And he'd call his festival the Great Railway Centennial. That might just work, he thought, and then he went to work. Flags and pennants on every car announcing the centennial. Flyers depicting the Black Arrow in all its glory.
Beneath the polished bronze headlamp on the front of the smoke box, he would mount a large silver 5-point Russian star, flanked by 2 large crimson banners that read, "Celebrating 100 years of railway history, the Black Arrow Centennial." And so the Black Arrow commenced its epic race across Europe, taking dead aim at the heart, Switzerland. The Colonel's butt hurt. Try sitting on a steel chair with no cushion for a few days. He spent his nights with a bottle of Zier vodka, 100 points, in his sleeping car just aft of the coal car. His days were spent in one of the 2 dining cars, grabbing chow and playing cards with his newly minted mercenary troops. Or right here up front in the locomotive with the engineer, a gargoyle of a man and his new best friend, Vasily. Vasily had let him drive the train, a lot when they had first left Russia, helped him pass the hours until even tired of helming the Black Arrow's badass locomotive called Goliath. Also with Bo on this starry evening in March was his hand-picked adjutant, a young former Swiss Mountain Division lieutenant named Hans Blitzen. Blitzen, a military translator, had been recruited to aid the colonel in his work to make the Black Arrow's race across Europe go as smoothly as possible. The Centennial cover story for this rapid-fire insertion of troops, tanks, and artillery into the historically neutral heart of Europe was eventually a joint creation of Beauregard and Blitzen. Putin himself had described the idea as genius, a word Beauregard never tired of hearing as applied to him. The trickiest parts, he well knew, were the border crossings. Sometimes the border guards saw the fluttering pennants waving on the Black Arrow and just waved you on through. Sometimes you got the officious petite bureaucrat, far more concerned with procedural correctness than necessary. That's when his decision to hire Lieutenant Blitzen paid off. The man had also been the highest-ranking logistics officer in the Swiss Army's Mountain Infantry Battalion 29. He knew all the details about the customs and border patrol documentation needed for inter-European railway operations. He'd spent a week with KGB forgers in the documents section, getting all of the Black Arrow's official papers in order. And now there was only one more border to cross, the final one at Basel, Switzerland. It would be the toughest, both men knew. Customs, as well as immigration officers, were going to ask a lot of questions and demand a lot of paperwork. But the colonel had a lot of confidence in Blitzen and wasn't overly worried about getting the train across the Rhine. "Border in 9 minutes," Vasily said. "Well, Lieutenant, I reckon it's showtime," Bo said. Blitzen snapped to attention. "Yes, sir. As I've told you both many times, when they demand the paperwork, you and Vasily need to say as little as possible, sir. No matter what they say or ask you for, you just defer to me with a simple nod of the head. Won't they think it strange, 2 of us riding up front in the locomotive? A little, but we both have powerfully credible documents as high-ranking officials of the Black Arrow Centennial Committee. We can do whatever we want. They'll want to see Vasily's paperwork first. That's always the way. I gave him everything he'll need to produce, including passenger manifest and a bill of lading for the food and water aboard." The speeding black train slowed, coming around a wide bend in the fast-flowing river. The large white cement building that housed customs and immigration officers loomed up ahead, looking like an oversized bunker on Normandy Beach. The large Swiss flag, red with a white cross in the center, was still flying above the rooftop, lit by floodlights below. Lieutenant Blitzen surveilled the scene with his high-powered binoculars. "Slower, Vasily," Blitzen said. "Slower? Shit! They're already lowering the crossing gate." "What's that mean?" Bo said. "I'm not sure yet. I need to get a closer look at them. Okay, Vasily, you need to stop the train well short of the gate for them to board. We may need to get up ahead of steam in a hurry." The fat little ginger-haired engineer hauled back on the throttle, first halving the amount of steam pressure, then slowly reducing it to 0 pressure on the big brass gauges above their heads. The huge brake squealed, and clouds of steam billowed out from beneath the locomotive as 2 men emerged from the building, and quickly descended the steps leading down to the tracks. Both were wearing uniforms of pale blue and highly polished black leather boots up to their knees. The colonel and Blitzen tried to read them as they neared the locomotive. They looked as if they took their position at the border very seriously, very erect, no readable expressions on their faces. Lieutenant Blitzen opened the cabin door and smiled as the two officials came to halt on the platform. "Good evening, mein Herr," he said in German to the ranking officer. He stepped back and allowed them to board the train. "Willkommen." "Papers?" the older officer said stiffly, regarding the engineer with mild curiosity. "Jawohl, mein Herr," Vasily said in easy practice German, and handed the centennial binder with all of his forged information to the officer. The younger man smiled at Hans Blitzen and held out his hand for the documents. He scrutinized every word, it seemed, and he was in no hurry. "This is a ceremonial train?" he asked the lieutenant. "Not commercial?" Blitzen smiled. "It is, sir. 100-year centennial celebration, a gathering in Zurich of all the famous trains from all over Europe. You may have heard of it? No? Ah, well, have a look at this flyer. It gives you all the information about the festival. We will be the first to arrive. I have made sure of that." "So your final destination is Zurich Hauptbahnhof, then?" "It is indeed." "Well, all your paperwork seems to be in order, but I'm afraid I have some bad news. Due to an accident, there may be line closure at Frankenkirch. Line replacement crews are on the way now. Your train will need to stop and be fully inspected there. Mandatory, mein Herr." "When will they arrive, the inspectors?" Blitzen asked, trying to mask his anger. "Sometime around 5 a.m. "This is an extremely fast train, sir," he said. "We will be well past Frankenkirch and at Zurich Hauptbahnhof by that time." "You don't seem to understand. We have no way of knowing when the line will be closed in both directions. You are required to stop at Frankenkirch for inspection. I will call and alert the inspectors about your arrival, and perhaps they can expedite the process so that—" "No need for that," Colonel Beauregard said, suddenly revealing the small automatic pistol in his hand. He aimed it at the older officer's head and said, "You see, you're coming with us, my friend. We cannot afford to be late for our rendezvous in Zurich. My colleague here is going to handcuff you both to that steam pipe over your heads. If either of you resist, you'll be shot. I'm assuming you understand English." "You cannot be serious," the older officer said with a smile. "Oh, I'm deadly serious, I assure you. I eat men like you for breakfast, and undo as he says, or I'll kill you both right here and now, and throw your corpses into the Rhine when we cross the bridge. Either way, it doesn't matter to me. Now get on your radio and tell them to raise the crossing gates, and do it now." "Do as he says," the immigration officer told his young colleague. "This is an outrage." "It is, isn't it? But war is war, my friend, and all is fair." "War? What war?" "Your war, I'm afraid. The coming invasion of Switzerland. This train is the opening salvo. You are eyewitnesses to history, gentlemen. My congratulations." "Vasily, full head of steam," Blitzen said. "We want the train to blow right through those barriers at full throttle. Send a radio signal that she's coming. The Black Arrow." Chapter 85. Zurich. The Black Arrow gathered speed as it rocketed down the polished Swiss rails, racing ever closer to the postcard-pretty town of Frankenkirch. Beau grinned a private grin at his next thought, where the custom officials would not exactly be awaiting them with open arms. But so what? With Goliath's enormous power and speed leading the charge, they would blow right through the border and cross the Rhine. He had his top-secret orders in a red leather envelope from Putin, with instructions that it was not to be opened until he was safely inside the Swiss borders. He planned to open it right after all the drama to come at Frankenkirch. His heart had lifted in anticipation of the amount of detail in the plans the envelope surely contained. Russian sat shots of the high pass in the Alps, a place he'd come to refer to as the Vegas Strip. Drawings and elevations of the 3 vault installations along the strip, where the machine gun emplacements were, where the artillery was, where bridges and tunnels were mined, and how. In short, a treasure trove for a wily tactician. Down to the thickness and combinations to massive steel vault doors themselves. In the steam shower heat inside Goliath's cab, tension weighed like warm fog. The two prisoners of war were driving Bo crazy. Wouldn't effing shut the F up. He finally spied a roll of black duct tape hanging beneath the instrument panel. "You see that tape, Hans, up there?" he asked Blitzen. "Hanging below the pressure gauges?" "Yes, sir." "Cut 2 strips and tape their goddamn mouths shut. If they resist, shoot these 2 assholes. I'm sick to death of them. First 2 casualties in the war, that's all. You hear that, boys?" he said, smiling at them, waving his pistol about. "You're going to be the first. Hot damn. You're going straight to number 1. Bo, chuckling to himself, leaned forward, military binocs raised to his eyes, and stared up the tracks, studying the situation ahead. His new pal, Vasily, had told him that, at their current speed, 80 miles an hour, it would take the half-mile-long train a mile to stop. "We're not going to stop, Vasily. How many times do I have to tell you that? Can you go any faster, for God's sake?" Vasily looked at him as if he was insane and shook his head no. Suddenly, a blurry white form on the track up ahead, still some distance away, resolved itself into a blunt reality. "Vasily, is that the Frankenkirch station?" "Yes, sir. I beg you to reconsider your plan. It could easily result in disaster. We will all be killed." "Vasily, if I see that throttle eased even a billionth of an inch, I will put a bullet in the back of your head and drive this train to Zurich all by myself. Do you understand me?" "I do." As they sped even closer, Bo saw the station far, far up ahead. It was another big white concrete block of a building, all lit up like a national monument, with a number of floodlights mounted on steel poles atop the walls that surrounded the complex. He could see a lot of people standing on the platform next to the tracks. Far too many for this time of night, so police or military or both. As soon as they got within a mile, Bo saw what they were up against. It wasn't any lowered crossing pole, no. They'd put into place some kind of heavy concrete structures, the kind you see around embassies in Damascus or Tehran, secured to the track rails with heavy steel reinforcements. "Changing your mind?" Vasily shouted to Bo, above the roar of the train. "Fuck no! When I'm in, I'm all the way in. Lieutenant, what about you?" "We've come too long and too far to stop now, sir. Damn the torpedoes, let's roll." Above the black tape patches beneath their noses, the eyes of the 2 customs and immigration officers were wild with fear. So, too, Bo saw through his high powers, were the frightened eyes of the men and women crowding the platform. The Black Arrow was inside a mile now, and she wasn't slowing down. The imminent collision would kill them all. At a quarter of a mile, and closing fast, most of those up on the crowded platform had jumped down onto the rail bed or the tracks and were running for their lives. Vasily had completely lost it, took his hands off the throttle and dropped to the steel floor, covering his eyes and screaming, "I don't want to die! I don't want to die!" Bo was hanging onto a steel support brace on the roof, gripping for all he was worth with both hands. "Brace yourself, Lieutenant," he shouted. "Grab something secure. We're going to hit. We're going to hit now." There was a horrific jolt. Then a massive grinding and screeching noise as Goliath's nose impacted the concrete and steel abutments. The men in the cockpit were all thrown forward as the locomotive staggered, slowed, and then gradually regained its powerful forward momentum. No one in the cab was hurt, save Vasily. His body had been thrown violently forward, and his head had slammed into the steel bulkhead. He was instantly knocked unconscious with a deep laceration to his forehead. Bo, who had been studying the little fellow's every move for many long hours across the European continent, assumed control of the speeding locomotive. He looked at his watch. It was midnight. He firewalled the throttles. At 80 miles an hour, Hans Blitzen calculated they would enter the massive rail yards at Switzerland's largest train station at 3 in the morning. It would be dead quiet, and the massive yards would be virtually empty. That was his experience, at any rate. Next stop, Zurich Hauptbahnhof. The beautiful terminal lies at the heart of the city, nestled on the banks of the river Limmat. Residents and tourists crowd together from morning to midnight, taking advantage of the many shops and restaurants, and it's just a short walk to the town's bustling Lake Zurich. But at 3 a.m., it's another story. The Black Arrow had made the trip from the Russian border to the Swiss in record time, arriving a full hour ahead of schedule. As they rolled slowly to a stop on the side yard tracks farthest from the terminal and least likely to be patrolled by the railway security officers, Hans was thrilled to see that his assessment of the yard held true. Not a soul in sight. Bo smiled at Hans, thanked him, and picked up his radio. Time to check in with the powers that be. "Combat Ops," the voice said. "Falcon Lair, Combat Ops, this is Overkill. Do you read me?" "Loud and clear, Colonel. Over." "Good. Black Arrow has just arrived Zurich Hauptbahnhof, and we have begun the unloading of T-14 Mini Tiger tanks, troops, and light artillery. What is the status of Falcon's Lair Air Squadron? Over." "Certified airworthy. Fuel topped off, and all pilots on the line. The first wave idling inside the elevators, awaiting cat shots and launch command, sir. Over." "Good. I may need air cover en route to the Vegas Strip when the Swiss Army catches wind of this, but hold some fighters in reserve and ready to launch initial fighters on my signal. Over." "Roger that, sir. Over." "My logistician says at the current rate, the flatbed truck and buses will be loaded in en route to the mountains in approximately 20 minutes. Standing by to launch first wave of aircraft on your signal, sir. Over." At Falcon's Lair, the mood was tense. Joe Stalingrad and Putin weren't speaking, and Uncle Joe was clearly worried about the impending hostilities with the Swiss Army and Air Force. To make matters worse, Putin had started drinking early and was stomping around Combat Ops and the fighter squadron's pilot briefing room, screaming at anyone who got anywhere near him. All of their hopes were riding on the skill and battle expertise of Colonel Bo Beauregard, a man who had just recently given Joe a laundry list of why it would be sheer stupidity to invade Switzerland. Joe had considered relaying the essence of Beauregard's dinner comments to Putin, but at the last minute had restrained himself. The stress of the last weeks had caused the former Russian president to seemingly come unglued. Putin appeared to have believed Joe's version of the events leading to Hawke's rescue of his son, but Joe feared the loss of his prized hostage had been a tipping point for Vladimir Putin. Hawke was after him again, and that was never a good thing. "You know what, Joe?" Shitsmith had said to him. "We got us a Russian president who makes that damn Kim Jong-un look like Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and I ain't lying either." He wasn't wrong. Vlad had gone from mild neurotic insanity to full-blown whack job. President Crazy Pants, he and Emma called him behind his back. And that, my friends, did not bode well for Operation Overkill, nor the Colonel's imminent looting of the Vegas Strip. Chapter 86. Zurich. The Vegas Strip, in the Alps south of Zurich, includes a section of sometimes treacherous and precipitously icy roads that climbs high into the Alps. The other problem with this road, now facing Bo's convoy, was that it was the only way in and the only way out. The road dead-ended in a boxed canyon about a mile past the Golden Nugget, the last vault they would hit. The twisting road over some of the deepest natural crevasses in the Alps had been built during the construction of the National Redoubt. With construction starting in the late 19th century, the Redoubt constituted the beginnings of what later became known in Europe as Fortress Switzerland. The National Redoubt encompassed a widely distributed set of fortifications and labyrinthine underground tunnels and warehouses where the infamous Nazi gold had been stored during World War II, all aligned on a general east-west line through the Alps and centered on three major fortress complexes: St. Moritz, St. Gotthard, and Sargans. These fortresses were erected primarily to defend against Alpine crossings between Germany and Italy, and excluded the industrialized and highly populated heart of Switzerland. The National Redoubt was planned as a nearly impregnable complex of fortifications that would deny any aggressor passage over or through the Alps. This was done by controlling all the major passes and railway tunnels running north to south through the region. This defensive strategy was intended to deter an invasion altogether by denying Switzerland's crucial transportation infrastructure to any aggressor. In addition to being defensive, the National Redoubt was intended to be a massive underground bank. The redoubt included vast numbers of cavernous vaults and tunnels built during World War II. These were critical as the Swiss hunkered down under the threat of the much-vaunted Nazi invasion, Hitler's Operation Tannenbaum. That never happened. The Swiss were saved from devastation primarily because of their brilliant use of the Alps as defensive weapons, and because Hitler's mighty Wehrmacht got unexpectedly bogged down in Russia. It was here, in the deep underground vaults, that the neutral Swiss government and banking institutions frantically hid the wealth of the nation, not to mention its legion of worldwide banking clients. The Queen of England, for starters, stowed a majority of the royal family's wealth in the vaults linked to the Vegas Strip. Gold, billions and billions of dollars in gold and other precious metals. "There's still a lot of gold in them thar hills," Bo said to Putin one evening over dinner. Said it to the president of Russia, who never, ever got the joke, and said it to Shit Smith, who laughed his ass off. Bo had no time for joking now. He was busy as hell, running up and down the length of the Black Arrow and the long line of heavy flatbed trucks waiting for the train to be offloaded. He was ensuring that the speedy transfer of men, tanks, and artillery to the trucks was going smoothly. For the most part, it was. The few rail yard officials who'd shown any interest had been permanently silenced before they could raise the alarms. Bo looked at his watch. His micromanaged plan mandated that he be in the fully loaded lead truck and barreling down the dawn-empty streets of the city before 5 a.m. Since the Hauptbahnhof was located on the shores of the northern tip of Lake Zurich, 5 minutes from where the trucks were being loaded, Bo figured the whole damn convoy could be out of town and racing south along the lake and headed for the Vegas Strip before the sun came up. Or, at least, that was his plan, anyway. War has a bad habit of getting in the way of even the best laid plans. If you want to make war laugh, tell it your plans. There were seemingly endless potential catastrophes ahead. The road to the Vegas Strip, if you could call it that, was probably replete with tunnels that could be mined and bridges that could be rigged with explosives. The strategy he had devised with the other two squad leaders was simple and straightforward. The convoy would blow through those tunnels and over those bridges so quickly that the enemy never had a chance to react. The spans over some of the deepest crevasses, with rivers roaring far below, were quite long, and that in itself was troubling. In the last briefing aboard the Black Arrow, Bo had rewritten the attack plan, keeping tunnels and bridges in mind. Instead of mounting 3 simultaneous attacks on the Riviera, Caesar's Palace, and the Golden Nugget, the entire convoy would race directly to the end of the Strip and the Nugget. The force would be overpowering in a shock and awe way. Once the Nugget's vault was breached and the security forces were no longer a threat, the gold would be loaded on the flatbeds no longer carrying tanks and artillery. The trucks would immediately race to the little town of Riga on the lake, where Joe Stalingrad had rented a falling-down warehouse in the forest. And there the offloaded gold would sit as the trucks went back up for more, all that gold waiting to be ferried over to Falcon's Lair, in the larger of the 2 subs devoted to carrying supplies. The unified force would then regroup and descend back down to Caesar's palace, gain entrance and gold, and finally the Riviera. Those two would be tougher with the new plan, he had to admit, primarily because the joint force would have given up the element of surprise. Joe's answer to that was to take as much gold out of the nugget as he possibly could, with an eye to foregoing any subsequent attack on the Riviera or Caesar's palace, or both. At 4:55 a.m., still scanning the skies for Swiss fighters, but still without having to call in air support from Falcon's Lair, Beau climbed up into the cab of the lead truck. Taking one last look at the convoy now formed up behind him, he squeezed behind the wheel. "Woo-wah! It's showtime!" Beau said to the young commando in the passenger seat. The redhead kid's HK assault rifle barrel was resting on the windowsill, switched to full auto. Beau, too, had an HK that he could fire out the driver's window with his left hand, if need be. Around his neck hung bandoliers of ammunition. In a holster on his hip, his trusty old Colt .45 Peacemaker, once owned and operated by lawman Wyatt Earp himself. He also strapped a Velcro bandolier of 4 30-round mags around his right leg. Beau stole a peek in the rear view, looking back to see if he still had all his little ducks in a row. 4 other heavily armed commandos were aboard his truck, having taken up positions in the rear at the 4 corners of the flatbed. Each truck used the same configuration of firepower. They all carried HK MP5s with attached rocket-propelled grenade launchers, as well as the frag and stun grenades dangling like grape clusters from the web utility belts. "Time to head for the hill, sonny boy," Beau cried, twisting the key in the ignition. These are the moments he lived for, pitting himself against formidable, if not impossible odds, for enormous personal gain. This, by far the biggest yet. Chapter 87. On the Vegas Strip. The colonel whipped out his old Zippo, lit his battered stogie, took a pull, and expelled a huge blooming plume of blue smoke. Then he cackled, engaged first gear, and mashed the go pedal all the way to the floorboard. The big truck lurched forward and sped down the myriad crushed rock roads of the outer rail yard, finally rolling out onto a wide boulevard of rain-wet pavement, illuminated by yellowish fluorescent lights and virtually deserted at this early hour. Hallelujah. He picked up the radio. Time to call Papa Putin and check on his ill-timed descent into madness. "Falcon's Lair, Combat, Op Center, this is Overkill, over." "Go ahead, Overkill. Give me the president. Hold on a second. I ain't got time to hold on, son. Need to speak to him now. God damn it. Sorry, sir. We're trying to... He's doing a media event, and... A media event? What media event? You mean to tell me he's on the goddamn television now? The hell is going on over there?" "Not yet on the air, sir. He's in the Falcon's Lair media studio. He's taping a video announcing the invasion of Switzerland, and..." "You do not announce a fucking invasion that hasn't even happened yet, for fuck's sake. Have you people lost your minds?" "No, sir. It's just that the president says he wants to get maximum media mileage out of this thing, and..." "What? Holy Christ on a jumbotron. What the fuck is he thinking? We're just launching our first attacks now, and he's announcing our arrival to get media coverage? You go get him. You pull the plug on this fucking video, you understand me, son, or your fucking head is gonna roll." "Yes, sir. Let me see what I can do, sir. Over." "You do that, over. Now tell me something. Is Joe Stalingrad in combat ops?" "Yes, sir. He just walked in. Put his ass on the damn phone. He's here. Sorry, sir. It's Colonel Beauregard for you, sir." "Beau, talk to me," Joe said. "What's your status? We're expecting to be attacked here any moment. Radar has picked up a formation of Swiss Army helicopters carrying Alpine combat troops and headed in our direction." "The hell is Putin doing, Joe? He's announcing the fucking invasion on television? Are you shitting me?
I'm en route to the goddamn Vegas Strip, and he's telling the world I'm coming. I mean, I cannot effing believe what I'm hearing out here. Calm down, Bowie. Calm down. Calm down? Seriously, Joe? What the hell do you expect me to do? The cameras aren't on, Bo. What? Not rolling. And I capped the lenses. He's talking to himself, for Christ's sake. Fucking lunatic. Oh, Jesus. Okay, good. I gotta jump. Get this buggy convention up the side of this mountain now. What's your situation, Bo? Overkill convoy is on the move, Joe. Minimal casualties disembarking the train. Had to shoot a couple of yard dogs, that's all. No opposition at all so far. Leaving the lake now, headed up, approaching the road up to the 3 Vegas Strip target destinations. Our good luck won't hold forever, so keep the candles lit on those goddamn fighter jets, Joe. Over. What's your priority target, Bo? All still as planned? Roger that, little buddy. I'm the lead truck in the convoy. Once we get up in the mountains and enter the Strip, we will continue on straight to the entrance at the Golden Nugget. Wait, hold on, Joe. What the F? Jesus Christ, Joe. Launch airplanes now. I repeat, launch all aircraft now. I got a single-jet fighter, a Swiss Army Northrop F-5E Tiger buzzing me. Buzzing the convoy as scout. They officially know we're here, Joe. It's going to get real hot fast. Now, wait. Here come 2 more. All right, I'm on it. This is where it starts, partner. Drop your cocks and grab your socks, ladies. We're going balls to the wall now. Goodness gracious me, from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. Yeah, all that stuff. Good luck, Bo. I'll deal with Putin. Meanwhile, it's all on you. Make it happen, goddammit. And make it home. Bring the gold. Back at you, Hollywood.
The Vegas Strip includes panoramic views down one of the most spectacular high mountain valleys in the Swiss Alps. But unlike the Strip in Nevada, there are no windows to take in the view. There is no neon, no slots, no hookers, no nothing, except gold. Lots and lots of gold. And everywhere you look but cannot see are heavily armed men who are there solely to prevent you from stealing it, burrowed into snow-covered 50-caliber machine gun nests. Heavily armed sentries at the entrance gates to each of the 3 primary fortified underground vaults. Invisible sentries posted high up in the rocks, up in the treetops, and inside phony rocks all along the scenic roadway. Sort of surreal, Bo thought, the whole thing. It was like Walt Disney had decided to open a new Swiss theme park and call it War World, with Mickey and Goofy firing live ammunition. These soldiers up here are patient, vigilant, and highly trained, and like the men who sit tirelessly and forever waiting deep beneath the earth in their missile silos under the Kansas cornfields, they are spoiling for a fight that may never come every single second of every day. Bo was well aware of all these facts thanks to the KGB intel bigwigs back at Falcon's Lair. He knew what he was getting into, but he was counting on the elements of surprise. He was relying on overwhelming firepower, and finally, he was banking on the idea that a lot of tanks rolling up this frozen and forbidden road would be the very last thing the enemy security forces would be expecting. And yet, here he was, coming round the mountain when he came. The colonel and his boys were ready. Bring it, and bring it hot. The gradient was growing ever steeper with long stretches of black ice, and the truck's big diesel engine was showing some strain from the ascent. The purple-black eastern skies were fading up to a faint pink against the panorama of snow-capped mountains. At this altitude he could see almost all the way to Italy to the south, but gunfire, coming from emplacements high and low on both sides of the road. He accelerated as the commando next to him opened up with the machine gun, firing up at them from the right side. Bo adjusted his lip mic. Falcon's Lair, where the hell is my fucking air cover? Jesus Christ, all hell is raining down on us. Joe himself answered. Bo, first wave is out the door. They should be in the skies above you in approximately 3 minutes. There was some, unexpected trouble here.
What now? Putin again? No. One of the high-speed aircraft elevators. Gear jammed, so we only had one. Christ. Back to work. Good luck. We need it. Luck is for losers, Joe, and I ain't no loser. Now, firing his HK out the window with his left hand, he got back on the radio to his drivers. Caesar and Riviera, this is Colonel Beauregard. The lead vehicles up ahead of you are now coming under heavy attack. Repeat, the convoy is under attack by automatic weapons on both sides of the road, and artillery fire from the higher altitudes. Increase your speed to match my own. We are returning fire using RPGs, which are proving very effective, even against emplacements higher up on the mountainside. Expect Swiss aerial attacks any moment now. Over. Our air support will be overhead in the next minute or so. I am now proceeding to the Golden Nugget as fast as I can and still stay on this road. Stay with me. When we reach the barricade at the Nugget's entrance road, we will power right through, unleashing a hail of hell as we go. I wish you all Godspeed and good hunting. Golden Nugget, over and out. That's when the first of the Falcon's Lair jet fighters appeared out of nowhere, off to his left, streaking downward at supersonic speeds. It was in a steep dive, right on the tail of, and in hot pursuit of, a Swiss pilot. The air war for Switzerland had just commenced in earnest. Despite his shattered windshield and the dead commando seated to his right, half his face blown away, and despite the fact that numbers of trucks containing artillery and tanks had been blown off the road, despite the fact that his men were now taking heavy artillery fire from on high in the surrounding mountains, Colonel Beauregard, with his remaining trucks loaded with light artillery and light attack tanks, and his buses loaded with battle-hardened troopers, carried on. He would take this fight to the enemy, and he would recover all that stolen Russian gold, or he would die trying. Simple as that. Chapter 88. Above Falcon's Lair. Hawke looked at his watch, willing the red sweep second hand to slow down. A very serious storm front was heading his way through the mountain passes, as evidenced by the stepped buttresses of black thunderheads towering up darkly to the east, and another bulwark of dark purple cumulus clouds to the west, veined with jagged white lightning. The big choppers en route to the LZ were bucking and yawing, beset by winds from the cold front that had entered the mountain range. And Alex Hawke, especially here in this violent turbulence where instant death was just one wind shear away, Stoke never stopped wondering at the sight of the man on the verge of battle. He was hardly the picture of a British lord in his mid-30s. He was dressed in his Alpine combat whites. He carried a machine pistol and an FN SCAR assault rifle equipped with a grenade launcher mounted on the lower rail. Grenades dangling from his utility belt, yet the man seemed to grow more and more peaceful as the moments until touchdown passed. Comfortable, at ease within his surroundings, and at peace with himself. Quietly smoking, staring down at his boots. Only someone like Stokely, who knew the man down to his bones, who had seen him in extreme situations for over a decade, could know what was going on inside. Stoke alone, of all the men now flying into the face of danger, knew that behind the little half-smile on his face and the placid exterior, Alex Hawke was, after all, a creature of radiant violence. Congreve had once told Stoke that their friend was a masterpiece of contradictions, equal parts of self-containment, fierce determination, and cocksure animal magnetism. You could see the force of him now on the faces of the eager young men at his command. They seemed drawn to him like water to the moon. "Penny for your thoughts, boss," Stoke said. Hawke looked up as if woken from a dream and said, "What?" "Oh, we need to be over that damn LZ right now, if not sooner." He adjusted his lip mic. "How far out, Skipper?" Hawke said to the lead chopper pilot. 7 minutes to the LZ, sir, trying to make up time. Headwind and wind shear has been killing us up here. Sorry about the ride, sir." "Less than ideal," Hawke agreed.
clenching the overhead grab rail to keep his feet beneath him and wondering about the wisdom of picking this location for the insertion. He could just hear one of his old military tactics professors at the Royal Navy College saying, "In times of peril, try to avoid inserting your troops into locations with names like White Death." Hawke had zero inclination to fight his way through Putin's defensive perimeters in the middle of an alpine snowstorm. In these raging storms, temperatures could sink to 40 below, leading to conditions far worse than the North Pole. The combined effect of cold, wind, and altitude made conditions up here one of the most hostile environments on Earth. His lads were more than dressed for the occasion, all in white, including U.S. 10th Mountain Division military-issue Polartec cold weather jackets, Polartec bibs, and white Nomex balaclavas, body armor, and boots with crampons at the toe. "Stoke," he said, "how long do you think it'll take us to get up to the ledge?" At midnight, Stoke, Harry Brock, and Thunder and Lightning had come to Hawke with a novel approach to the intended assault on Falcon's Lair. Instead of descending, once they were on the ground, and taking on deeply entrenched and heavily armed fighters on the way down, they would do something completely unexpected. They would climb up. There was another ledge above Das Boot. It was 500 feet above their location on the snowfield, wide enough to accommodate a patrol in full alpine combat regalia. "Take the high ground," Hawke said, smiling. "Pour our fire down the mountain from a position right over their heads. God, you guys are good." "Just doing what comes naturally, bossman," Chief Charlie Rainwater said. "So, Stoke, once we're on the ground, how long until we're in position and moving along the ledge, engaging from above?" "Weather holds 20 minutes, max. We got crampons and ice picks, boss. All these boys are climbers since childhood. This ought to be child's play for them." "Yeah," Hawke said, thinking killing is never child's play. Hawke had just this morning emailed recent Swiss recon flight photos to all of his men. Shots of Putin's fighters digging in roughly 1,000 feet above the entrance to Falcon's Lair at 12,000 feet. The same number of men were now entrenched 1,000 feet below the entrance. This in order to ensure against attack from below, or, best case, to wage a pincer attack, thus pinning Hawke's troops from both above and below. The stiffest defense he'd encounter, Hawke knew, would occur at the main entrance to the complex at a place called Das Boot. That was the name early climbers had given the wide ledge-like formation of protruding ice and rock hanging off the mountainside just above the treacherous murder wall. The rocky protrusion, encrusted with ice, was so called because it resembled nothing so much as the broad, flat hull of a massive German battleship of the World War II era. The outcropping of rock was roughly 70 feet wide and maybe 50 feet deep. It had occurred to Hawke that you could probably land 2 choppers right at Putin's front door on the thing, but your odds of survival from the withering fire that would greet you from within the complex made that option somewhat less than ideal. The tight formation of 4 Swiss army choppers, each ferrying 6 commandos, was now arriving at the snowfield. The landing zone was broad, with a soft bosom of snow bisecting it. It was roughly 1,000 feet above the entrance to Falcon's Lair. So far, he'd seen no visible signs of a resisting force, but he was fairly certain Putin's forces would mount a do-or-die attempt to keep his men outside of the mountain complex. Hawke felt a dip in his stomach as the chopper dropped and dove in over the broad white snow for the soon-to-commence FRIES, meaning Fast Rope Insertion Extraction System, a technique using thick-braided rope that was first developed by the British in combat during the Falklands War. Fast roping, as the insertion technique is called, is ideal for deploying troops from helicopters in places where helicopters cannot touch down. It's dangerous, but so what else is new? A guy with heavy equipment is especially challenged. The person descending holds the rope with his specially designed heat-resistant gloves and uses his boots and his legs to control his slide down. The technique is much quicker than rappelling, and several people can slide down the same rope simultaneously, but the people on the rope have to stay 10 feet apart so that each man has time to get out of the way when he reaches the ground. It takes 30 seconds to fast rope to the ground. Hawke was first out the door and first on the rope. Almost instantly, heavy automatic fire, sporadic at first and then concentrated, erupted, aimed in his direction. Hawke hit the ground running and ran toward the sound of the gunfire. Training his MP5 at the source of the incoming rounds, he was joined seconds later by Stokely and Harry Brock, who ran up behind him. They were all firing, determined to silence what they believed to be 350 caliber machine gun nests hidden inside the snow-laden rocks. A round whistled past Hawke's head, and he dove for the ground. The enemy had found their range, and another emplacement had erupted 50 yards away, firing at the commandos still fast roping down from all 4 hovering choppers. Machine gunners inside the choppers trained their guns on the source of the fire, but it continued. "Stoke! Down!" Hawke shouted, ducking for cover. "Form on me, behind these rocks. Give me cover fire. I'm going to make a run for the boulder over to the right. Get within RPG range, and take these bastards out." Snow had started to fall up here, and fall hard. This visibility would not last for long. As Hawke got to his feet, he saw his lead chopper rise about 50 feet off the ground, carve a deep left turn. This so that the 2 heavy gunners in the open starboard door could lay down suppression fire to protect the commandos still fast roping to the snowy ground. It was instantly effective. Soft snow on top of packed ice. It made running tricky, but he sprinted ahead to his objective, still taking incoming fire as he ran out in the open. 10 feet from his objective, he dove for cover, finally rolling to safety behind the looming rocks. He swiftly got to his feet and surveyed the scene, and ducked back down again. The offending 3-gun emplacement stood between his men and the ledge that was their immediate destination. He quickly screwed a rocket-propelled frag grenade onto the modified lower rail of his weapon. It was a long shot, beyond his range, but he'd take it. He couldn't get any closer to the enemy, so what the hell? Sensing the timing of the shooter, and sensing that the moment was right, he rose up, located the muzzles of the enemy guns winking in the snow, aimed slightly high to compensate, and pulled the trigger. He waited. 3, 4, 5 seconds, thinking he fired too high, and then came a concussion-causing blast of sound and the small mushroom cloud rising above the enemy's gun sight. "Form up on me!" Hawke shouted at the cadre of commandos racing from the choppers and toward Stokes and his position. "Stoke," Hawke said. "Cover these guys. Lay down a goddamn barrage with the M60. "My fault exactly, boss," Stokes said, doing what he did best. The big, thumping, whumping gun seemed to have the desired effect. You could feel the booming muzzle in your bones. They took heavy fire racing for the ledge, but they gave as good as they got, and most of them made it. The battle for Falcon's Lair was on. Chapter 89. Approach to the Golden Nugget. Bo looked at the icy road snaking up ahead. Not pretty. Bodies in twisted piles, scattered pools of blood everywhere you looked, burned-out machine gun emplacements, and piles of gray, rotted snow lay to both sides. Here the road began twisting up to the higher elevations where it would carve deeply into the side of a mountain. And there, where the road made a wide curve continuing to the far side of that mountain, was the fortified entrance of the Golden Nugget. "Keep your eyes on the prize, Bo," he told himself. He could almost smell that prize now. The brass ring was dangling before his eyes. In the sky above, the Falcon's Lair squadron, considerably diminished, was doing battle with Swiss Air Force fighter jets. "An aerial ballet," Joe said, "with the flashing silver jets of Putin's forces engaging the red and white marked Swiss FA-18s. The only good news here on the Vegas Strip that Bo could see was that the Falcon's Lair pilot, his squadron, had, until the Swiss fighter jets arrived, softened up the Swiss ground troops and artillery guarding his approach to the Golden Nugget. And there, like a great gaping wound in the earth, lay the yawning maw of Bernice Oberland crevasse. The last great obstacle to be overcome. 2 deep, V-shaped vertical expanses of crumbling rock and ice, monumental buttresses scoured by storms, avalanches, and stonefall. The crevasse plunged 1,000 feet down to a churning river, sending up billowing clouds of mist. A great iron suspension span across it, one of the notable engineering feats of the early Swiss Army Engineering Corps, had long been a source of civic pride in this region of the Alps. Majestic, soaring, and spanning a distance of nearly a quarter of a mile, the graceful Gletschersplatterbrücke, crevasse bridge, had long symbolized man's mastery over mountains. Concentrating the forces of the convoy into one long entity, troops bristling with armament, lethal battle tanks, instead of dividing it into three components, had been a stroke of military genius, if Bo did say so himself. Had he encountered resistance? Hell yes. Had he been giving as good as he got? Hell yes. In the air, swarms of Swiss fighter jets, the secret hidden Air Corps, had come screaming out of mountain holes suddenly opening up near the tops of the Alps. An eerie sight, seeing a gaping hole appear in a mountaintop, and then a succession of fighter jets, each one catapulted out of that hole at tremendous speed. And the jets dove deep into picture postcard valleys that, come summer, would be dotted with red barns and chalets with red geraniums in every window. The enemy planes had been buzzing and diving, strafing them in their early going as they made their way to the target of operations. Amazing to see the picturesque little alpine villages, with all the quaint charm they could muster, now engulfed in armed warfare. A shooting war on the ground, with dogfights in the skies above. The all-out mayhem in this idyllic setting was an amazing thing to experience, Bo thought, reloading his HK-5. Never in my life did I think I'd see anything like this, he thought. Never. If I survive this damn battle, I'm going to take all that gold and hole up someplace beautiful but remote. Just me and my French niece, Violette. Yeah, and then I'm going to sit by a pool every damn day and write a book about all this shit. Make a hell of a good movie, too. It was bizarre. Unreal, Bo thought, careening around a corner and over a small bridge, conjuring up once more the Disney-esque aspects of the battle. Waiting in line in the Magic Kingdom at Disney World, and all of a sudden you saw the U.S. Marines storming up Main Street, USA, engaging in door-to-door combat en route to a Cinderella castle in flames, while screaming fighter jets took out the Space Mountain and the Swiss Family Robinson's treehouse. It was getting pretty hot, but when Bo's gunners and Tiger tanks hidden inside tarps on all those big mother flatbed trucks had opened up with their massive machine gun and cannon fire, the tide in the battle had swiftly turned in Bo's favor. And then there was the squadron from Falcon's Lair. It had been a huge disappointment to both Bo and Uncle Joe. Although the colonel had never expressed his fears about the pilot's 24/7 operational readiness for aerial combat, the performance was worse than he expected. But he'd keep his mouth shut, especially not saying anything to Putin, for fear of further destabilizing the man's confidence in the entire operation. God knows these pilots, living out their days inside a mountain, rarely got airtime, and then only when mountain storms would cover their maneuvers in the skies above Ternadel, or dogfight simulations out over the Mediterranean. True, Joe had assured him that they were motivated and briefed, but the results in combat had been mixed at best. And you know what? Fuck it. He'd whip ass with his ground troops, always his style. On the other side, the Swiss artillery emplacements up in the higher elevations had rained hellfire and brimstone down on his convoy. Good news was that they had eventually been silenced by the ferocious pounding of cannon fire they'd received from Bo's Tiger tankers, which had kicked ass, man. The tanks, the goddamn Tigers, were the most powerful weapons in his convoy, and, aided by strategic bombing by the Falcon's Lair squadron, they had been strategically distributed among the trucks. Ground troop resistance along the roadway at this point had been reduced to nil by the superior firepower provided by the killer tanks. At the barricaded entrances to Riviera and Caesar's Palace, Bo had paused the trucks just long enough to let the tanks and aerial bombardment soften up defenses and make way for the troops who would be returning from the Golden Nugget. Breaching the vault doors and overcoming resistance from security troops, both inside and outside, just got a whole lot easier. "Bring home the gold, Bo," he said aloud, and powered ahead, blowing his horn,
for the sheer hell of it. Chapter 90. Falcon's Lair. Hawke and company had dealt the enemy a serious blow. His evasive tactic had taken them completely by surprise. His men had knocked the enemy forces below back on their heels. Finding their positions on the mountainside completely exposed, with all hell raining down from above, Putin's forces could do nothing but scramble around in the snow, hastily retreating back down as rapidly as they could. Hawke had sensed the moment and seized the advantage just in the nick of time. Well, life was simple. Carpe the diem, and the bloody day will take care of itself. That was his view of the world, anyway. The storm system he'd worried about on the way into the LZ had entered the Bernese Oberland in earnest. It was now howling around him. It wouldn't be long before they'd all be snowblind. "Hold your fire! We're moving out," Hawke said. "We can be down there waiting for them at their front door if we run like hell up to that ledge now, before we can't see a damn thing. Go, go, go!" Like Hawke said, they ran like hell, clawing their way along to the narrow ledge, slipping, sliding, always with the danger of toppling from the ledge and falling to their deaths on the rocks below. The Thunder and Lightning boys held on to each other, grabbing the backs of their snow parkas, pulling their comrades back inches from death, all 24 of them smoking down that mountainside like a runaway train. They made it down to a spot directly overlooking the broad entrance to Falcon's Lair in 15 minutes. When Hawke, who was leading the charge up on the ledge, a dead cigarette clenched in the corner of his mouth, saw the situation at the primary entrance to Falcon's Lair, he raised his right hand and signaled, silently, a halt. Then he radioed his 3 squad commanders, Harry Brock, Chief Charlie Rainwater, and Fitzhugh McCoy, to give them a briefing on his immediate intentions that were subject to change in the coming minutes. Down on Das Boot, somewhere in the swirling and blinding snow, the enemy was waiting for them. The giant ledge, where Hawke had briefly considered sequentially landing his choppers, was no doubt chock-a-block with armed fighters lying in wait behind the barricaded gates. Unaware of Hawke's men and their steady and stealthy approach from overhead, these Russian fighters were most likely all facing up the mountain, rather than covering the approach from below as well. Chief Rainwater, upon seeing how they were deployed, grabbed Hawke's shoulder and said, "Commander, look here. My guys on the ledge still have got the 3 M60s with RPG capability. No need for us to go down there and engage in any hand-to-hand combat. Hell no, we can just blow up their shit from here. Launch a bunch of grenades right in the middle of them and—" Hold that thought, Chief. Stoke, I'm putting you in charge here. The Chief and I are going to go down there alone. It's a stealth move. I want to personally scout the situation up close before I commit our guys in any way. If you hear shooting, or we're not back in 20 minutes, come get us." "You sure that's a good idea?" "No, not really." "You're not worried about some snowman down there shooting your white ass?" "Well, actually, I am. Like Churchill, I always prefer to be shot at without effect. We'll be going now. Ready, Chief?" "Chief, ready." "Stoke?" "Roger that." "I don't ever use that phrase. Terrible cliché," Hawke said, and then he and Rainwater were gone, melting away into the swirl of snow. The man was something else, Stoke thought, watching him fade away. The 2 men proceeded along the ledge carefully now. The icy footing was atrocious, and he was in no rush, because now, for what Hawke intended, the snowstorm was his first and best ally. In the midst of a battlefield enveloped in a raging snowstorm, every man in white is just another man in white. Or snowman, as Stokely had said. Sow confusion among your enemies, something a young cadet had heard in a classroom one day at Dartmouth Naval College. They picked their way carefully down the icy face of the mountain, using the crampons on their boots and their ice axes. He was exposed here, and it was bitterly cold. As he climbed ever nearer the giant ledge known as Das Boot, he could hear the rattle of arms and the faint murmur of troops ready for a fight. Dropping 5 feet down to a snowy outcropping directly overlooking Das Boot,
The two men were now only 30 feet or so above the heads of the snowmen gathering below for a fight. Rainwater had just caught a very brief glimpse of a cluster of heavily armed snowmen guarding the entrance to Falcon's lair. He told Hawke they were indeed all facing up the mountain rather than down. And what about all those troops initially deployed 1,000 feet below? He'd been right. The two men saw shapes moving upward in the snowfall. More Putin troops headed upward to reinforce existing units above and below and at the entry itself. It had been intended to be a pincer movement, with forces simultaneously attacking both flanks of Hawke's invading formation. But Hawke's formation was now above the fray. "How many of them, Chief?" Hawke whispered to the big man crouched by his side. "Think we're looking at 100 or more right now. More still coming up and coming down. Call it 150, 200 max. Against 24. Not bad odds, considering." "Considering what?" "Considering our side has you and me on it," the chief said with a wicked grin. "Got any big ideas?" "I see big explosions happening down there. But then I think, no, I have a better idea, sir." "Surprise, surprise. No RPGs?" "Not yet, sir. I think we take knives to a gunfight. I mean, literally take knives." "Know what a smart Indian warrior would do in such a combat situation, Commander?" "No, that's why I asked you the question." "Remember Little Bighorn?" "I went to the Royal Naval War College, remember?" "Kidding you, sir. So, the Sioux have Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse, and masses of hopped-up warriors whacked on weeds sitting on their horses, high above Lieutenant Colonel Custer's crowd, the 7th Cavalry, 215 souls down in the valley who have no idea what they're up against, soon to take on 11,000 very pissed-off Indians." "Got it. And we're Custer?" Hawke said. "Only above instead of below." "Yeah. But we also know what we're up against." "Right, so? Ready? Okay, Fitz, Stoke, and Brock. Those three only remain in place up there on the mountainside with the big boy guns. RPGs rule. Everybody else, down the hill now. Join up with us. On my signal, the RPGs and M60s rain shit down. Hellfire, right? Death, destruction, confusion down there, yeah?" "Yeah," Hawke said, "and that's precisely when we go down there and, how do I say this, we insinuate ourselves, we insert ourselves into the enemy mass, slowly, invisibly, dissolving into the crowd of enemy troops, moving and melting into them with such subtlety they'll neither know who we are nor realize we're among them. It's all confusion and smoke grenades, and we're not shooting anyone or calling attention to ourselves in any way." "No, of course not, Commander. Brilliant. No, we're using our assault knives, hidden inside our parkas. A quick and silent thrust up to the heart, and the bad guy hits the snow, and everyone assumes he's got shot from above. We take out as many as we can without calling attention to our presence, and they are none the wiser until it's too late. We're like killer ghosts among them, zombies." Hawke said, "Meanwhile, Chief, while Stoke, Fitz, and Brock are decimating the enemy from above, you, me, and the rest of the squad are slashing our way forward toward the barricades at the entry doors, rigging C4 charges that'll blow those steel doors wide open." Rainwater said, "Yes, sir. And the moment when that happens, and our entire force is now within the mountain inside the walls of the enemy camp, then all of us open up with automatic weapons, everything we got, at very close quarters. We storm the interior like screaming banshees. They'll never know what hit them. And just like that, Falcon's lair will fall to the invaders," Hawke said with a small smile. Knowing the two of them might have just cracked the one very strategic military code they'd needed to gain entry, how to confuse and subvert an enemy mass 5 times larger than your own. Chalk one up for Sitting Bull, Hawke thought, smiling at Rainwater. The white killer ghosts would enter the fortress en masse, hidden amidst and amongst the withdrawing forces, now being used in one of the oldest military strategies ever invented, the Trojan horse. Hawke, sensing a victory at hand, said, "Get Stoke on the radio, Chief. Fill him in. We're ready. Tell him the Chief says
We're all taking knives to this gunfight. He'll like that. Chapter 91. The Vegas Strip. Visible from the road, the twin fortified entrances to the two massive vaults at Riviera and Caesar's Palace consisted of mountainous natural stone blockades and barricades, flanked to either side by guard towers, bristling with searchlights and snipers. Didn't look good for the home team. Bo grabbed his radio. "Vulcan's Lair, Squadron Leader, this is Overkill. Do you read? I need air support, and I need it now. Got that?" "Loud and clear, sir. I'm just passing Riviera en route to the Nugget. I got 2 guard towers at each location need to be taken out, and I mean now, son. I don't want to see any of these bastards still standing on my way back down. Over." That's a roger, sir. I'm directly overhead now, and have eyes on targets, and we will engage. Over." "Give 'em hell, son. Over." He saw the pilot execute a barrel roll, and then go into an almost vertical dive, unleashing a storm of air-to-ground missiles, as well as his 20-millimeter Vulcan cannon on the enemy towers. Bo could see that inside the entrances to the Riviera and Caesar's Palace were steel portals that opened down into the underground vaults. At least to some degree, it looked as if some of the upper portions of the interior fortifications had already been reduced by earlier aerial bombardment to smoking rubble. "Softened up." Bo smiled and chomped down on his trademark soggy stogie. The Vulcan's Lair Squadron boys were about to make his life a whole lot easier. Those final 2 targets would be easy pickings by the time he hit them on his return trip back down the mountain. Once he had relieved the Golden Nugget of all that stolen Russian bullion, he would immediately wheel his forces and charge back down the strip. Bo was ready, Freddy. Make no mistake about it. He even had pulled out his lucky 24-karat gold toothpick, the one he'd won in a crap game in Vegas. He stuck it between his teeth and admired it in the rearview mirror. He was feeling mighty good for a formerly washed-up soldier of fortune, half broke and down on his luck. True, he had been worried about their untested air power. And true, he'd been worried about an unglued Putin on the loose, wreaking havoc inside the headquarters and destroying morale, and the brooding, sullen presence of the killer Shit Smith everywhere you went. Man was seriously dangerous. And to some extent, he'd been worried about Uncle Joe, too. Joe was a genius in a weird way, kind of an idiot savant about politics and logistics and global infighting, but he was in no way a military man. And yet, look at them now. They had a good fighting chance of pulling this sumbitch off, going home with the gold. Putin be damned, he and Joe could retire to a life of PJs, what Joe called private jets, yachts, hookers, and limos. Sure, there was always one more battle ahead and one more river to cross, but hell, things looked kind of good. Like the good Lord was on old Bo's side today, didn't they? And you know, he was still a young dude. A strong, healthy man with a hell of a lot of living to do. He had entered the beginning of the wide turn that would carry him around to the other side of the mountain, and the final approach to the great bridge across the crevasse en route to the Golden Nugget. He brought his radio mic closer to his lips, popped the transmit button, and said to the convoy troops, "Here we go. This is nut-cutting time, boys and girls. Don't go wavering. Don't go faltering. Don't lose courage no matter what happens. There's a huge payoff waiting for us all at the end of this here rainbow, and more where that came from when we get back down the hill to the rest of the strip. I'm proud of you men, and how you've acquitted yourselves on the field of battle today. But we got a fight ahead of us, make no mistake about that, and this one won't be easy. I'm going to take this big friggin' rig across that bridge like a bat out of hell, all guns blazing, and I want all you pencil-dig headbangers to do likewise. To do otherwise would just be, well, hell, I know we're just Putin's paid dogs in this fight, but it would just be downright un-American. That's what it would be. So let's take it to him. This here's Colonel Bo Beauregard, over and out." And Bo pressed on. Moments later, Bo saw that he'd just been dealt a very bad card. Nearing the approach and entrance to the great span arching over the deep gorge, he saw nothing but trouble. The Swiss forces guarding the bridge
clearly alerted as to what was coming their way, had positioned 2 giant Swiss Army snowcats, nose to nose, at the entrance to the bridge. Shit. And worse, out on the bridge proper, he could see that behind this makeshift barricade of 2 bright red snow vehicles, there were mobs of Swiss Army regulars, ready to open up with automatic fire. He grabbed the radio. Falcon's Lair, come in. I need air cover quick. Fuck. Where the hell are those chicken shit flyboys of yours, over? What's your location, Colonel? Over? It was Joe, and he didn't sound good. We're under heavy attack here. I ordered what was left of the squadron to return to base. I've got to stave off Hawke's forces, assembling at the entrance. Must be a couple hundred of them down there. Shit. Golden Nugget. I'm at the crevasse bridge. Oh, shit, Joe. I got me 2 fucking snowcats blocking my access to the bridge and a Swiss fighter jet diving straight up my ass. And more, up there strafing my convoy. This is do or die, goddammit. You want this gold? Give me some air cover over here. Give me 1 damn airplane now. Well, we've still got a couple of guys airborne. I'll see what I can do. Over. Well, how long, goddammit? I'll get back to you. Like fuck you will, Bo said, knowing the little bastard was lying through his teeth. He'd save his own ass first and leave Bo with his dick in his hand. Bo ground his teeth, downshifted the truck, and mashed the accelerator pedal to the floor. With a good head of steam, he might, with a little luck, be able to blow right between them 2 vehicles, shunting them to either side, maybe right off the bridge and down to the river. Fuck it! It was his life on the line, do or die. He was going for it. The big diesel roared and gained speed. He centered the truck on the approach road and gripped the wheel with both hands, shutting out everything except the narrow strip of daylight between those 2 snowcats, and shouting to his troops in the rear over the radio. Close up on me and stay tight, you bitches. Stay together. We're crossing this motherfucker as 1 unit, boys, do or die. Rounds from the diving Swiss fighter's 20mm cannon were perforating what was left of his long hood, steam issuing forth in billowing clouds, and the cab's roof was full of holes. Hell, even the seat he was sitting on, he could see the road beneath his feet. The cab was full of swarming, angry bees of lead, and it wouldn't be long before old Bo got stung bad. But as long as he was breathing, at this point, life is all about true grit. The twin snowcats loomed larger, filling the view through the shattered glass of his windshield, going to hit them now. He had tried to keep his eyes open at the impending impact, but the brain-stunning collision jarred him to the bone, hurt him so badly he almost lost his sweaty grip on the wheel. He was whipped about inside the cab. Everything was flying about, his coffee mug, his maps, but still, and only God knows how, he got his arse back down in the seat and his foot on the go pedal. Do or die. Suddenly, he was aware of white-suited bodies flying up in front of him all around and bouncing off his windshield, slamming down hard on his roof. He was ripping right through the mass of Swiss Army regulars who'd been positioned behind the 2 snowcats he'd just sent plunging down to the deep gorge below. Holy shit! He'd made it through. Yes, he'd blown the 2 big snowcats off the bridge. He'd seen the one on the left in the rear view hurtling down into the dark depths of the crevasse. And ahead of him, the expanse of bridge ahead was wide open, all the way to the far side. No more troops up ahead waiting for him on the other side. No tanks, no fucking enemy fighter jets rattling his cage. Shit! Hellfire! It looked like maybe he was going to pull this bastard off after all. The first indication that all was not rosy ahead was a thin line of white-hot fire rising up along the far side of the bridge. Fuck. Right where the last span was joined to its massive concrete anchor, a structure embedded deep into the mountainside opposite. Eyes wide with horror, Bo saw that the spiking fire was now turning along the center line of the suspension bridge roadway and speeding this way. Fire and smoke were growing in strength by the second, the deadly line of fire racing directly toward his Swiss cheese truck, and he shot a glance at his outside rearview mirror, still intact. Christ, a good half of the Overkill convoy was out there with him on the burning span, tucked right in behind him, just as he'd ordered, not even enough time for him to warn them to jump down and run for it. As he watched in horror, the fire seemed to whip and fling its blazing tentacles everywhere, wrapping itself around the roadway, licking up the bridge's twin support towers, sprinting along the suspension cables, ever closer. He downshifted and slammed his boot down on the accelerator. His only hope was to try to outrun the fire, get to the far side before it got to him. "Hold on, Bo, hold on," he heard himself shouting. Suddenly, the entire bridge was rocked with the blasts of separate explosive charges mounted under the superstructure. And now whole sections were exploding and collapsing, falling away, and dropping down to disappear in the mist at the bottom of the gorge. The bridge was quickly losing any connection at all with the anchorage on the far side. All of it, everything solid, disintegrating around him, over and under his truck, his doomed convoy. It was then that he could feel the whole world falling away from beneath him, in free fall now, watching the truck's big diesel engine spinning in space, in slow motion all by itself, and feeling the searing pain in his clothes, his skin on fire, flailing away, clawing at the air, screaming all the way down. And then, finally, and through no wish of his own, that old scoundrel, Colonel Brett Bo Beauregard, along with all his lifelong dreams of guts and glory, was suddenly and most definitely dead. Chapter 92. The Siege of Falcon's Lair. "Pity about the lovely doors," Hawke said to his demo man, Chief Rainwater, as the top commando's finger hovered over the detonate switch. The ice-coated doors were just the first of many things Hawke had admired when he was first granted admittance into Falcon's Lair by the previous owner, the Sorcerer. Custom-built by the famous Krupp Arms Company in Germany's Ruhr Valley, the primary producer of heavy arms for Hitler's Wehrmacht, the doors at the entrance to Falcon's Lair were solid-forged German steel. They featured elaborately carved alpine scenes designed by Albert Speer, the Nazi architect who'd work on Falcon's Lair. 3 feet thick and each weighing in at about 2 tons, the 2 doors were works of art, in Hawke's mind anyway. "Still time to change your mind, Commander," Rainwater grinned. "Blow the damn doors, Chief," Hawke said, whirling about to fire at a bloodied and supine enemy fighter raising his weapon against them. The resistance outside on the ledge had all been negated or had melted away down the mountain. At one point, Putin's men, recognizing that they'd been badly deceived, and knowing that their numbers were no longer in their favor, had folded their tents and run away. Hawke's men had suffered too, 4 killed and 5 wounded. The remaining 19 or so fighters, under the command of Stokely Jones, had all assembled outside the entrance of the complex. "Aye, aye, Commander," the chief responded, and, depressing the button, blew those damn doors right off their hinges and into the semi-dark interior. As quickly as the smoke cleared, they were inside and saw nothing. No one, anywhere. A cavernous space, dark and empty. And it was so cold they could see their breath, all of them stomping their boots to warm their feet. Colder than outside, Hawke wondered. How could that be? Stokes said, "Over here, boss. I got one. He's maybe just a little dead, though." Hawke ducked into the high-vaulted corridor where Stoke and Harry Brock had gone in search of enemy combatants. Hardly any light in here. He flicked on his tactical flashlight and saw a faint light coming through the doorway of the far room on the left. "Stoke," Hawke said. "What the hell?" "Yeah," Stoke said. He and Brock were standing over what was left of a butchered corpse that looked like it had swallowed a bomb. "Knife wounds," Brock muttered, and Stoke said, "He's been gutted, boss. Why the hell would anybody do?" Hawke bent for a closer look. He'd seen such wounds once before on a beach in Morocco. "Shit Smith," was all Hawke had to say. "That weird cowboy dude?" Stoke said. "In Alexi's room with Uncle Joe?" "Yeah, that's him," Hawke said. "Same bastard that chopped up my co-pilot, Johnny Walker, in Morocco. Mr. Brock, go get our guys. Let's go find Joe. He'll be with Putin. Come on, it's this way. Putin's office is one flight up." There was a broad staircase at the end of the corridor. It had huge bronze sconces all the way up the walls on both sides, but they'd all been extinguished. Still, you could see all the blood. It was everywhere, spilling down the steps like a thick red waterfall, and putting Hawke in mind of that great movie, The Shining. And then there were more freshly mutilated corpses, mostly civilians, oddly enough. Bodies everywhere. Shit had gone on a killing rampage, Hawke thought, knifing anyone and everyone he could find. Hawke's commandos raced up the steps, leaping over bodies sprawled in their path. Hawke had a sudden sense of urgency. If shit had truly gone insane, had he killed everyone? Including Uncle Joe, the strange little man who spared Alexei from Putin's wrath? "This way!" Hawke cried out, and ran up the stairs leading to Putin's office. "Come on, Stoke!" he shouted. The door was open, and they burst inside, weapons at the ready. There was a heavy-set, silver-haired man seated at Putin's desk. Not Putin, but a heavily decorated Russian military officer. A general? He had his eyes closed and was rocking back and forth in the chair, moaning. Hawke went to him and saw that he had his fingers interlaced across his belly, trying hard to hold his guts inside. "Stoke," Hawke said, "get the medic in here. Attend to this man." "General, can you hear me? Can you speak?" His voice was harsh and raw. "Yes," he croaked. "I've come for President Putin. Get him to stop the killing." "Too late," the Russian croaked. "They're all dead. Putin and the cowboy, and a couple of others are maybe still alive. They killed all of us, lined us up against the walls, and started—" "Sir, where is Putin now? Please tell me, General. This man will sew you up, sir. Just hold on." "Up in the residence. It's on the—" "Top floor, I know. You think he's up there?" "He was. Don't know now. He's been locking himself in there for 2 days drinking. He and that crazy fucking cowboy friend of his." Hawke sprinted up the staircase. His men were right behind him, weapons at the ready. No blood here, but very still and quiet, as a crypt, as if everyone inside the mountain was dead. At the top, they found themselves in a great hall with black and white marble floors. Guttering candles in the sconces on the wall provided a dim, wavering light, and a huge crystal chandelier was illuminated as well. Hawke had seen the sorcerer's, now Putin's, bedroom on his first visit to Falcon's lair. It had been lavishly decorated, and nothing had changed, he now saw, through the double doors that hung wide open, except that all of the furniture had been turned upside down, and there was blood spatter on the walls. He raised his right fist, and the man behind came to a halt. "I go in first," he said simply, and strode across the marble floors into the dimly lit room. "Give me 2 minutes." He took 3 steps forward, then stopped, stock still, and said, "Oh my God." The entire bedroom looked like a war zone. Upended furniture, smashed mirrors, and 2 naked bodies. A man and a woman sprawled across the huge expanse of bloody bed covers, their arms and limbs intertwined as if killed in a moment of passion. They looked to be dead. He recognized the man. It was the bloody ghost of Uncle Joe, still alive, his lips moving, his chest heaving, beckoning to Hawke with his finger. Chapter 93. Hawke spoke quietly into his lip mic and said, "Stoke, I've got at least one still alive in here. Get the medic in here now." He heard the grunt from the bed, and then, "Alex," Joe whispered hoarsely. "Come over here, please." "Joe," he said, going to him, taking his bloody wrist and feeling for the strength of his pulse. No, not me. I'm going to make it. Check her, Alex. Please get Emma some help. Shit was brutal. He raped her, and then started slicing at her with that motherfucking Bowie knife of his, and..." Stoke was at Hawke's side. "Talk to me, boss. What do we need?" Hawke said, "You and the corpsman attend to the woman first. She's the most grievously wounded, multiple stab wounds, lost a lot of blood. I'll look after Joe here." "On it," Stoke said, and nodded to the young medic. Hawke hurried into the bathroom and returned with steaming hot towels. He started by wiping the blood from Joe's eyes, from his face, out of his mouth. "Oh, Jesus, Joe. What the hell happened here?" "Is she still alive, Alex? Tell me she is," Joe said through his pain. Hawke looked at Stoke and the young medic. "Stoke, is she breathing? Will she make it?" "Maybe. She's got a slim shot, is my guess. Corpsman agrees, but at least a strong heartbeat, boss." "Alex, talk to me for Christ's sake," Joe groaned. "Calm down, Joe. She's going to be okay. Heartbeat is strong. We're working to stem the bleeding." "Oh, thank God. Thank God." Joe was weeping. "Who is she, Joe?" "Emma. Emma Peake is her name. We were going to get married after all this was over." "Shh. You still can, Joe. Just hold on to that thought until we get you two all stitched up and into the sickbay, okay? Now, tell me what the hell's been happening here." "A fucking nightmare. That's what. Putin and Shit Smith. They were drinking all last night and all day today. They feed off each other, and they are both insane. Putin's anger at you for the failure of all his grand plans, and the cowboy's fury at seeing his new mentor being humiliated by you once more, and rage at me for helping you rescue Alexei." "And where is he, Joe? Where's Putin? I'm going to add to his rage right now." "You can't, Alex." "And please tell me why not." "They escaped. The two of them." "Gone? How? What happened?" "Or first you were knocking on Putin's door, storming inside to take him. And then, when he found out there would be no stolen gold, that Colonel Beauregard and half his convoy got blown off the bridge en route to the gold vaults they intended to loot, the man came completely unhinged, ranting and raving, wild-eyed, screaming at me and threatening to shoot everyone who got in his way." "I knew he was losing it. I had no idea, Joe." "Well, who did? Emma came to me in near hysterics. She'd overheard Volodya and that goddamn shit whispering down there in the kitchen. They were laughing, for Christ's sake, talking about murdering the two of us. Saving the best for last was how Putin put it to the cowboy." "Christ, Joe." "Yeah, so Emma and I figured we were done for, right? What the hell, we raced up here and barricaded ourselves in this bedroom as best we could. Then we got into bed and decided we'd go out with smiles on our faces, and then... Don't talk about it. I can only imagine what they did to you. The two of them, howling like maniacs, broke into the room, tore up the place. Putin had the gun, shit had the knife. The president held the gun to my head. He was staring at Emma, ripped the sheet off her naked body, a horrible smile on his face. I think he always thought she should be his, not mine. It drove him crazy that she would pick me over him." "Yeah, I can see it." Then he told the cowboy, he says, "That bitch is all your shit. Do whatever you want with her. Take your time, too. No rush." "No more, Joe. Stop torturing yourself." "Yeah, you're right. Sorry. But you need to know something, Alex." "I'm listening." "I heard Shit promise Putin that he would track you down and make you suffer before you died. He said he'd do it for free, but Putin said he'd give him $5 million for your head on a platter." "Well, hold my hand. I'm scared," Hawke said, smiling at him. "You got to take this guy Shit seriously, Alex. He's a bona fide human death machine." "Yeah, well, human death machines come and human death machines go, don't they? Tell me about Putin.
Where is he, right now? He and shit could be anywhere by now, Alex. The two of them left the mountain? How the hell did they get out? Use the sub. The sub? The sorcerer told me 6 months ago that he had shut that whole underwater operation down due to expenses. Yeah, well, Putin re-upped the whole underwater operation. He must have always known it would be his only escape hatch if it ever came to that. For the last 2 days, he's kept Horst in the foreman sub down there waiting for him at the underwater airlock. Waiting the whole time the massacre was going on. He and shit left an hour ago. I'll find that son of a bitch. Where do you think he'd run? I'm sure he went south to Italy. That's what I'd do. Keep the sub submerged all the way to the southern end of the lake. Have a car waiting for them late tonight. Who knows after that? Closest airport is at Milano, maybe. That evening, Hawke and Stoke dined in Falcon's Lair's formal candlelit dining room. They were all trying hard to make it some kind of a victory celebration, but the smell and presence of so much recent death hung very heavy upon the room, and it was rough sledding for all. At the table were a heavily bandaged Emma Peake and a recovering Joe Stalingrad, desperately holding hands with each other throughout the meal. Joining them were Artemis Cooper, Harry Brock, Chief Charlie Rainwater, and Fitzhugh McCoy, as well as the much-restored General Ivan Spassky of the Russian army, who was well into the vodka despite the medic's warning about it. The gleaming mahogany sideboard was laden with a mountain of beluga caviar, champagne, hillocks of potato salad with pickles, and best of all, Chef de Cuisine Stokely Jones Jr.'s own recipe for buttermilk southern fried chicken, showcased and steaming on heaping silver platters. At 8 o'clock, Stoke leaned over to Hawke and whispered, 8 o'clock on the button, Commander. You asked me to remind you. Oh, right, I did. I'll be right back, Hawke said. Please excuse me. He left the table and went directly to Putin's office, where he closed and locked the double doors. With a sigh of exhaustion, he took the red leather chair behind the desk, lit a cigarette, took out his mobile, and punched in the primary number at his primary residence, Hawksmoor. Lord Hawke's residence? May I help you? He heard Pelham Grenville say, in his flutiest tones. Yes, you can help me, you old Dickens. How the hell are you? Very well indeed, my lord. Awfully good to hear your voice. To be perfectly honest, you sound tired, my boy. Yes, but I'll be home tomorrow. Pelham, tell me, how is Alexei? Is he having a fun birthday? I'm so sorry to be missing it, but, well, you know, duty calls. I completely understand, my lord, and should say he's enjoying his big day most wholeheartedly, sir. That pony, he's beside himself. The animal arrived early this morning on a lorry up from Cirencester. But a lovely creature, and Alexei is already sodden with love for him. He and the groom, young fellows, have been out riding over hill and dale all day long. I literally had to drag him out of the saddle in time for his birthday party, sir. Now, how many children came, Pelham? Hawke said, beginning to relax, with the happy sense that life was somehow returning to normal again. We had 22, sir, including the Duke and Duchess of Kent, who stopped by with the children, and I must say Alexei and Prince George have become fast friends at Eton. Great fun, sir. Boisterous, I must say. Hawke smiled. Well, marvellous. Has he named the animal yet? He has, sir. I told him the pony needed a name, and he said he'd think on it. Blurted the name out, whilst blowing out birthday cake candles. And it is rather odd. Your son wants to call his new pony Uncle Joe, sir. Not at all sure why. In any event, sir, I suggested Dobbin, because, unless I am very much mistaken, I am not aware of any Uncle Joes in the family, sir, and no one has more extensive knowledge of the family tree than I. Uncle Joe! Hawke laughed out loud for the first time in weeks. He said, Oh, good Lord. Well, I suppose it's not the worst name for a pony I've ever heard. Pelham, please put Sigrid on the line, will you? She's expecting my call. Certainly, my lord. She's hovering. Right here, sir. Alex, she said, sounding shy and tentative. Is that you? Darling, Hawke said. Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you?
No, fully intact. Do you miss me at all, darling? He said. Even a little? Not even a little. And if you don't come home to me immediately, I shall miss you even less. Good timing, my dear girl. On my way bright and early tomorrow morning. Just want to wish my son a quick happy birthday. I'll see you soon, darling. Here's your boy, jumping up and down, he's so excited. Hello? Hello? He heard the little boy say then, and it almost broke his heart. He said, Alexei, it's your father. I'm coming home tomorrow. I'm so sorry I missed your big day, but I do want to wish you the very happiest of birthdays ever, son. Daddy? Yes, darling. Oh, Daddy, I miss you so. Please come home to us, please. Pella misses you, Sigrid misses you. Even Uncle Joe says he misses you, everybody. Uncle Joe? Who in the world is Uncle Joe? Oh, Daddy, you know he's my new pony. Sigrid and I just came back up from the stables. We went out to wish him a good night. It's freezing cold out there, Daddy. I put a blanket over him, and Fellows is going to spend all night with him, sleeping on the hay in Uncle Joe's stall. Do you really like him then, Alexei, Uncle Joe? I must say he was the finest of all the ponies I looked at. Oh, Daddy, he's only the loveliest present any boy could ever wish for. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry. Sigrid says it's my bedtime, Daddy, so I must go now. Good night, good night, good night. I'll see you tomorrow. I love you, Alexei, with all my heart. Alex Hawke said, Thank you, Daddy, for the best birthday present a boy ever had. And indeed, there was not a scintilla of him that was not filled with love at that moment. He had his family back, and they were all safe once more. He would guard them with his own life forever. And sooner rather than later he would track down Putin's newest monster, Shit Smith. He would find him, and he would kill him. And as for Putin, let him run. Let the world deal with him now. He'd made good on his threat to kidnap Alexei, and he'd been within a hair's breadth of having his son murdered. Hawke had dealt with Vologna for nearly a decade. He had little stomach left for the man, nor his ever more bizarre and dangerous actions. The Americans had a new president. He claimed to understand what made Putin tick. At least somebody did. Let someone else deal with the world's madman for a while. He was going to take his girl and find a beach somewhere. Maybe his little seaside home on Bermuda. Yes, Tea Kettle Cottage would be perfect for the two of them. Fall asleep in each other's arms each night, to the soft rustle of wind in the palms and surf breaking below on the rocks along the shoreline. Alex Hawke had just wound Putin up, tight. Someone else would bloody well just have to wind the cold-hearted bastard down this time. And good luck with that, whoever you are, you poor bastard. Epilogue. Bermuda, the North Shore. The sun was just about to kiss the far horizon of the world, and towering banks of western clouds were tinged with gold and red as two lovers emerged from the sea. Holding hands, they began the sandy trek homeward. The man owned a small home nearby, set atop a rocky bluff above the sea. The house, a former sugar mill, was surrounded by dense green jungle, thick with wildly colored birds and exotic foliage. It was called Tea Kettle Cottage because of its picturesque profile. Its white, domed roof was a perfect pot, and the lurching white chimney resembled nothing so much as a spout. The cottage, oft depicted on Bermuda's postcards, had a long and colorful history. It had housed a number of legendary gentlemen down the decades, including movie idol Errol Flynn and the immortal Hemingway, who had written the final chapters of The Old Man and the Sea under this very roof. Now it was the beloved retreat of Lord Alexander Hawke, a wounded warrior come to bind up his grievous wounds and take refuge from war and violence. "Hello?" a high-pitched voice cried out from above. It was the ancient Pelham, Hawke's lifelong friend and gentleman's gentleman. "Pelham," Sigrid called up to him, "we had the most marvelous ocean swim. 3 whole miles. You should try it sometime." Hawke laughed and waved up at the man, feeling the last rays of the warm sun on his shoulders. After 2 whole weeks of marinating in all this sunshine, Hawke and Sigrid were both glowing with health and radiant with happiness. It had been a perfect day. After a feast of lobster and icy Pinot Gris, Out on the terrace, they had just completed a 3-mile swim in open ocean, and "Nap time! Last one in the sack's a little pickle!" the woman shouted back at him, sprinting ahead through the receding surf and soft pinkish sand. Sigurd's lithe body, like his own, was a shade darker than copper, and they both reveled in the boundless energy they'd suddenly found within themselves. A lot of that newfound energy was expended in the bedroom. His was a whitewashed room, with all of its many gleaming windows opening outward to the glories of the aquamarine sea and the azure skies of Bermuda. The floor was glazed red Spanish tile, and the furniture was minimal, save the bed. Oh, that bed! How it called to him. The current master of the house had long ago fitted a massive 18th century 4-poster bed into the smallish room. He loved it not so much for the vast expanse of white linen and the goose-down pillows, but for the sheer height of the bed. He loved awakening in the cool dawn and inhaling the glorious views afforded him by a high bed amidst so many windows, and falling asleep each night with 1,000 stars beaming down on him. Hawke laughed and raced to catch up. These late afternoons were when the two made feverish love before falling asleep in each other's arms. As a rule, the first one to wake up jumped out of bed and headed to the bar, where the evening's pitcher of dark and stormies was waiting, courtesy of the octogenarian butler who made the world go round here at Tea Kettle Cottage. They made slow, sweet love in that old bed that very afternoon, and then, despite the soft cries of wind beginning to howl around the windows, they slept.
"Excuse me, my lord," Pelham said, pausing in the doorway. "May I shut the windows, sir? We're having a bit of a blow. A thunderstorm, as you can see. I kept thinking it would awaken you."
Hawke lifted his head and gazed at his old friend.
"Of course, Pelham, even though, as you well know, I adore bad weather. Since you were a wee child, your lordship."
The elderly man floated into the room, making short work of shutting out the wind and rain, but neither the rumble of thunder nor the flash of lightning could be put at bay. Hawke sat up, the sheets puddled around his waist. Yes, my God, what a breeze. What time is it, Pelham?"
"Going on 6:30, sir."
6:30? What time are we expected for dinner at Shadowlands this evening?"
"Lady Mars's invitation called for promptly at 8, sir. Apparently a bridge on the coast road is out due to the storm. You'll have to detour en route to St. George's."
It's black tie, isn't it, this bloody dinner party?"
"Afraid so, my lord. Everything is laid out in your dressing-room, and—"
Hawke swung his long legs out from under the duvet and started to slide from the bed. "Sorry, darling. Have to hurry." "Get back in here, Buster, and finish what you started," Sigrid said, her voice husky and filled with deep longing. "Stop that," Hawke said to her, swatting her rather prominent bottom. "Pelham, I want to wear those gold studs given me by Lord Mountbatten tonight. Inspector Congreve always seems a bit covetous of those gorgeous nuggets, does he not?"
"He has mentioned on occasion that he would gladly kill you in cold blood for them one day, yes, sir."
Hawke laughed, jumped out of bed stark naked, and headed for the loo, grinning at Pelham. "Oh, and do me a favour, will you, old fish? Call your pal Ambrose Congreve and tell him that, due to the weather, his friend Hawke might be running a wee bit late."
"Indeed, my lord."
"Alex," came a sleepy voice from beneath the duvet. "Yes, darling. Do we really have to go? Come back to bed." "This dinner is in your honour, my dear, remember? Very kind of Lady Mars and Ambrose Congreve, I should say. Now haul yourself out of that bed and slip into something smashing, will you?" He went into the bathroom and pulled the door closed. He hated shaving, and leaned into the mirror to see if he might avoid the mug and razor on this rainy night. He saw the face of a strange new man, clear of eye, and miraculously free of pain and fear. These last months since Christmas, trying desperately to save his son, life had been hellish, depleting his spirit and his vitality. The agony had affected Sigrid, too, and in London one night, late over wine, he had proposed that they escape for a few weeks on Bermuda, just the two of them, and let the shining sun and the elements cleanse them and rekindle their spirits. He rejoiced in knowing that Alexei was safe in the hands of the Yard's Royalty Protection Service, who were also safeguarding William and Kate's children, Prince George and Princess Charlotte. The celebrated couple had been delighted to take little Alexei in for a few weeks. The two little boys were becoming fast friends, classmates at Eton, in an experimental program for gifted boys of a very young age. Hawke smiled at the face in the mirror. It was going to be a lovely evening. Candlelight and good claret, probably a roast of lamb. There in the dining room at Shadowlands, surrounded by his closest friends, cheery lads he'd known since college, with the beautiful new love of his life by his side, well, he was a lucky man. Life was bliss once more, and all was right with his world. Shadowlands, the Bermuda estate now owned by Lady Diana Mars and her husband, Chief Inspector Ambrose Congreve of Scotland Yard, was once the grandest estate on the island of Bermuda. It was a sprawling 22-acre property in St. George's that once belonged to a business tycoon named Vincent Astor. The wooded Astor estate, with its gorgeous mansion, exquisite gardens, and many guest cottages, had once boasted a private narrow-gauge railroad, complete with Union Station. Hawke was driving too fast, late again, and nearly missed the imposing wrought-iron gates that guarded the driveway at Shadowlands. The squall that had whipped this part of the coastline was steadily growing in intensity. "Slow down, Alex," Sigrid said, peering ahead through the foggy windscreen. "We're only 10 minutes late. No need to kill ourselves." I know. Is that it? I can't see a bloody thing. Yes, turn in here." Hawke managed to safely navigate the Land Rover Defender along the twisting drive through the rainforest that was Shadowlands. Moments later, Ambrose was standing underneath the porte-cochere, a broad smile of welcome on his face, his hand outstretched to help Sigrid from the mud-splattered car. And so, to dinner, where Hawke was delighted to find himself seated at Diana's right. She said, "You and Sigrid together again, Alex. I'm overjoyed to see the two of you so happy. I still remember that rainy night we were down at the gardener's cottage after she'd left. I've never seen you so desolate and grieving. You were completely bereft." "Yes. How are you, darling boy? We miss seeing more of you." "Oh, I'm happy enough, but may I tell you something?" "Of course. I sometimes find myself wondering if I'm outgrowing this life of mine, Diana. Weary of it, living on the edge as I do, constantly putting myself in harm's way the way I do, putting even my only child in the eye of the storm. All the violence, all the bloody drama. Oh, Alex, you're still a very young man. Service to Queen and country has always been your life's desire, ever since you were bouncing on Mountbatten's knee as a 5-year-old. I know. That's true. It's what I was born for, I suppose, but these past 2 weeks here have been wonderful for me. I'm lucky to have such a refuge as that little cottage of mine. I always feel so safe there, so far removed from the evil that bestrides the world, the overwhelming danger, A young butler slid up behind him and was bending to whisper in his ear. "Lord, please excuse the interruption." "Yes? Yes, what is it?" "There's a call for you, sir, in the library." "A call? It's almost midnight. Who is it?" "It's Pelham Grenville, sir. He says it's most urgent." "Pelham? Did he say what was wrong? I don't—" "You'd best come take the call, your lordship. He didn't sound well at all, and—" Hawke put his napkin to his lips, rose up, and put his hand on Diana's shoulder, whispering to her, "Please excuse me, Diana. Apparently Pelham is calling and something is dreadfully wrong. I have to go. Can you have someone ferry Sigrid home when the party's over?" "Of course, darling. I'll bring her myself. I'm sure it's nothing." Hawke ducked into the library, where a fire was roaring, and took the deep leather chair beside the hearth. "Pelham?" he said into the receiver. "Is that you? Are you there?" "Yes, my lord," he said, and Hawke had never heard the man speak in such a strained and muted voice. "What on earth is the matter? Should I come home?" "Yes, I believe you should. There's someone here, an unexpected visitor. He insisted that I call you and let you know." "Someone? Who? Don't you know who it is?" "No, my lord.
This man is not someone of my acquaintance. He is, how shall I say it, a bit unbalanced. Has he hurt you? He cut my hand with a knife, rather deeply, to be honest. I don't know what to do. Pelham, put him on the phone. Do it now. Yes, my lord. Here he is. Hello? Hawke said. Who the hell is this? Silence. Tell me who you are, you bastard. What did you say? Speak up. I can't hear you. The man's voice was a low-down and ugly whisper. I've come for you. What's that? Say that again. Who are you? My name is Smith. Shit, Smith. I've come for you. Hawke dropped the phone on the floor and raced through the house toward the entrance, his own words ringing in his ears as he jumped into the Defender and roared off into the dark, wet night. So safe here, so far removed from the evil that bestrides the world, the overwhelming danger. This is John Shea. We hope that you've enjoyed this production of Overkill, an Alex Hawke novel, by Ted Bell. Produced by Elgin Productions. Executive producer, Katie Ostroga. Text copyright 2018 by Theodore A. Bell. Production copyright 2018 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.